Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
As soon as Yi Yang's words came out, the atmosphere on the court immediately changed. Lu Hong addressed the two brothers Lu Hongyuan with a look of disbelief. Master Yi is really arrogant. No matter who is standing in front of him, his attitude never changes. Even if you're a master of the Ninth Order formation or the governor of Hangzhou, you must respect Fengshan. Since Yi Yang's mind has been settled, it will never change. However, even if the two brothers felt that Yi Yang was arrogant, they could not help but admire in their hearts. Master Yi is worthy of being Master Yi. Even in the face of such a big man, he is not at all timid. Moreover, even the Ninth Order spirit tools, and even the favor of everyone in the Ninth Order formation, are not in the eye. Awesome. Really awesome. When Li Xuanjin heard Yi Yang's words, his expression changed immediately. Master Yi is still a bit young and frivolous, full of self-satisfaction. How dare he be arrogant in front of the first person in Hangzhou's formation, Fengshan Sr. However, if Senior Feng makes a move, it can also dampen Master Yi's spirit, and it may also help him to grow in the future. Shun Guanqing and Shun Linfeng, especially the latter, showed contempt on their faces. Hee, I admit, I'm not as good as you and Shun Linfeng. You, Yang, can even do something like ecstasy, and you can actually let people tell the truth directly. It's really awesome. But so what? In front of the first person in the Hangzhou formation, how many waves can you make as a junior? No matter how ugly it sounds, you don't even deserve to stand in front of Master Feng. He is still arrogant here, and he's ashamed to speak to Master Feng. Yang, I really didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Shen Linfeng's face was full of disdain. The wrinkles on Feng Shan's face couldn't help but pile up high. Who is this son? Why so arrogant? It's just so arrogant. Have you never heard my name Feng Shan? So I am ignorant and fearless. Thinking of this, his brows stretched a little, and he smiled softly. Little friend, I'm Feng Shanhe. Fortunately, at the age of 60, 1 foot entered the ranks of the Ninth Order Array Masters, which is considered a small one in the entire Hangzhou. Famous. One of my favors from Fengshan is of some value. At least, in Hangzhou, you can use my favor to achieve many things you want but can't do. What Feng Shan has said was very humble. Where is he famous? Among the elite circles in Hangzhou, he is simply thunderous. There is no one who does not know the name of Fengshan River. Countless people are scrambling to send money to Fengshan, precious materials, and spiritual tools to send treasures. All of them want Fengshan to owe them a favor. But does Yang care about this kind of favor? Do not care. What I said, I don't want to say a second time. The Ninth Order spiritual tool, I can forge it easily. Ninth Order formation, I can do it at my fingertips. I don't look down on the favor of the Ninth Order Array Master, because I am the Ninth Order Array Master myself. Yang said impatiently. Yes, he doesn't need everything that Feng Shan promised, and it's not rare, and he even abandons it like a bull. As soon as his words came out, the brothers Lu Yinshan and Lu Hongji were shocked, and Li Sun was really shocked. Shen Linfeng was stunned. Okay, I just wanted to see you so arrogant in front of Master Feng. Crazy. The prelude to death is madness. Yang, I know you have portrayed the Ninth Order formation, but so what? Standing in front of you is Feng Shanhe, who has been in the ranks of the Ninth Order formation for 15 years and is known as the first person in the Han River formation. In front of him, you are an absolute junior, a junior who can never be hardened. I really don't understand what are you crazy about. Shen Linfeng was about to laugh out loud in his heart, and at the same time, he was somewhat in awe of Fengshan. It's really a pity that Grandpa and Feng Shanhe made such a promise. Otherwise, today's affairs would really not end well. The Shen family will definitely be hurt. At the same time, Feng Shanhe frowned deeply when he heard Yi Yang's words. What is this junior talking about? The ninth order spiritual tool and the ninth order array are at your fingertips. You also look down on the favor of a ninth order formation like me. When you talk big, it's really amazing. City Lordly, such a madman. Let's hurry up and leave. Don't get in the way here. Feng Shanhe flicked his sleeves and said coldly towards Li Xuanjun. Li Xuanjun's face showed a look of helplessness. Senior Feng, Master Yi, he's the master I recommended for exploring the ruins of Tongtian Temple. Without Master Ye's 3,000 sutras of suffering, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to go deep into the ruins of Tongtian Temple. Also, Master Ye's skills in formation are not bad. Feng Shanhe smiled coldly. Oh, I remembered. It turns out that the Master Yi you recommended was him? Hee, I didn't expect that Tongtian Temple's true secret book, the 3,000 Anxiety Sutra, would be learned by such a mad and disobedient apprentice. What a shame. As for his accomplishments in formation, I think, even if he has been exposed to a little bit of array technique, he should be able to know my name. I guess this person, I'm afraid he doesn't even know the basics of a little bit of array, Feng Shanhe was really angry. Since he became famous, he has been admired by countless people, and even more exaggerated, he has even been regarded as a god by countless magicians. But the younger generation in front of him actually dared to speak so arrogantly to him. It's really unbelievable. Yi Yang frowned impatiently and said lightly, "Old man, stop talking so much nonsense. I think you will drag me down after entering the ruins of Tongtian Temple. As for whether I'm a ninth order array mage, you'll know right away." As soon as Yi Yang touched it, he took out a diamond engraving pen from the mustard seed talisman on his chest, and then took out a slate and began to paint with his hands. There was a hint of mockery on Feng Shanhe's old face. It's really amazing to portray the formation on the spot in front of me. Then I want to see what kind of ability you junior has. Yi Yang's face is like still water, and his pen is like wind. This time, what he depicted was the yellow step formation of a 1,000-step formation in Xiangshan Temple. The ninth order formation that was depicted on the refining arena last time had more than 1,000 lines. And this yellow order formation is 10 times more than the ninth order. There are 18,420 lines. Even if the ninth order magician with ordinary talent comes to describe these lines, I am afraid that it will take more than a month to describe it intermittently. But Yang didn't need that much time. In just 5 minutes, he has successfully portrayed all these more than 10,000 lines. In an instant, the brilliant Buddha light burst out. Brilliant, grand, irresistible. It seems that the mind is going to be shocked by the brilliant Buddha light. This is the yellow step formation. 1,000 steps of life Buddha formation. The moment this formation appeared, Feng Shanhe only felt that his spirit seemed to be in a trance. Even when he went deep into the ruins of Tongtian Temple and saw the broken formations of those ancient sects, he couldn't make him so dazed. But today, facing the formation that an arrogant junior had drawn in 5 minutes, he was in a trance. Why? What kind of formation is this? Why is even my dignified ninth order formation master, the first person in Hanzhou formation, in a trance? Deep in his heart, he already had the answer, but he didn't want to admit it. Yes, what other formations are needed to describe more than 10,000 aura lines? What other formation method can make so many people, even as Feng Xian, also in a trance? What rank formation is this? Feng Shanhe asked with a trembling voice. Yi Yang glanced at him coldly. If you can't see it, then the name of this ninth order formation master should be removed as soon as possible. Feng Shanhe did not speak at all. His body began to tremble. Its ecstasy, its excitement, its uncontrollable joy. How many years? How many years? He can finally see the yellow rank formation. Thanks to this little friend Yi Yang, no Master Yi. Otherwise, even if he belongs to the Lus, he will not be able to see the legendary yellow order formation even at a glance. At this time, Shun Lin Feng and the others recovered from that trance state. Lu Yinshan exclaimed in his heart, "What a terrible formation this is! Master Yi is getting more and more unfathomable." Li Xuanjun's eyes widened. He was born in the Li family in Yindu, and knew more things than ordinary people since he was a child. But he could only guess. This Maybe the legendary formation that almost no one in the world has ever seen. A formation beyond the ninth order. But how did Master Yi learn the Huangjia formation? Then he didn't dare to think about it. Only Shin Lin Feng felt that Yi Yang was playing tricks again, and seeing Feng Shanha trembling, he was even more overjoyed. Why does Feng Shan River tremble? Must be shaking with anger. Yi Yang, don't make a fool of yourself out there. I can't understand your level anymore. If you give up fighting against my Shan family now, I may be able to let you live. If you are still stubborn, don't talk about me. Even Senior Feng will not spare you easily. Contempt for the Senior Feng Shan in person, ignoring the first person in the Hanzhou formation. What is the difference between you and the entire Hanzhou refining formation world? If I spread news, guess what? The entire Hanzhou artifact refining circle will be angry. You, Yi Yang, will become the target of public criticism in an instant. Think about it. Yi Yang, it's irrational to fight against my Shan family. If you give up this idea earlier, I might be able to let you live. You must know that my master is the elder of Tinya Hage. You are against me, but you are against Tinya Hage. Shin Lin Feng was triumphant, as if everything was under control. Yi Yang had a faint smile on his mouth. Do you remember what I said back then? Oh, what? Shin Lin Feng said with a light smile. I want you to kneel on the ground and slap yourself. Hee, don't worry, this scene will never happen to me, but soon you will kneel down and slap yourself. Shin Lin Feng laughed sinisterly, but his voice was interrupted directly by Feng Shanha. To shut up. Did you hear? Senior Feng told you to shut up. Shin Lin Feng laughed. He knew that with such a promise ahead, Feng Shanha would definitely be on his side. I told you to shut up, Shun family. Shin Lin Feng. Feng Shanha turned around, his eyes full of coldness. Shin Lin Feng was stunned. What's wrong? Why is this happening? Senior Feng, aren't you on my side? Others were also stunned. What is the situation? Master Feng, has your attitude changed so quickly? What did Yi Yang describe just now? So that the first person in the Hanzhou formation could be so rude and even turn against the Shun family for this. The answer in Li Xuanjin's heart became clearer and clearer. Shouldn't it be? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Feng Shanha took a step back and bowed deeply towards Yi Yang. The younger generation, Feng Shan, has seen Yi Jinzong. Please forgive Yi Jinzong for the crime of being abrupt. The whole place was silent. All eyes were on Feng Shanha and Yi Yang. The former bowed 90 degrees, and there was a hint of excitement on the old face. The latter's face was light, and there was no change in his expression at all. As if being bowed deeply in public by the first person in the Hanzhou formation, it was just an ordinary thing like eating and drinking. Yi Yang, you are really awesome. Feng Shanha bows to you, but you don't even pay attention. Everyone didn't quite understand why Feng Shanha's attitude changed so drastically. They only vaguely guessed that it might be related to the formation that Yi Yang just revealed. Only Li Xuanjin was shaking with excitement. He heard Feng Shanha's address to Yi Yang. Yi Jinzong, formation is the master of formation. As we all know, in all fields, there are masters, and the field of formation is naturally the same. If the formation reaches the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels, it could be called the master of the formation. If it exceeds the 9th level and steps into the yellow level, then it is the master of the formation. In this way, Feng Shanha's self-proclaimed younger generation is easy to understand. The formation master is in front of the formation master. Isn't that the younger generation? Really? My guess was right. The formation that Master Yi showed just now is really a yellow order formation that surpasses the 9th order. Master Yi. No, he must be called Yi Jinzong in the future. Even Li Xuanjin. A trace of admiration involuntarily rose in his eyes. Master Yi is too strong. Too strong. He almost watched Master Yi grow from a very young person to such a terrifying, mysterious, and unpredictable state step by step. This growth rate is rare in the world. Liu Yinshan was also excited. Although he didn't understand what the formation was, he could see Feng Shanha's attitude towards Yi Yang. Even Feng Shanha has to call himself the younger generation, and he has to respect Yi Yang so much. then the Shun family is a ball. You are Shun Linfeng. Why are you still arrogant there? Shun Linfeng was also stunned. What? Why do you, the first person in the Hanzhou formation, call yourself a younger generation in front of Yi Yang? Crazy. I don't really like the etiquette. In the face of Feng Shan's gift, Yi Yang just waved his hand expressionlessly. Do you still want to protect the Shin family? Yi Yang paused and said again. Fengshan River showed a hint of embarrassment. He is a man of great promise. But Yi Yang is the master of the formation. From Yi Jinzong, he can learn a lot of things. Even if he is dead, he will be proud of himself in this life. For your sake, I won't kill the Shin family. But punishment is necessary. Yi Jinzong, please speak. Any punishment you propose, I will unconditionally execute it on behalf of the Shun family. Feng Shanhe said seriously. Both Shun Guanxing and Shin Linfeng raised their heads in disbelief. What are you talking about? Feng Lao, are you crazy? Why should my Shun family accept Yi Yang's punishment? Shin Linfeng said immediately, Damn Yi Yang, don't continue to confuse Lao Feng. His words were not finished, because Feng Shanhe turned back and gave him a slap. Snapped. Crisp and sweet. Yi Jinzong's name is something that a younger kid, like you can call? Feng Shanhe said coldly. He was indifferent on the surface, but he was actually sighing in his heart. When Shin Linfeng spoke just now, he noticed the killing intent in Yi Yang's eyes. He has no doubt that if Shin Linfeng continues to speak, Yi Yang will directly take action and send this person on the road. The Shin family is kind to Feng Shanhe. Even if this Shin Linfeng is a provocateur, he should try his best to save his life. After this time, Feng Shanhe would no longer want to have anything to do with the Shin family. My first punishment is what I just said. Shin Linfeng knelt down and slapped himself, not much, maybe 30. Yi Yang glanced at Shin Linfeng and said lightly. Shin Linfeng widened his eyes. Don't even think about it. His last word was only halfway out, and Feng Shanhe kicked him directly on the knee. Shin Linfeng knelt down immediately. Then Feng Shanhe picked up his left hand again and slapped it hard. Snapped. He picked up his right hand and slapped it again. Snapped. Every stroke is heavy. The audience was silent, and the sound of slaps was even more harsh. After a while, the 30 slaps were finished. Shin Linfeng's cheeks were red and swollen. Blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, and there was no dashing attitude. Yi Jinzong, what do you think? Feng Shanhe said solemnly. It's okay. Yi Yang nodded expressionlessly. Then, please also ask Yi Jinzong to name the second punishment. Feng Shanhe clasped his fists. The second punishment, the Shun family handed over all their property and left Shanjing. Yi Yang said with a half-smiling smile. As soon as these words came out, the audience fell silent again. Lu Yinshan even took a breath. Master Yi is really a ruthless man. No, it's a werewolf that's a little more ruthless than a ruthless man. Saying that you're asked to kneel down and slap yourself. You have to kneel down and slap yourself. Said to let you go bankrupt that day. You will go bankrupt that day. Not a day late. Shen Guanxing was trembling all over. He already fully understood. Everything is irreparable. Feng Shanhe actually did his best to help the Shun family. According to Yi Yang's mind, I'm afraid he will kill him directly. Seriously? Really? He muttered to himself. Stop procrastinating. Yi Yang said lightly. After a long time, Shun Guanxing slumped to the ground, as if all his strength had been drained. My Shun family, willing to hand over all the family property. At the same time, my Shun family will leave completely, leave Shanjing, never come back. After Shun Guanxing finished speaking, he covered his face with his hands, tears, and snot flowing from his fingers. He is unwilling, really unwilling. The rise plan that had been in preparation for more than 10 years was ruined. And it's really ruined. This is no longer a matter of great harm, but a complete destruction. The two of them, father and son, even had to leave their hometown, and they couldn't even stay in the land where they were born and raised. Yi Yang, you're too ruthless, too ruthless. The news that the Shun family went bankrupt did not make waves in the capital. That kind of news that is far from the circle of ordinary people, everyone does not care. As for who opened a new store and whose store closed down, isn't this a common occurrence? In the end, Only the pedestrians who were on the Ginza Square that day knew about the incident that almost disturbed the entire Shanjing city. The Liu family took over the entire Shun family's business and became a giant in Beijing. The Tang family sent a congratulatory gift, acknowledging the dominance of the Liu family. The Shun family, father and son, left their hometowns and went overseas with a handful of entanglements. This would have taken a long time, and even a business war for a year or two, because Yi Yang's thunder shot quickly dissipated into the invisible. Feng Shanhe consulted Yi Yang for a few days of formation and left happily. The day he left, he shouted, "Yi Zhenzong is really a god. See you at the ruins of Tongtian Temple in the future." At the same time, the powerful spirit beast bone powder that Yi Yang asked the Liu family to find has also been prepared. On the other hand, Hanjiang College also sent people to send the best ancient books. Yi Yang randomly picked a bone meal from a 7th order spirit beast, soaked it in hot water, and drank it like milk powder. He could feel that the bones in his body seemed to be a lot tougher and tougher. But the changes are so subtle that they cannot be seen. He simply spread out the ancient book's sacred souls and recitations sent by Hanjiang College and began to read it. Su Qingyan was brewing bone meal cup by cup. It is worth mentioning that she had been blackened by the Undying Yin puppet sect before, but by chance, she learned many true martial arts of the Undying Yin puppet sect. Now, Su Qingyan's realm has broken through the inner strength and has reached the inner strength, far surpassing her peers. After drinking more than a dozen packets of bone meal in a row, Yi Yang finally felt that his body was a little stronger, about an increase of 2,000 kilograms. At the same time, this book of sacrificing souls has also turned to the end. The host reads the sacred soul and life recitation, and the ancient method refining tool is upgraded to the soul sacrifice life reading refining method, which will automatically reach the full level. Sacrificing soul refining method. Sacrificing the souls of living beings, the idea of becoming a magic weapon. Full level effect. After killing a creature, you can plunder its soul and make it the spirit of its own magic weapon. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. When he read this ancient book just now, he felt that this book might be the key to greatly enhancing his strength. It was not what he expected. What is the idea of treasure? A spirit tool is a mindless tool. If there is thought, it will directly become a magic weapon. This thought, to put it more simply, is the spirit of artifact. The scripture of offering sacrifices to souls gives the method of forging magical instruments. But this soul must be extremely powerful. Souls that meet the soul strength recorded in the classics are rare in the world. But Yi Yang became more and more excited the more he thought about it. Powerful souls are indeed rare. But isn't there a powerful and deformed soul here? Such a big mess. It just so happened that this troubled black Qi did not listen to his own restraints. So he took this opportunity to completely tame it. However, the things needed for refining are very rare. Even if Yi Yang asked the Liu family to spend a lot of energy to find them, it took more than 10 days to find them. In the end, it was Li Xuanjin who made the decision and opened up the warehouse of the Ministry of Government to replenish the most precious materials. Next, Yi Yang locked himself in the refining room of Shernan Welfare Institute. A day later, before entering the ruins of Tongtian Temple, he finally succeeded in refining his own magic weapon. With admiration, Yi Yang looked at the center of the formation, the heavy sword that exuded extremely evil black energy, and a faint smile appeared on his face. This sword was originally the Apei Wufeng that Yi Yang snatched from Tinya Hage Zhao Hao. However, Yi Yang's own physical strength is too strong. Whoever refuses to accept it will be finished with his fist, and this Apei has never been of any use. But after such a refining method, Wu Feng was completely changed. In the eyes of wisdom, its description has become like this. Xia Wufeng, a half-magic weapon of the yellow rank. It needs to absorb a lot of spiritual energy to continue to grow effect. Double the power of the fierce martial arts. Hit the enemy can apply annoyance state, can increase the power of evil spirits by plundering the soul. Seeing these three effects, Yang couldn't help but feel satisfied for a while. This half-magic weapon has surpassed almost all ordinary spiritual tools and stood at the pinnacle of the bright side of the world. Moreover, as long as it absorbs enough aura, it can naturally become a real magic weapon. At the same time, the convoy of the Ministry of Finance also came to the Sherman Welfare Institute again. Well-trained government officials in suits and leather shoes got off the bus one after another and occupied both sides of the street. Pedestrians have speculated whether there is another supernatural event in the Sherman Welfare Institute. The previous incident of demon dancing almost didn't scare the surrounding residents to death. Then, a slender figure walked out. Li Xuanjin, the man who controls the most powerful force in the entire Shangjing. Old Zhao, why did City Lordly come to your orphanage again? An old man who had a good relationship with Zhao Weigua asked curiously. Zhao Weigua smiled proudly. You may not believe it when you say it. City Lordly came to look for Yi Yang from our family. I heard them say, it seems to be going to the ruins of Tongtian Temple. The old man pouted. Che, what kind of person Yi Xiaozi is, don't I know? I don't believe your bullshit. The eldest grandson is gone. Let's go to school. As soon as the words fell, Li Xuanjin walked out with a group of elite operators, surrounded by a young man, and then opened the car door for the young man. After he got in the car by himself. Attitude, extremely respectful. This young man is very familiar. Yes, Yang. The old man's eyes almost popped out. How sacred is this young boy from the old Zhao family? How to make our city, lordly, in the capital be so respectful? Isn't Lao Zhao bragging? The old man was about to pull Zhao Weigua to ask a few more questions, but the latter had already laughed and fled away like an old urchin. Wow, that eldest brother is amazing, and I want to be like him. Little stars flashed in the eyes of the little boy carrying the rainbow cat and blue rabbit school bag. An hour later, the convoy of the Shangjing Yujing Ministry had arrived at the ruins of Tongtian Temple. That is, the junction of Shangjing City and Hanjiang City. At the ruins of Tongtian Temple, the Ministry of Government of the Han River has been waiting for a long time. Li Xuanjin got out of the car with a solemn expression. The ruins of Tongtian Temple are said to be jointly explored by the two government departments of Shangjing and Hanjiang. But in fact, it is an annual competition between the two sides. Whoever has more resources, who has more talent, and who has stronger ability. The reason why Li Xuanjin invited Yang to come, in addition to the formation in the depths of the ruins, actually has another meaning. I want to achieve an unprecedented victory in Beijing through Yi Yang. Because he went to Beijing in the 6 years since he took office, he has not won once. Seeing Li Xuanjin getting out of the car, when Duo Jian, the city owner of the Ministry of Government of the Han River, laughed and greeted him directly. Brother Xuanjin, I'm still leading the team myself this year. Do you think I didn't lose enough before? Ha ha. Li Xuanjin smiled helplessly, made a gesture with Yi Yang, and went to the other side with Duo Jian to discuss things. Yi Yang nodded slightly and took Xiao He to explore the broken walls and ruins exposed on the surface. Xiao He is very sluggish in this kind of environment. After all, it is biased towards the Yin demon attribute and is naturally restrained by the Buddhist aura. However, when Yi Yang brought it, he also planned to make himself immature. Maybe it can let Xiao He absorb some Buddhist breath, so that Xiao He will hardly have any life in the future. Yi Yang carefully observed the broken walls and ruins on the surface. When the eyes are opened, there is nothing to hide. The host observes the broken walls and ruins of Tongtian Temple, and the basic search for ancients is upgraded to advanced search for the ancients, which will automatically reach the full level. At the moment of this skill upgrade, Yi Yang's mind immediately appeared in a large number of related books, history, and records of Tongtian Temple, which complemented the records seen in the stupa of Xiangshan Temple. To exaggerate a bit, Yi Yang may now know more about Tongtian Temple than the monks in ancient Tongtian Temple. So that's the case? Is this actually the demon suppression pagoda used by Tongtian Temple to imprison demons? Yi Yang nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Yi Yang, you really came too. Yi Yang turned around and saw Wang Pan, an acquaintance he met at Piyun Villa, and there was a mature and attractive woman beside Wang Pan. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the man carefully, then nodded slightly. This woman's formation talent is extremely high, and her attainments will be no less than Fengshan in the future. When the woman saw his eyes, a trace of undetectable disgust flashed across her brows. Yi Yang laughed dumbly. This woman should think of herself as that kind of sullen man. Wang Pan was even more jealous when he saw that Yi Yang actually looked at Feng Rao. After returning that day, he frantically searched for Yang Ye's information. Only later did I find out that this person has another identity called Yi Yang. This person took away his beloved Yin Ziqiang face to face. This hatred is inseparable. Of course, this horizontal knife grabs love, which is his own understanding. But since then, Yi Yang has become his #1 hater. He really wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Ever since he heard that Yi Yang was going to take part in the exploration of the ruins of Tongtian Temple, Wang Pan had done his best to step on Yi Yang completely in the ruins in order to avenge his revenge for winning his love. I have to say that this person's talent and luck are still good, but he accidentally discovered a top-quality spirit grass, and with the help of his father Wang Kuan, it only took more than a month to come to the inner city, the pinnacle of strength. Therefore, he obtained the qualification to explore the ruins. But he really didn't expect that he could meet Yi Yang when he got out of the car, and this person was still alone. In addition, there is such a charming beauty around him. How can you not show off? Wang Pan has prepared a lot for the ruins of Tongtian Temple this time. Not to mention his own internal strength cultivation base, nor to mention the tempering of the physical body. For the Buddhist scriptures of Tongtian Temple alone, he has read no less than 500 books, and his knowledge of Tongtian Temple is no less than that of ordinary monks. In fact, it was precisely because of his mastery of Buddhist scriptures that Han River City Lord Wen Duo Jian planned to bring him into the exploration queue. Now, he will use his attainments in Buddhism to make Yi Yang not come down to the stage. Yi Yang, exploring the ruins of Tongtian Temple is not that simple. It is absolutely impossible without sufficient Buddhist attainments. I think you will drag us down. Yi Yang glanced at Feng Rao next to him and smiled lightly. Try your Buddhist attainments with me. I'm afraid you will cry, he said lightly. Wang Pan was stunned for a moment, then laughed directly, and Feng Rao also pouted and did not speak. Why is she following Wang Pan? This was designated by Grandpa Feng Shanha, because Wang Pan's attainments in Buddhism are very high, far surpassing the rest of the team. Although Feng Rao also hated this person, but because of his grandfather's orders, he only followed him. But it is undeniable that Wang Pan is really strong in Buddhism. Buddhist attainment is something that pays attention to comprehension and fundamentals. If you don't have a relationship with the Buddha, you can't understand it no matter how you look at it. If you have a relationship with the Buddha, you can travel 1,000 miles a day. Wang Pan belongs to this category, a person who is extremely talented in Buddhism and travels thousands of miles in a day. This time, Wang Pan's efforts were needed to crack the formation in the depths of the Tongtian Temple ruins. This young man actually said that he wanted Wang Pan to cry in front of him. He was really talking big. Feng Rao couldn't help disgusting this person even more. It's okay to look at other people's coquettish expressions, and he likes to talk so much. How on earth was such a person chosen by the Lord of Shanjing? You're really as arrogant as before. I'm afraid that if I ask you a question casually, you won't be able to answer it. Wang Pan sneered. Yi Yang was non-committal. Then tell me, which area of Tongtian Temple does this room belong to? Wang Pan sneered. Yi Yang said lightly, this is the prison of Tongtian Temple. Wang Pan laughed. Fuck. How can there be a prison in Tongtian Temple? Tongtian Temple is a well-known and upright sect. Why should prisoners be imprisoned? I think you don't know anything at all. So, talk nonsense here? Feng Rao also frowned. As we all know, Tongtian Temple is one of the largest sects of the ancient sect. How could such a sect build prisons to detain prisoners? They rely more on Buddhist doctrines to educate them. Of course, if they fail to educate them, it means that you are an enemy of Buddhism, so they will directly kill you. So, no need for jail. Yang glanced at him with a half-smile, who said that the prisoners are living people. Wang Pan couldn't help being stunned by his eyes. Feng Rao also raised her eyebrows. It's not about living people. This is Tong Tian Temple suppression of evil spirits. Demon suppression pagoda. Yang pointed to the broken wall and said lightly. Feng Rao took a deep breath. It turns out that those evil demons in ancient times really existed. Wang Pan became annoyed and said, "Fuck, how could this be some kind of shit? You're making a fool of yourself again." Before he could finish speaking, the crowd suddenly became restless. The crowd in the distance separated by themselves and made way for a road. At the end of the road, there was a tall, spirited old man. He is also the person with the highest status invited by the Hanjiang Certification Department. Fengshan. Wang Pan suddenly opened his eyes. His father, Wang Kuan, was once a student of Fengshan, but his talent in formation was limited. In the end, he only reached the 6th rank and could not step into the master state. But even so, Feng Shanha also liked his father Wang Kuan quite a bit. And with that, he also liked Wang Pan somewhat. Now that senior Feng Shanha is here, how dare you play tricks in front of me? Wang Pan immediately shouted, "Grandpa Feng, you have come." This person actually said that this is the pagoda of the Tongtian Temple to suppress the evil spirits. I really don't understand. When Feng Shanha heard his voice, his eyes lit up and even a hint of excitement appeared on his face, and he hurried over. Wang Pan opened his eyes. "Grandpa Feng, you are so kind to me. Came here for the first time." "Boy, see it. Even though Grandpa Feng is not my grandfather, he treats me like a grandson. If you don't know which part of Tongtian Temple this ruin is, I advise you to be cautious in your words and deeds. Otherwise, if you annoy Grandpa Feng, you will be finished." Wang Pan sneered. A strange smile appeared on Yi Yang's face. This was the first time he had seen him, and he was willing to be his grandson. "Yi Yang, I know that you are a new master. Perhaps this is the reason why City Lordly called you into the ruins team. But I hope you don't be proud of your own cultivation realm, because you are really nothing in front of me. I told you I am the Ding branch operative of the Ministry of Government of the Han River. My father Wang Kuan is the chief of the Ding branch of the Ministry of Government, and the senior Feng Shan, the first person in Hanzhou formation, is also with my family. Good personal relationships. My Buddhist attainments are extremely high in the exploration of the ruins, so I will be the next main force. You just be a bodyguard and be cannon fodder at critical moments." Wang Pan said more and more vigorously, and occasionally glanced at Feng Rao next to him, looking forward to using his strong capital to impress her heart. Feng Rao folded her arms and turned her face to the other side, her face covered with frost. Is such a person related to Buddha? Buddha has really been bad for 8 lifetimes. What Wang Pan showed was something that Feng Rao didn't like at all. She is determined to become a great master like her grandfather Feng Shanha. How could she be polluted by money and power? But speaking of it, Grandpa mentioned to her last night that a very powerful array mage appeared in Beijing, stronger than Grandpa. Although Feng Rao felt that this might just be a self-effacing remark from her grandfather, she was also looking forward to the appearance of that powerful formation mage, who might make her formation skills a step further. "Grandpa Feng, hello." Seeing Fengshan River getting closer and closer, Wang Pan coughed lightly, tidying up his clothes, straightening his facial features, trying to make the image of a shrewd and capable young man, stepping forward and extending his hand. Then Feng Shanha brushed past him, grabbed Yi Yang's arm, and said respectfully, "Feng Shan, the younger generation, has seen Yi Jinzong, but it's like 3 autumns after not seeing him for a day. There's a spiral curve in the array. I still don't understand. I want to ask you again. Look at this tone. Just like the primary school students facing the head teacher, they are respectful and devout." Yi Yang said lightly, "What you have encountered is the aura line numbered 3782 in the lower left corner of the Lei Yuan formation. That line needs to be made 3 spiral bends, and the last bend is made of the real person of the 5 Absolutes Gate and 5 Absolutes 100 years ago. It's normal to create your own spiral bends that you don't know about." Feng Shanha was ecstatic when he heard it, and his old face even turned red for a while. "I haven't said it yet, but Yi Jinzong actually guessed the question I was going to ask. It turns out that it is actually a self-created spiral band by a real person of Wujue. It just so happens that I also have a few ancient books of Wujue sect in my collection. Think about it carefully. Wang Pan kept his hand outstretched and froze in place. Feng Rao opened her beautiful mouth and was stunned. People who have a government department in Beijing are okay, and Hanjiang has a government department. All of them are stunned. Startled. Is this still the first person in Hangzhou? Master Feng Shanhufen? Why would he bow his head to ask a young man for advice? And it's still so. Respectful? Xiao Rao, you're here too. Just in time. Let me introduce to you, this is the very powerful formation master from Shangjing that I mentioned before. Yi Yang, Yi Zhenzong. Feng Shanhe caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Feng Rao immediately laughed. As soon as his words came out, both Wang Pan and Feng Rao were stunned. Yi Yang is actually the super powerful array mage in Beijing that Feng Shanhe once said. No, not the array master, but the array master. Wang Pan's forehead was immediately covered with a layer of cold sweat. Be nice. Did you actually say such a thing to a formation master just now? And he called Feng Shanhe grandpa, but Feng Shanhe called himself a younger generation in front of Yi Yang. Then, in front of Yi Yang, isn't it a disciple and grandchild? Wang Pan only felt that his worldview was about to collapse. OMG, what's wrong with this world? Why would a young man under the age of 20 become an array master? Is that a lie? Yi Yang glanced at him with a half smile, but not a smile. Before he could speak, Wang Pan immediately said, "Hello, Patriarch." The expression on Wang Pan's face was full of flattery and flattery. Feng Rao, at first I thought you decided to put on a pose, but now I know that you have a low personality. Feng Shanhe heard Wang Pan address Yi Yang like this, but he laughed and patted Wang Pan's shoulder. Xiao Pan, it is correct that you call Yi Zhenzong that. Yi Zhenzong's accomplishments in the formation method enough to create your own. You may be able to learn a lot from Yi Zhenzong in the future. Feng Shanhe said to Feng Rao again, Xiao Rao, haven't seen Yi Zhenzong? Feng Rao snorted coldly and walked away. I don't believe that such a person is a master of the formation. Grandpa, you are so confused. You child. Feng Shanhe's face became annoyed. Yi Yang smiled lightly. It's okay. Since Master Feng is here, let's enter the ruins of Tongtian Temple. Next to them, Li Xuanjin, the city lord of Shangjing, and Wenduo Jian, the city lord of Hanjiang River, came over and laughed after the discussion. Wenduo Jian guessed that he knew some of Yi Yang's reputation from Li Xuanjin, and immediately clasped his fists and said, Yi Zhenzong, famous is worse than seeing it. Yi Yang nodded slightly, and it was considered to be acquainted. There was a haze in Wenduo's eyes. This guy is so proud. My dignified master of city salutes you. You should return the salute anyway. Sure enough, young and famous, most of them are arrogant. But it doesn't matter, you won't be proud soon enough. Wenduo Jian glanced at Wang Pan with a clear heart in his chest. No matter how powerful you are in the formation, you must rely on Wang Pan for matters related to Buddhism. Since you want to ask Wang Pan, it is normal to ask for resources at that time. In the capital, the talents are withered, and there are not many people with high Buddhist attainments. The general direction of exploring the ruins this time is still firmly in my hands. The group quickly passed through the hole dug before and entered the deep underground passage. Miners' lamps are installed in this passage. Although it is dim, it is enough for internal strength warriors. Along the way, you can still see many broken building wrecks, but you can't see any style. Soon, they came to a fork, which was also the end point of the previous exploration. If you go further, you need to judge according to people with high Buddhist attainments. When Duo Jian arrived immediately, Wang Pan, which way do you think we should take? Wang Pan pondered for a moment and said, the left side is engraved with the sign of tough grass, and the right side is engraved with the boulder sign. I think the left side should be where the chilly grass-like spiritual plant is located, and our past harvest should be great. After speaking, he quietly glanced at Yi Yang. Even if he was respectful to Yi Yang on the surface, and even called his ancestors, Wang Pan still had his own ideas. He didn't even think that this was some shit-town magic tower. According to the records of more than 500 Buddhist scriptures he has read, the biggest possibility here may be the Lingzhi Hall, which is the place where rare and exotic grasses are planted in Tongtian Temple. At that time, if I can get a few ancient spirit grasses, it will definitely be developed, and even stepping into the master level is just around the corner. For the sake of self-interest, of course, go to Lingzhi Hall. In that case, let's go to the left. When Duo Jin nodded, Yiyang frowned. He saw it early in the morning that this place was actually the town demon tower. The end of each passage is actually a prison. The Zakeo mark is not some kind of spiritual planning hall, but a monster that turns Zakeo into a spirit. The rock mark on the right naturally speaks for itself. Moreover, just based on the 5 senses to distinguish various breaths, Yiyang could feel that the demonic energy in the channel on the right was much weaker. Obviously, the demon was very weak, and it was obviously a good choice to go to the right. I think it's better not to go to the Zakeo mark, Yiyang said lightly. When Duo Jin heard the news and frowned, "Oh, what is the opinion of Yizhinzong?" As I said, this is the demon suppression tower of Tongtian Temple, which is specially used to suppress demons. There are actually demons at the end of each passage. Moreover, the demonic energy on the left is obviously much stronger, and ordinary warriors can easily die. Yiyang said casually. When Duo Jin laughed, Yizhinzong is the master of the formation. This is the nod of senior phone. I can't say much. But in Buddhism, Wang Pan is definitely a first-class level, and there will never be mistakes. Please rest assured, Yizhinzong. Of course, things other than the formation, please don't interfere with Yizhinzong. When Duo Jin said the last sentence, he obviously used a warning. Yiyang frowned slightly, and then smiled lightly. Okay, I don't mind if you want to die. He really didn't mind. No matter what kind of demon in front of Yiyang, he is the same as his younger brother. Yiyang's inner strength contains Buddhist scriptures and has great restraint against evil. If he encounters a stronger demon, Yiyang still has 3,000 sutras of troubles and a half-dharma weapon, Xia Wufeng. For Yiyang, the ruins of the demon town pagoda were almost like a duck to water. When Duo Jin Wenyan's face was even more indifferent. Do you curse us to death? But Wang Pan sneered in his heart when he saw that Yiyang was actually subdued. Yiyang, I admit that you're powerful in formation, but in Buddhism, you have to be submissive. I am the absolute core of Buddhism in the team. Only I can choose the path forward. Wang Pan thought so in his heart, and his posture in front of Yiyang was a lot arrogant, and the flattery before that gradually disappeared. After walking a few hundred meters, a colorful light gradually appeared, among which the Buddha light occupied a large part. Feng Shanhe, who was walking at the end of the team, changed his face slightly. Be careful, the formation is starting to appear. Wang Kuan, Yizhinzong, let's solve these formations together. In the team, a middle-aged man with a hook nose nodded and walked to the left of the team. Yiyang walked to the left. The three protect each other on 3 sides. Feng Shanhe and Wang Kuan were the first to break down the formation, but Yiyang didn't panic, because he found some interesting things in these small formations, which may be able to complement the Buddhist formations Yiyang knew. His calm demeanor caused a layer of cold sweat on the forehead of the person next to him. Wang Kuan watched from the sidelines and was even more displeased with this person. Everyone is trying their best to break the formation, but you're the master of the formation, and you can break it with the fastest speed. But you insisted on being unhurried and even deliberately missed a few times, almost hurting my son. Wang Kuan was even more annoyed in his heart, but he was not as immature as Wang Pan and showed his expression on his face. Yiyang paid no attention to the opinions of others. He was looking at his own interests. The host observes a part of the 8 Bodhisattva suppressing demons array, comprehends the Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva array, and automatically reaches full level. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva array. Avalokitesvara full level effect. It has a great suppressing effect on vegetation attribute demons. Special. After comprehending the other 7 Bodhisattva arrays, the 8 Bodhisattva suppressing demons great array will be opened. Yiyang's eyes will shine. That name sounds great. If you guess correctly, The 8 Bodhisattva suppressing demons should be the core formation of the demon-suppressing pagoda. Its rank, it is very likely that it has come to the level of the mysterious rank formation. Yi Yang looked at all kinds of formations flying all over the sky and was even a little intoxicated. In his eyes, these formations are no longer a stumbling block that hinders progress, but a drop of knowledge condensed one by one. As long as you touch it, you can comprehend part of the Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva formation. As a result, the two sides of the team formed a great contrast. On the side that Wang Kuan was in charge of, almost no formation approached. On Yi Yang's side, all the 5th and 6th order attack formations were densely packed, as if the next moment would break through Yi Yang's defense and rush directly into the advancing crowd. Right in front of them, a large number of formations with strong Buddha's light appeared. Judging from their intensity, I'm afraid they have already exceeded the 6th order. They are all formations above the 7th rank. Wang Kuan's scalp felt numb. Feng Shana couldn't help frowning. Although breaking the formation didn't consume much internal energy, he had already consumed nearly half of it when he got here. If this goes on, the next step will be even more difficult. However, Yi Yang is still breaking the formation without any hassle. It was only a short while before Yi Yang felt that he was about to touch the core of this Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva array. Yi Yang, Yi Zhenzong, can I ask you to pay attention to other people's lives? We treat you as a master of the formation, but you can't treat others as a mustard, right? Wang Kuan couldn't help it and sneered. Although the others were afraid to speak due to the majesty of the formation master, the resentment on their faces could not be concealed. Wang Pan laughed even more when he saw this scene. Yi Yang has become the target of public criticism so quickly. Okay, that's what going against you is, hum. Feng Shanhe also frowned, not knowing whether to agree with Wang Kuan or stand on Yi Yang's side. Yi Yang looked up at Wang Kuan with a chuckle. Don't worry, the following formations are completely harmless to us. Wang Kuan laughed in anger. Yi Zhenzong, don't talk nonsense. The next ones are all 7th order formations, and any one of them is equivalent to the attack power of bullets on ordinary people. What's more, there is such a large group of 7th order formations, which is almost like a hail of bullets. You actually say that this is completely harmless to us? Yi Yang smiled lightly. I said harmless. Then it is harmless. Can I still lie to you? As he spoke, he came to the front of the team and faced hundreds of 7th order formations. Both Li Xuanjin and Li Lingyu suddenly widened their eyes. Li Lingyu even whispered, Master Yi, come back soon. Little girl Li Lingyu didn't even dare to look at it again. What would be the consequences of being bombarded with hundreds of 7th order formations without reservation? Not bruised, not riddled with holes. It was straight, turned into a pile of minced meat. No internal strength warrior can face the bombardment of hundreds of 7th order formations, just as no ordinary person can face a hail of bullets. Li Xuanjin was even more anxious. He even wanted to rush over and pull Yi Yang back into the team. But there was always a voice in his heart telling him, believe in Yi Yang. This young man has been performing miracles. This time, he might be able to continue his miracle. Others were more shocked and sympathetic to Yi Yang. They felt that Yi Yang was almost certain to die. Even Senior Feng Shanhe, the 9th order formation master, dared not make such a move. Because it takes time to crack the formation, you may be able to break it at the beginning, but the endless formations come together. Even the legendary Daoyuo Jingxian can't be spared. The corners of Wenduo's mouth raised a slight arc. This Yi Yang, was it so easy to be irritated by the provocation method? In order to show his identity as a master of the formation, he is so ignorant of life and death that he wants to resist hundreds of 7th order formations by himself. No, it's not that I don't know how to live or die. It's good that you're dead. The fact that there was such a young master of the formation in Shangjing even made Senior Feng a little convinced. Although I don't really believe it, people like you, the sooner you die, the better. Otherwise, in the future, wouldn't it mean to step on my Han River to have a political ministry rise? Yi Zhenzong, Master Yi, you sacrifice yourself to resist hundreds of 7th order formations for our entire team. I have heard many times, and I am so grateful. In the future, I will personally offer you incense on every festival day, so you can die in peace, haha. Hearing so much, he almost laughed out loud. Many other people also have complex and different ideas in their hearts. But without exception, they all think that Yi Yang is almost certain to die. The next moment, Yi Yang stretched out his right hand, raised his palm, and said lightly towards hundreds of seventh-order formations, "Stop." Then, these hundreds of seventh-order formations really stopped. "Disintegrate on your own." Yi Yang waved his hand again and said casually. As soon as his words fell, these formations trembled violently and finally disintegrated on their own. Hundreds of seventh-order formations radiate fierce Buddha light. In the splendid light of the Buddha, Yi Yang's back is extraordinarily stalwart. Everyone was shocked beyond measure. The jaws of Wenduo Jian, Wang Kun, Wang Pan, and others were almost lame, and they could hardly keep their mouths shut. OMG, what did I see? Why are those formations in front of him? Just like good children, they stop when they say they stop, and they collapse when they say they disintegrate. Oh my God, what the hell did I see? Among these people, Feng Shanhe is the most excited one. Yi Zhenzong is worthy of Yi Zhenzong, and he's indeed so powerful. He had misunderstood him just now. Whereas Yi Zhenzong being lazy and slippery, he is clearly taking the time to learn the formation technique in the ruins of Tongtian Temple. Such a spirit of learning at all times makes Feng Shan feel ashamed. The more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt. Finally, he came directly to Yi Yang and bowed deeply. "Please forgive Xiaofeng for his disrespect." The way Feng Shanhe bows is more serious than the most obedient elementary school student. Yi Yang chuckled, "Oh, were you disrespecting me?" Seventh-order formations would have greatly reduced the team. Yi Zhenzong is really a role model for the little old man. Feng Shanhe said more and more respectfully, and finally even got a little excited. "You really didn't see the wrong person. Yi Zhenzong, indeed, has the supreme talent in the formation technique that surpasses the vast majority of people. Following such a person, one's own formation skills will also make considerable progress in the future." Yi Yang nodded lightly. "If you know, just move on." He waved his hand, called Shao Hei, let it absorb a little Buddhist breath, and found that the latter was fine, so he nodded and moved on. Feng Shanhe nodded excitedly and chased after him, leaving a group of silent people in place. Old Feng's attitude is too. Wang Kun gritted his teeth. Wenduo Jian patted him on the shoulder and pretended to praise him, but Mr. Feng said a lot. "If it weren't for Yi Zhenzong, our team would definitely be reduced." He said so, and a real anger almost rose in his heart. Damn, this young man is too terrifying. Hundreds of formations can be broken easily. Feng Rao bit her lip and followed behind the team. Looking at Yi Yang's back, her eyes flashed with brilliance. This person may be really worthy of Grandpa's evaluation. Li Xuanjin recovered from the shock and laughed loudly. "Yi Zhenzong, wait for me." Little girl Li Lingyu also blushed and chased after her. Wang Pan stared at Yi Yang, wondering what he was thinking. After breaking hundreds of seventh-order formations, many people respected Yi Yang, and after such a fuss, there are almost no formations in the entire passage. Anyone who leaned over, Yi Yang waved his hand casually, would disintegrate on his own. He thoroughly comprehended the Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva formation. The formations in this passage, no matter what grade or complexity, were essentially derived from the Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva formation. So, Yang told them to stop, they would stop. Let them disintegrate, they would disintegrate. The rest of the way is safe and sound. The group quickly came to the room at the end of the passage. Or a prison. Of course, other people don't think it's a prison at all. Looking around, it was full of greenery. Under the Buddha's light, some grasses even swayed gently, exuding a pleasant green. Whereas the prison here, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is Taoyuan Wonderland. Even if Tongtian Temple wants to suppress those demons, it is impossible to give them such a beautiful environment. Although everyone respects Yi Yang for breaking hundreds of seventh-order formations at will. But you said earlier that this is the ruins of the town demon tower. Obviously you were wrong. When Wang Pan came here, he laughed even more. Sure enough, I know that I have read so many Buddhist scriptures. It is impossible to deceive me. This is indeed the Lingji Temple. Wang Pan saw a 5-leaf clover with purple ends. His eyes lit up, and his footsteps moved towards that side quietly. If you guessed correctly, this spirit grass should be recorded in the Buddhist scriptures. If you secretly swallow it alone and leave the ruins, it will be as high as 10 million, converted to spirit stones, even if the exchange rate of 200,000 yuan is 50 spirit stones. While everyone else was intoxicated by the scenery, Wang Pan slowly squatted down and looked like he was tying his shoelaces. In fact, his hand has already reached out to the purple-leafed fairy grass. Yang frowned sharply. Stop. Don't touch if you want to survive. His voice was loud, and immediately, everyone followed Yi Yang's line of sight and saw Wang Pan, who was about to pick the spirit grass. Wang Pan was so angry that he was looked at by so many people. Could he not be embarrassed? Damn it, isn't I just stealing and picking a spirit grass? This is something in the ruins. Whoever sees it belongs to whoever sees it. Can you control it? He was so angry that he immediately plucked off the purple leaf immortal grass. What's wrong? This spirit grass belongs to your family? Wang Pan stood up directly and replied unceremoniously. Yi Yang shook his head slightly, showing a mocking look. Wang Kuen's face changed suddenly, and he shouted, "Son, run!" After he finished speaking, he even exploded his inner strength and rushed towards Wang Pan. Wang Pan was stunned for a while. What's wrong? Didn't I just pick a spirit grass? Then he felt the ground shaking under his feet. Immediately afterwards, a gust of wind blew past with the smell of vegetation. The arm that was still holding the violet leaf, immortal grass, suddenly became cold. Wang Pan looked immediately. He was horrified to find that his entire right arm had been broken at the root, and there was even a neat row of sharp teeth imprinted on his shoulder. In front of him, a huge green monster stared at him. Wang Pan was so frightened that he was pissing. The monster swooped down. Wang Kuen tried his best to arrive and threw out a yellow paper talisman. The talisman, like a small cannonball, smashed on top of the monster's head and suddenly made a violent explosion. The host observes the yellow talisman, flame explosion talisman, activates the basic talisman, and automatically reaches full level. When the voice sounded in his mind, Yi Yang's eyes lit up. This thing should be another major course of the university, Fulu. Talismans are actually somewhat similar to formations. But the purpose of the talisman is to create a powerful, portable attack method that can rely on a huge number to kill the opponent. And the one that Wang Kuen threw out was a yellow paper talisman, also known as a yellow talisman. It was the second-class talisman among talismans, 5 to 10 times stronger than the most common white talisman. Such a talisman was not easy to obtain even for a section chief with a political department. Unexpectedly, he used it directly. After this pyrotechnic charm was thrown, it successfully suppressed the pace of the demon's pursuit. Wang Kuen pulled Wang Pan into the team and let out a sigh of relief. However, Wang Pan's entire right arm was gone. His mournful howl was especially permeating in this environment. Stop howling. They were all woken up by you. Yi Yang frowned. Everyone looked at the sound, and their scalps suddenly became numb. OMG. The ground at the roots of the grass actually started to tremble. Immediately afterwards, a behemoth began to appear from the ground. Those little grasses are actually just decorations that grow on top of their heads. While many people were shocked, it was a fluke. Fortunately, I didn't have the same greed as Wang Pan, otherwise I would have lost my life. I don't have a father like Wang Kuen who can just smash out a yellow talisman to save him. Yi Yang, if you reminded me earlier, how could I lose an arm? It's all your fault. Wang Pan stared at Yi Yang with bloodshot eyes and said sternly. Yi Yang smiled lightly. I said at the beginning that this is the remains of the demon suppression pagoda of Tong Tian Temple. Wang Pan was speechless and had to shut up. Wang Pan, don't mess around. You can still heal after your broken arm returns, but if your life is gone, it's really gone. Li Xuanjin frowned. City Lord Li is right. The next question we face is how to escape from the siege of so many demons. When Duo Jian followed suit. Yes, we must not let so many demons besieged, otherwise we will not only be unable to continue to go deep into the ruins, but we may have to reduce a large number of people here. Now, these demons have only just woken up. Once they wake up completely from their long hibernation, with their own abilities, there will not be enough to see in front of these demons. You must know that if what Yi Yang said is true, then these demons are all demons suppressed by Tongtian Temple back then. If you can kill it, why suppress it? Yi Yang smiled lightly. Don't worry. The demons that were suppressed back then were mostly annihilated in the long years. The things I see now, or the spirits born of spiritual energy, or the faint legacy of ancient demons, are all kittens and puppies, and they're not worth mentioning. The strength of each demon is at most equivalent to the master of the hall, and it cannot be on the table. Everyone who heard this couldn't help rolling their eyes. It's equivalent to a hallowed state. It's really easy to say. Looking around, in this prison, I am afraid that there are hundreds of demons, that is hundreds of masters. Let me ask, Yijin Zone, how are you going to deal with so many grand masters? Even if there are too many ants, it can kill the elephant, let alone hundreds of thousands of masters. When Duo Jian even frowned, this Yang really didn't have back pain when he stood talking. Everyone, retreat in an orderly manner. Li Xuanjin sighed and shook his head. He believed in Yi Yang unconditionally, but even so, he had to let the weaker people leave, otherwise the immortals would fight and bring disaster to Qiyu. City Lord Li, let Lingyu come here. Here is her chance. Yi Yang waved to Li Lingyu. Li Lingyu glanced at her uncle, who just pondered for a moment, then said, Yi Zhenzong will not harm you. Even if something happens, he will protect you. Don't worry. The little girl nodded and ran to Yi Yang's side, facing the countless sagebrush demons who were about to wake up. Yi Yang glanced at her and smiled slightly. He had already seen Li Lingyu's special physique, and the gift of the spirit tool was just a random thing. But since today happened to meet her opportunity, he would help her by the way. Lingyu, do you think these monsters are scary? Li Lingyu stuck out his tongue. I think they all have grass growing on their heads. They're quite cute, a bit like the emoji of that grass dumpling. Yi Yang laughed dumbly. The innocence of this woman's love is really rare in the world. Luck up your sense of qi. Carefully feel the colors around you. And tell me, what did you see? He smiled lightly. A lot of green light spots, big and small. The little girl closed her eyes and exclaimed after a while, Pick up those big ones, and I'll be by your side. The little girl nodded and walked forward with her eyes closed, almost approaching the face of a giant demon. Seeing this scene, Li Xuanjin was terrified and shouted, Be careful. Then he saw the giant demon in front of Yang and knelt down directly, letting Li Lingyu put his palm on top of its head. Li Xuanjin was silent. He felt that the world seemed a little too absurd. Just now Wang Kuan threw out a yellow talisman, but he couldn't even seriously injure it. Enough to estimate the strength of these monsters. But why is it comparable to a demon in the hallowed state? In front of you, Yi Yang, so cowardly, so obedient. Not only him, but some people who were waiting to see Yi Yang's jokes were dumbfounded. A guy with a slightly longer reflex arc even had his right leg bitten off by the demon, lying on the ground and wailing. As the bloody smell gradually became stronger, time gradually passed. More and more demons awakened in the prison, and they began to follow their instincts and hunt the living crazily. Fortunately, the retreat was timely, and only a few unlucky ghosts were buried in it. But many people also lack arms and legs because of this, and many of them are masters who have entered the house. Even first-class masters like Li Xuanjin and Wen Duojian had to show their magical powers and show their trump cards in order to escape. After returning to the passage, there were no demons chasing after them. The prison was their world, and they couldn't get out. But Yi Yang and Li Lingyu were still inside. Li Xuanjin strongly resisted the thought of rushing in to save people and looked in from the door of the prison. He knew that even if he went in by himself, he wouldn't be able to last a minute. City Lord Li, don't look at it. People will die eventually. Since Yi Zhenzong insists on seeking death, We can't stop him, right? Wang Kuan sneered. He can be considered to have completely formed a grudge with Yi Yang. If Yi Yang had reminded earlier, his son would not have lost an arm because of this. Li Xuanjin frowned. You're already a personal attack, right? Just curse others to death. Wang Pan did not hide the resentment in his eyes. Yi Zhenzong, I admit his accomplishments in the formation technique, but he is a man. Please forgive me. He knew there was danger there, but he refused to remind me. He definitely did it on purpose. Feng Shana scolded sharply. Okay, shut up for me. As soon as he spoke, no one else dared to continue the discussion. Feng Rao, who had been watching the situation in the prison, suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed, Look! Everyone looked at them together. All were stunned. OMG, what do we see? Why don't Yi Yang and Yi Yang dare to approach the bloodthirsty and violent demons that swallow people alive? Moreover, wherever Yi Yang went, the demons there would immediately kneel down obediently and let Li Lingyu take away the grass above their heads. After the grass was taken away, those demons disintegrated within a breath or two. No matter how stupid you are, you can guess that Xiao Qiao is the existence of these monsters similar to inner alchemy. What is the powerful deterrent that makes these monsters even give up their lives? Li Lingyu's strength. Feng Rao's eyes moved, and she couldn't help but understand. Li Xuanjin opened his eyes wide. He clearly saw that Li Lingyu had already released the inner diameter of his body. What happened? Suddenly, from inner strength, you stepped into the realm of masters like taking an elevator. Li Xuanjin secretly shed real tears when he thought of how hard he had cultivated with great accumulation. Why didn't he meet a kind-hearted leader like Yi Zhenzong when he was still an internal strength warrior? This is just cheating, but he also vaguely guessed the result. The family has long detected that Li Lingyu's body is somewhat unusual. It may be an ancient natural spiritual body, but after all, the inheritance is cut off, and no one can be sure. Perhaps what Yi Yang did was to inspire Li Lingyu's strange physique. Li Xuanjin looked at Yi Yang and changed again. At first, he felt that Yi Yang was very talented, maybe a strong potential stock. Later, he realized that Yi Yang was a strong man himself, and he began to put Yi Yang in the same position and try his best to make friends with the latter. But now, he felt that he should correct his attitude. If nothing else, the ability to recognize talents with discerning eyes alone cannot be achieved by others. Yindu Li family, what a huge family. However, the older generation of the Li family spent a lot of time and still could not find a way to activate Li Lingyu's innate physique. As a result, when it was in Yi Yang's hands, it was so easy to untie it, as simple as eating and drinking. Li Xuanjin had no doubt that when the news came back to Yindu, those old people would definitely go crazy. I have inherited the Li family for hundreds of years, the innate physique that cannot be activated. Can you activate it at will? Li Xuanjin now only has pure reverence for Yi Yang. He knew that as long as the Li family maintained a good relationship with Yi Yang, what Yi Yang would bring to the Li family would only be more. Even something leaked from Yi Yang's fingers may benefit the Li family. It was not until all the demons in the prison were slaughtered that Li Lingyu returned to the center position and slowly opened his eyes. She blinked, and there was not a single demon left around. Master Yi, thank you. Li Lingyu is very smart. She immediately realized what happened, took a deep breath, and bowed deeply to Yi Yang. It's okay, this is your chance. Let's go. Go back the same way and go to another cage. Yi Yang waved his hand and smiled. Li Lingyu blushed slightly and immediately followed. When they walked to the gate of the prison, the crowd automatically separated, and no one dared to stop Yi Yang. Why? Why don't those demons attack him? Is he a demon? When Yi Yang was far away, Wang Pan roared. Li Xuanjin made no secret of the disgust in his eyes and said, Wang Kuan, keep your son's mouth shut. Wang Kuan's face was gloomy. The group slowly caught up with Yi Yang and the two who were in front of them. The queue immediately became subtle. At the front are Yi Yang and Li Lingyu, followed by Li Xuanjin, Feng Shanhe, and other people who respect Yi Yang. In the end, there were people who were hostile to Yi Yang, led by Wenduo Jian and Wang Kuan. Next, Yang broke through the 7 cages in a row like lightning, and along the way, it could be described as smooth sailing. Because every time he went to a place, he would first comprehend the formation in it. Then, those monsters were afraid of the power of the formation that had been suppressed for hundreds of years and did not dare to approach Yang at all. Yang also obtained a huge amount of spirit grass, spirit pills, and spirit tools. When Duo Jian and others became more and more jealous, but there was nothing they could do. After comprehending so many formations, Yang finally got his wish. The host understands the Methya Bodhisattva array, and if the conditions are met, the 8 Bodhisattva suppressing demons array will be activated directly, and it will automatically be fully leveled. 8 Bodhisattvas suppressing demons. 8 Bodhisattvas suppress demons. Full level effect. Greatly restrains demons and evil spirits of various attributes. It can communicate with the anti-magic tower. Special. After comprehending all the Vajra and Bodhisattva arrays, the Buddha array of all heavens will be opened directly. Yi Yang's face rises rarely a trace of satisfaction. Moreover, after the skill is turned on, he can also feel that there is a trace of connection in the dark, and it seems that he can control the entire ruins of the town magic tower. This prison is the deepest one, and there should be a small library next to it for the guarded monks to study Buddhist scriptures. Yi Yang quickly found this library based on the ancient study in his mind. If Feng Shanhe and others found the treasure, they immediately began to study. When Duo Jian and Li Xuanjin let out a long breath. Li Xuanjin said more directly, Yi Zhenzong, have all the demons in the ruins of the town demon pagoda been exorcised? Can we start exploring safely? Yi Yang nodded. Almost all the powerful demons were killed by him alone. If some small fish and shrimps were lucky enough to survive, it would be within the range that others could kill, and they would not be able to make any waves. Li Xuanjin clasped his fists and was about to take the operatives of the Shangjing Yujing ministry to explore again, when Duo rolled his eyes and suddenly said, Old Li, are you interested in a comparison? What we are comparing is also very simple. It is still the harvest of exploring the ruins. How about it? Of course, Yi Zhenzong is not one of you who has a government department in Beijing. What he obtained before is naturally not counted. Li Xuanjin couldn't help frowning. What kind of trick is this guy playing? However, Li Lingyu's strength has increased so much, and he may be able to achieve great results. He thought about it and agreed. Okay, since that's the case, let's start exploring separately. When Duo Jian laughed and led the team to leave, Yi Yang glanced at the direction they were leaving, half smiling. After mastering the 8 Bodhisattva suppressing demons array, Yi Yang is like a land fairy and is the absolute master within the relics of the demon suppressing pagoda. Although the communication between when Duo Jian and his subordinates was subtle just now, on Yi Yang's side, he could hear it clearly. This guy actually wanted to let a few people obstruct Li Lingyu's exploration of the ruins so that the Ministry of Government of the Han River would win. In my place, who dares to touch me? Yi Yang smiled. However, it was too early, so he directly started to read Buddhist scriptures in this small library. Wisdom eyes opened directly, Beoguang gave up without being obvious. Yi Yang's eyes moved up, and he was quickly attracted by an ancient book embedded in the wall. Unfortunately, Wang Pan also took a fancy to this book. However, according to the Buddhist classics he has studied, the surface of the books embedded in the walls will be protected by powerful formations and shields. If they are forcibly touched, there is a great possibility of injury. Wang Panyuwang caught Yi Yang's gaze and looked over, and suddenly smiled gloomily. It just so happens that Feng Rao is also here. He must let Yi Yang make a fool of himself in front of so many people. Yi Zhenzong, I have figured out what happened in the prison before. I really don't blame Yi Zhenzong, Wang Pan said with a fist. Yi Yang smiled. Wang Pan pointed to the ancient book on the wall again. I think this ancient book may have profound knowledge, so I want to invite Yi Zhenzong to have a look. But my strength is not strong, and I may not be able to take it down. I have to ask Yi Zhenzong to take action. After Wang Pan finished speaking, He lowered his head so that people could not see his expression clearly. In his heart, he kept yelling, "Go and touch that ancient book. Quick!" The more force you use to try to take it down, the greater the force of the shock. At that time, your whole body will be shaken flying. Ha ha ha! That scene was so comforting. Yang took a step forward, pressed lightly on the ancient book, and then a force of more than 30,000 kilograms suddenly exploded. Above the ancient books, a layer of majestic and solemn Buddha light immediately lit up. Just like the anger of King Kong. Feng Shannon next to him was stunned and immediately shouted, "Yi Zhenzong, let go." Feng Shannon understands better than anyone how strong this backlash formation is. His master is also a ninth-order formation master, and his mastery of various formations has reached the realm of transformation. But even so, when the master was still exploring the ruins, he was attacked by the formation, and finally his body was torn into countless pieces by the airflow. The Buddha's light that lit up on the ancient book just now is the omen of the backlash of the formation. If Yang doesn't stop, he will suffer violent backlash. How much power he uses to take away this book, he will be attacked by several times, or even 10 times the power. Not to mention the palm, it is difficult to save the whole arm. For many wizards, the right arm is almost life, because they need the right hand to describe the formation, and once the right arm is lost, it means the end of the formation career. Not only Feng Shanhe, Feng Rao covered her mouth in horror when she saw this scene. OMG, is this the end of Yi Zhenzong's formation career? Once the force of backlash appeared, Yi Yang's arm was almost sentenced to death. Wang Pan stared at this scene with a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. "Ha ha, you made me lose an arm by not reminding me before. Now you're going to lose an arm too. This is the cycle of heaven, karma." Wang Pan seemed to have seen Yi Yang's right arm broken at the roots, clutching his shoulders and falling to the ground, his face pale and howling in embarrassment. Comfortable. Refreshing. I feel like I have no regrets in my life. To see the enemy like this is really the pinnacle of life. Yi Yang's wailing is really like the most beautiful sound of nature. Under the gaze of the three of them, the burst of brilliant Buddha light suddenly expanded countless times, and the moment it touched Yi Yang, at a speed far exceeding the previous, shrinking back. Feng Shanhe was stunned, Feng Rao was also stunned, and Wang Pan was stunned. What the hell? Why did the prelude just appear and the whole song ended? Wang Pan only felt that his 3 views were a little broken. What is the situation? With that kind of brilliance, even the little black dog next to Yi Yang whimpered and climbed down without daring to breathe. Obviously, contains a very large amount of energy. But why? After touching Yi Yang, she shrank. Yi Yang smiled lightly, and with a click, he stretched out his hand to break the ancient book out of the wall. How could Wang Pan's mind not be clear? This person is very vicious, and he deliberately wants to arouse his greed, so that he is attacked by the formation. He's thinking right and doing it right. It's a pity. After Yi Yang started the 8 Bodhisattva suppressing demons, he almost took over the entire ruins of the demon-suppressing pagoda. Wanting to use the ruins to target Yi Yang is simply a fantasy. The backlash formation in the ancient books is only a part of the ruins. Does it dare to attack the owner of the town magic tower? Dare not, so it shrank back. Yi Yang glanced at Wang Pan with a half smile, but not a smile, and the latter suddenly fell into an ice cave, flipping through a Buddhist scripture, not daring to let Yi Yang see his expression. Although Feng Shanhe and Feng Rao were surprised, they both let out a sigh of relief. Yi Zhenzong is fine. Yi Zhenzong, the book in your hand should be written in ancient Chinese. Feng Shanhe glanced at the cover and said with a warm smile. He took it out of his pocket. "I have a reference book of ancient Chinese here. You can read it against it." Yi Yang waved his hand. "I can understand ancient Chinese, so I don't need a copy." After he finished speaking, he looked at it 10 by 1. Feng Shan was stunned. Be nice? Does Yi Zhenzong also have deep attainments in the field of ancient literature? But you're turning so fast, can you really see things? Yi Yang's speed of flipping a book is comparable to that of a gust of wind, which is particularly harsh in this quiet little library. Seeing this scene, Feng Rao frowned slightly. She has changed her opinion of Yi Yang greatly. However, Yi Yang's move has invisibly reduced his points. If you don't understand, pretend to understand, and look at the flowers. She felt that Yi Yang was still a young man after all, and he was still a little impetuous. Wang Pan's gaze was also dazed for a while. He also regarded Yi Yang as the kind of person who flipped through books. 2 minutes later, Yi Yang finally finished his study. The host reads the Bodhisattva Low Eyebrow Sutra, and the Angry Eyes King Kong gene is upgraded to Low Eyebrow Bodhisattva gene, and the level is automatically full. Lower eyebrows, Bodhisattva strength. The Vajra eyes are angry. The Bodhisattva lowers his eyebrows, and the Buddha sighs. Full level effect. Greatly improves the restrainability of evil spirits, and will cause crushing damage to ordinary attributes of internal energy. Yi Yang nodded lightly and used his internal energy slightly. Sure enough, the inner strength already contained a more powerful Buddhist aura. Feng Shanna next to him was dazed for a while, and his scalp was numb. Holding the grass, Yi Jinzong actually really understood the ancient text, and he really read the ancient book in a few minutes. Otherwise, how could the Buddhist aura be produced in the inner strength? Yi Jinzong is really amazing. I still underestimate him. Ashamed. Next, Yi Yang browsed through Baoguang's next-level books again. Apart from upgrading Buddha artifact forging art to Daxiong treasure artifact forging art, there is no other change. He simply began to describe the formation. Although he already has the skill of Xianhuang ancient formation, Yi Yang has never created the yellow rank formation by himself. Feng Shanna asked respectfully, Yi Jinzong, who are you? Yi Yang replied without raising his head, I want to try to draw a yellow level formation. Feng Shan, yes, you could draw it. Feng Rao pouted his lips disdainfully. He also tried to draw a yellow rank formation. Who are you kidding? Halfway through the painting, Yi Yang's mind suddenly moved. Immediately before my eyes, another picture appeared. People with political offices in Shangjing and Hanjiang have obviously reached the final white-hot stage for the grabbing of resources. The two groups of people finally came to a prison, which is also the place with the most treasures. More importantly, the demons that were detained here before were also biased towards grass and trees, and Li Lingyu was like a duck to water here. But under Wen Duojian's instruction, the operatives of the Hanjiang Yujing department surrounded Li Lingyu intentionally or unintentionally. When she wanted to take something, someone would rush to take it before her. Some radical people even stole the spiritual tools and treasures in Li Lingyu's arms. As a result, Li Lingyu almost lost the ability to obtain resources, and on the Shangjing side, he also lost one of the biggest resource acquisition points. If it goes on like this, you will still lose. Li Sun was really worried. However, the government department in Beijing has a disadvantage in numbers, and it is simply unable to deal with the common methods. The little girl Li Lingyu was also anxious, and her face flushed red. She was holding an ancient book tightly in her arms. I want to give this ancient book to Yi Jinzong. You can't grab it. Seeing this scene, Yi Yang couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl actually thinks of him. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately discovered that the treasured light of this book was actually stronger than that of the Bodhisattva Low Eyebrow Sutra. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, Li Lingyu was still able to pick up the leak. This woman really has a great chance. Then this book, let alone let the people who have the political department of the Han River snatch it away. Yi Yang's mind moved, and the prison vibrated immediately. Immediately afterwards, countless human-sized demons rushed out of the corners and crevices, rushing frantically. Under Yi Yang's control, these little demons kept charging towards the Ministry of Political Affairs of the Han River. Not only that, many treasures even came to Li Lingyu silently under the impetus of the agency and the unintentional collision of the monsters. The little girl was stunned, because even if she stretched out a slap, she could catch more than a dozen medicinal pills and several spiritual tools. The three operators who were assigned to watch Li Lingyu by Wenduo Jian were also stunned. Come on, what's the situation? Even if you're the son of luck, you don't bring such fun, right? All treasures automatically move towards you. The three of them didn't believe in evil. Anyway, they were surrounded by treasures, and they were going to grab a few. Boom! One person was about to stretch out his hand when a stick-shaped spiritual tool flew out of nowhere and hit him directly on the head, causing the person to faint. Under the second person's feet, a dozen round thunderstones appeared silently. They stepped on them and fell directly. The back of their head hit the rocks and fainted again. The third person's eyes were horrified, and he didn't dare to lead the sheep, so he turned around and ran away. The next moment, a demon's corpse flew from a distance, knocking him straight into the air. In a short period of time, the three of them lost consciousness one after another. Yi Yang, who was in control of everything, smiled faintly. This is the consequence of being completely rejected by the ruins of the Demon Suppression Tower. Yi Yang was afraid that Li Lingyu would not be able to hold so many treasures, so he deliberately let a mustard seed treasure fly out by the demon, and it happened to fall into the little girl's hands. Little girl? The cadres of the government department and Shangjing next to him were dumbfounded. My God, this is so pretty. Come whatever you want. The things couldn't fit, and even the mustard seed treasures were sent, and it's delivered right into the palm of your hand. OMG, this little girl is really the son of luck. Li Lingyu is still confused at the moment. She just needs to keep putting things into the mustard seed treasure. Even those demons who passed by her deliberately left as if they saw the air. Because the strength of the demons is generally not strong, this farce will soon end. There was no one casualty in the government department in Beijing. Almost no one was killed in the political department of the Han River, but almost everyone was injured. These little demons attacked like crazy. It was a ghost. When Duo Jian was busy killing demons and didn't see the grand occasion on Li Lingyu's side at all. When the battle was over, the little girl also put all the treasures into the mustard seed artifact. And when Duo Jian saw that there were almost no treasures around Li Lingyu, and couldn't help but burst into joy. Sure enough, although the three people he sent out were dizzy, they still managed to do it. Okay, Lao Li, since we've finished exploring, let's take an inventory. He walked up to Li Xuanjin with some pride and said loudly. He is very confident because Wang Kuan has obtained more than 20 spiritual tools, more than a dozen bottles of medicinal pills, and more than a dozen talismans, which is more than the most in the past. If you can't win in this way, you might as well give up your position in the Ministry of Government as soon as possible and go home to raise pigs. At this time, Yi Yang and others also came to this prison from the small library. Li Xuanjin showed a strange expression. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. When Duo Jian sneered, what's so unbearable? Lao Li, it seems that you are very confident. That's the case. It's boring to be so dry. Why don't you make a bet? He suddenly laughed. I see that the ancient book that the little girl got before is very good, and I don't want to talk too much. If I win the Hanjiang government, I will want that ancient book. When Duo Jian sneered, Li Lingyu said immediately, this is for Yi Jinzong. Yi Yang smiled lightly. Lingyu, it's okay, he can't win. However, I think an ancient book is a bit too small as a bet. If you want to bet, then you should bet a big one. How about we directly use all the treasures obtained by both sides as a bet? If the Shangjing Yujing department wins, then all the treasures obtained by the Hanjiang Yujing department will belong to the Shangjing Yujing department, and vice versa. How? When Duo Jian was stunned for a moment and laughed, is this true? Lao Li, do you agree with what Yi Jinzong said? Li Xuanjin glanced at Yi Yang helplessly. Do you really want to play this big? I'm afraid if I hear too much, I'll go crazy. Of course I agree with what Yi Jinzong said. In the end, Li Xuanjin could only nod helplessly. When Duo Jian laughed, as if he was already winning. Hey, Yi Yang, I really don't understand where your confidence comes from. Oh, I see. You weren't here at all just now. Are you still studying ancient books in the small library? But you really don't feel bad about taking other people's things as a bet. But since you are so anxious to give me treasures, of course I will be disrespectful when I hear more. Li Xuanjin looked at Yi Yang and sighed again, Old one, I said beforehand that everyone is a respectable person, and we absolutely cannot go back on it. If you regret it, I will definitely go to the state shepherd to file a complaint. When Duo Jin laughed and said, "Repent? I think you must not repent. Old Li, people do have to have self-confidence, but sometimes self-confidence is too much, which is really a bad thing. If you don't have that diamond, don't do that porcelain work. You should lose, you still have to lose. Come on, everyone will release their own gains, and let the colleagues in Beijing have long eyes." As soon as when Duojian's words came out, the operatives of the Hanjiang government department put out their gains one after another. The others alone have more than 30 spiritual tools, more than 20 bottles of medicinal pills, and more than 40 talismans. And as soon as Wang Kuan's harvest is taken out, there are more things. All in all, it made a hill. Wang Pan was so excited when he saw it. He couldn't help shouting, "Dad is awesome. The Han River will win if there is a government department." He glanced at Yi Yang beside him and smiled maliciously. "Yi Yang, you are still impulsive. Moreover, you also take other people's things as bets. You can really be generous to others. But it's okay. You're going to lose anyway. There are so many treasures, but they all belong to our Ministry of Government of the Han River." When he thought that he would be able to get a lot of treasures after going back, Wang Pan trembled all over, shivering with excitement. When Duo Jian glanced at the mountain-like baby and laughed with satisfaction. "Look at the layers of Beoguang. It looks comfortable. The expressions of these guys from the Ministry of Government in Beijing must be jaw-dropping, right?" He glanced at the expressions of Li Xuanjin and the others. Why are you expressionless? Why does it still look a little numb? What the hell? Baby like a hill, you look a little numb? Humph. It is estimated that he is still pretending to be false and pretending to be there. He must know that he can't win, so he wants to gain a firm foothold in the momentum. Ha ha. The Ministry of Government of the Hanjiang River is sure to win. I've taken everything out from my side. Laoli, it's time for those of you who have the Ministry of Government in Beijing to take it. Let me open my eyes. I don't know how you have gained." When Duo Jin laughed and looked like a winner, Li Xuanjin helped his forehead. "Old one, I really don't want to hit you. You admit defeat now. It's really too late," he said seriously. When Duo Jian smiled disdainfully, "It's impossible to admit defeat, Li Xuanjin. You shouldn't continue to pretend. You think you are Zhuge Liang and want to play an empty city plan for me? I tell you, there are no doors. I have a government department in the Han River, and I'm sure to win." When Duo sees the winning ticket in hand and is full of self-confidence, Li Xuanjin sighed helplessly. "Okay, everyone brings out the harvest. Operators have come up with their own harvest. Basically, there are 1 or 2 pieces per person, and those who can get 10 pieces are considered very lucky." Almost everyone took it out, and as a result, a small dirt bag was built on the ground, which was incomparable to the small hill with the government department on the Han River. When Duo Jian saw this scene, and he was even more confident. "Okay, Laoli, you lose if you lose. Don't feel sorry for yourself. Next time you still have a chance to surpass me." He grinned confidently. Li Xuanjin turned around. He didn't know how to face When Duo Jian anymore. How happy and confident When Duo Jian is now. How badly he will lose later. "And me." Little girl Li Lingyu took a step forward and said seriously. When Duo Jian laughed, "Little girl, how many treasures can you get? Do I still have points in my heart?" To be honest, this method is actually a bit disgraceful, but after all, I have a political department in the Han River itself. If you have a lot of people, of course you can do it. I think this kind of behavior is understandable. "Little girl, you should go back to the team." When Duo Jian has not finished the last sentence, because he saw that Li Lingyu took out a mustard seed spiritual tool. His first reaction was that he was lucky to actually get a mustard seed artifact. But the next moment, he was speechless, because the mustard treasure keeps spitting out the treasure. Spirit tools, medicinal pills, talismans. 30 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The treasures on the ground from small earth bags gradually became small hills, and finally even reached the height of 3 or 4 people, almost poking to the ceiling of the prison. Beoguang is layered on top of each other, almost blinding everyone's eyes. When Duo Jian was silent, the Hanjiang government department was collectively silent. At first, it may be stunned, but at the end, there's only numbness and silence. Simply shocking, just appalling. One Duo Jian even had the urge to find a crack in the ground to get in. How arrogant he was just now. How red his face is now. How embarrassed his expression is. Damn, I have worked in the position of Hanjiang City Lord for more than 10 years, and I have explored 2 or 3 ruins, but I have never encountered such a situation. Are you the darling who evacuated the whole ruin? Did you fucking rob a super sect? Wang Pan shouted in shock. This is absolutely impossible. You mustard seed treasure was definitely brought in from outside the ruins. Yang smiled lightly, picked up an ancient book, and opened it. Look at it with your big eyes. Is the text on it, the Buddhist aura on it, brought in from outside the ruins? Dead silence. The whole place was silent. No one even dared to speak. Only the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. It's so shocking. It's beyond shocking. Yes. How can something outside contain such a strong Buddhist aura? What's more, on these books and treasures, all of them are full of spiritual energy, which is clearly a manifestation of accumulation for many years. All the external manifestations are telling everyone the fact that this pile of treasures that almost reached the ceiling of the prison was really obtained in the ruins. Wang Kuan couldn't help, but his eyes darkened, and he fell down suddenly. When Duo Jian also felt that his chest was like a hammer, and he couldn't recover for a long time. It was really shocking. It's also really shocking. Now the treasures of the 2 sides are compared, just like rugby and table tennis. Li Xuanjin touched the back of his head and said helplessly, "Old one, I said just now that you will be hit, but you won't listen." Here more and more silent. Li Xuanjin's words were obviously comforting, but to him, they sounded like sarcasm. How high his self-confidence flew just now. How badly he fell now. I have the Ministry of Government of the Han River to keep its promise, and I am willing to gamble and admit defeat. All these treasures will belong to, under everyone's attention. When Duo Jian finally spoke slowly, his mouth full of bitterness. I don't agree. Wang Pan, who had been silent, roared violently. Half of the treasures in this place were grabbed by my father with all his might, so why should I hand it over to the Ministry of Government in Shangjing? And Yi Yang is not a member of the Shangjing system. What he said doesn't count. Wang Pan's eyes are red. Even if he can't win Shangjing with his father's gains, he can at least get 3 or 5 treasures after he goes back. Coupled with the previous savings, maybe you will be able to set foot on the level of Neijing Master. But now it's all gone. It's all over. As soon as his words came out, many people's expressions changed. Wang Kuan turned around, didn't look at Wang Pan, just sighed. Feng Shanhe had a gloomy face, stepped forward and gave him a slap in the face, a trace of hatred flashing in his eyes. His slap was so powerful that Wang Pan was beaten and turned around in a circle. Everyone was stunned. Feng Shanhe said coldly, "You have been disrespectful to Yi Jinzong several times before. I originally thought it was just that you had a naughty personality. I felt that you would be convinced by seeing Yi Jinzong's skills. It seems that I was wrong. Now, you actually want to ask City Lord Wen to do something that doesn't keep his promises and promises. Are you trying to disgrace Hanjiang? You said such a thing, your father, who has a government department in the entire Han River. Will he still have a face in the future?" Feng Shanhe's remarks were deafening. Not only Wang Pan, but everyone else bowed their heads. Wang Pan's fist creaked. He didn't expect that even the most respected Grandpa Feng would not stand on his side. Apologize to Yi Jinzong and to everyone in the government department in Shangjing. Feng Shanhe said sharply. Wang Pan had a gloomy face and finally had to bend down deeply and squeeze the words "I'm sorry" out of his teeth. Okay, this is over. When Duo Jian really couldn't stand it anymore, he waved his hand and said. He took a deep breath and went straight to Yi Yang. "If Yi Jinzong needs it in the future, you can come to my Han River to have a political department." When Duo Jian took people away, going very desolate, gloomy, and bleak. On the contrary, Everyone in the government department in Shangjing looked at the baby who was up to the ceiling, and their eyes lit up. Li Xuanjin looked at Yi Yang with more respect. If Yi Yang hadn't spoken, when Duo Jian would not have exported all the treasures of the Han River. This time, the person who is most grateful is Yi Yang and Yi Zhenzhou. Li Xuanjin even wanted to set up a banquet for Yi Yang at the Shangjing City Lord's mansion. However, Yi Yang refused. Instead of wasting time on this kind of thing, it is better to go back to Shernan Welfare Institute and continued practice. Holding the ancient book brought by the little girlie Ling Yu in his hand, he had a hunch that after returning to the orphanage, he might be able to break through the bottleneck for many days and step into the realm of ecstasy. Li Xuanjin was helpless, and the group embarked on the road back to Shangjing. At the same time, Shernan Welfare Institute welcomed an uninvited guest. Su Qingyan was meditating near the ruins when an arrogant voice suddenly sounded outside the courtyard. "Where's Yi Yang? Get out of here." Shernan Welfare Institute. This time, I, Li Tianze, will make an appointment. The courtyard door was kicked open, and the first person to appear was the arrogant Li Tianze. Su Qingyan's pretty face was covered with frost. "Li Tianze, are you coming to beg again? You don't even pay attention to what your uncle said." It has been stipulated in the government documents that the Shernan Welfare Institute belongs to Yi Yang. This spiritual vein also belongs to him. Don't be wishful thinking, Su Qingyan said coldly. Li Tianze laughed. A trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. Li Xuanjin? Ever since he broke my right leg for the first time, I have long stopped treating him as my uncle. Damn it. Whose uncle would be so cruel to his nephew? He doesn't deserve to be my uncle. As for the document from the Ministry of Government in Shangjing, do you believe that I can come up with a document from the Ministry of Government in Hangzhou right now? Tell me, does Hangzhou have a government department, or does Shangjing have a government department? Li Tianze's face was full of arrogance, and he even took out a prepared document. The big characters on it were, Hangzhou has a government department. Su Qingyan changed her expression for the first time. How could this Li Tianze get the documents from the Ministry of Government of Hangzhou? If it is a higher-level document, then there is a document from the Ministry of Government in Beijing. I am afraid it will be invalid. Hurry up. Let these old ghosts in your welfare home get out quickly. Don't get in the way here. Li Tianze sneered, then turned around and opened the car door. Fourth Grandpa, you've come. I miss you so much. An old man with a childish face and a rickety figure walked down. His eyes were like an eagle watching a wolf with a divine light. He glanced around at the Shernan Welfare Institute and couldn't help but nodded. Tianze really has a good eye. The spiritual veins here are not only large, but also high class. Such spiritual veins are really rare. Li Tianze laughed. Fourth Grandfather, more than that. You must have never imagined that there is actually the remains of the ossuary hall of the immortal In puppet sect under a small welfare home. Li Sai's eyes were full of light, really. There are ruins here. Li Tianze said loudly, That's still fake? It's there. You can tell when you go over with me. Okay, let's go over and take a look. Li Sai's tone was a little excited. It was very unexpected to have a large-scale superior spiritual vein. And as a result, there are still relics of evil sects here. It's simply a prophet. Stop. I don't allow you to go over there. Su Qingyan could almost scrape a layer of frost on her face. When the two of them were talking, they didn't pay attention to her at all. It was simply too hateful. Oh, Tianze, this is the girl you've chosen by default? The aptitude is good, and the cultivation base is also good, but the temper is too bad. After returning home, I need to discipline her more. Li Sai glanced at her and said lightly, Hee, Fourth Grandpa, you are right. I will definitely discipline her in the future. Li Tianze laughed complacently, and his sinister eyes kept on Su Qingyan. It was as if she was being stripped naked through her clothes. Su Qingyan looked extremely uncomfortable in such naked eyes. It was disgusting. You are so disgusting, and your Li family is the same, all disgusting. Su Qingyan took a deep breath and said coldly. Li Sai stopped. Little girl, you can eat rice and talk nonsense. Do you know what the consequences of your words are? The crutch in his hand pointed at Su Qingyan and sneered. Without waiting for the latter to reply, Li Sai said slowly, 20 years ago, the head of the Zhuan sword sect, the strongest sect in Zhejiang province, also insulted my Yin capital Li family. So a year later, the Zhuan sword sect went bankrupt. From elders to true disciples, almost all died. Inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples, die to die, flee to escape, bribed, and fall apart. It took only a year for a great sect to collapse. How do you think this little orphanage compares with a #1 school in Zhejiang? Li Sai said coldly. Su Qingyin said coldly, "Are you threatening me?" Although the orphanage is small, it will not hand over the spiritual veins and the ruins. Everyone come out. She said this to the people behind her. Immediately afterwards, a group of half-old children ran out. The oldest one is 16 years old, but his realm has already reached the peak of his inner strength, and his cultivation speed is faster than that of Su Qingyan. Even the weakest one has completed the introduction to internal energy, and everyone has at least one spiritual tool. Su Qingyan's mouth slightly raised. This is what Yi Yang alone brought to the children of Shernin Welfare Institute. These children, at worst, can become masters of inner strength in the future. Therefore, the spiritual veins cannot be lost, and the relics cannot be lost. Since Yi Yang has done this for Shernin Welfare Institute, I can't let him down. Hee, it's ridiculous. A group of young children dare to stop in front of me? Li Sai laughed angrily. Do you believe that if I punch you, you will all die? Li Tianzi said complacently. The fourth grandfather was a good player in the battle for the ruins back then. Your behavior is tantamount to using a man's arm as a car. Su Qingyan raised the corner of her mouth. I'm afraid you won't even be able to get close. Hee. I didn't expect a little girl to be so arrogant. Since you were so obsessed, don't blame the old man. Li Sai shouted violently and threw a punch. Lei Jin suddenly erupted all over the body, and an electric snake shot away. Su Qingyan just stood still, mocking at the corner of her mouth. Boom! In front of everyone in the orphanage, a huge shield suddenly appeared, and the electric snake slammed onto it, only causing a small wave. This is an 8th order formation? Li Sai opened his eyes wide and said incredulously. He is a master of the room entry state. Although the attack just now had only 5 points of force, of course, only high-level formations could stop him from attacking. Su Qingyan scoffed. This old ghost really has no eyesight. 8th grade? Are you underestimating Yi Yang too much? Haven't seen the yellow rank formation above the 9th rank? Moreover, this formation is powered by spiritual veins, and it cannot be broken if it does not come to the realm of ecstasy. This is also the reason why Su Qingyan is so confident. Yi Yang has already settled everything. Even if someone is malicious to the orphanage, she can hold on for the time being. Such a formation. How can you have a welfare home in such a mere area? Li Sai narrowed his eyes, and there was a flash of greed that was well concealed. He knew that the 8th and 9th order formations were actually very difficult to describe. Feng Shan, the first person in a Hanzhou formation, would not be able to hold a 9th order formation for a year or two if he was in a bad state. So he concluded that there must be treasures in this orphanage. Only an extraordinary treasure can produce a formation with such a protective ability. This thing, he's going to fix it. Ha! I didn't expect good things to happen one after another these days. First, Xuanjin told me that Lingyu's innate wood spirit body was unlocked by a big man. Then, Tianzi, you told me that there's not only a large-scale, high-level spiritual vein, but also the remains of an ancient sect in the underground of an orphanage. Now, there is actually a treasure that can produce such a powerful protective formation. This trip to Beijing is a worthwhile trip. Ha ha ha! Li Sai screamed in the sky, his expression extremely satisfied. Li Tianzi looked surprised, though. Li Lingyu's body of the innate wood spirit was actually unlocked? Isn't that why several grandfathers couldn't unlock it? Who is so powerful that he can activate the body of the innate wood spirit? He knew about it, because Li Lingyu, like him, is also a child of the Li family in Yindu. Moreover, she was detected to have the body of the wood spirit when she was a child, but several elders of the Li family couldn't activate it after racking their brains. Later, They could only give up and let Li Lingyu follow Li Xuanjin to do things. But they all know that once the body of the wood spirit is activated, the training speed must be extremely fast, and Li Lingyu can immediately step into the absolute core sequence of the Li family in Yindu, who is the big man who activated the body of the wood spirit. It's amazing to be able to do things that so many old people can't do. Li Qianze has even thought about it, and he will ask Li Lingyu who the master is later, and he must go to meet him. If you don't make friends with such a person, who else can you make friends with? The two were chatting and laughing, completely ignoring Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan frowned, her brows filled with disgust. After she practiced the martial arts of the undying Yin puppet sect, her temperament gradually developed a lot of evil spirits. When encountering such people, she really wanted to kill them directly. Okay, stop talking nonsense. The old man will break your formation. Li Sai sneered and took out a mirror-like treasure from his arms. Li Qianze was slightly taken aback. Fourth grandfather, you actually brought all the broken bronze mirrors in the clan? Li Sai smiled and said, fortunately, I brought it, otherwise I don't know how to break their turtle shell. After all, it is an 8th order formation. But the broken bronze mirror can break all formations below the 9th order. Their formation is naturally as thin as window paper. He poured his inner strength into the broken bronze mirror, which immediately hovered steadily in midair, and then shot a bright light toward the shield. Who are you? A cold voice appeared behind the two of them. It was Yi Yang. He received the news and rushed over as quickly as possible. Li Xuanjin and the others couldn't keep up with him. Yi Yang, you are finally here. Su Qingyan was shocked. Yi Yang came, and she instantly had the backbone. I'm here, Yi Yang said. Hee, you're the Yi Yang that Tianze said? Really looking for Yi Yang who broke his legs? Li Sai put down the bronze mirror, and his eyes flashed a dangerous light. Yi Yang glanced at Li Qianze, whose eyes were shrinking, and said indifferently, it seems that breaking your 2 legs doesn't make your memory long. Don't worry, this time I will let Li Xuanjin break your arms together. Li Qianze broke into a cold sweat when he heard it, until he realized that Li Sai was by his side, and then he had some confidence. Yi Yang, don't be arrogant. With my 4th grandfather here, no one wants to touch me. He summoned his courage. Dare to threaten Tianze in front of me? Young man, maybe you don't know the energy of our Yinduli family, but I'm also a good talker. If you're willing to hand me the ownership documents of this orphanage, I'll let the matter between you and Tianze be cleared up. Li Sai narrowed his eyes and said, it's a pity that this piece of land is in your hands. A large-scale, superior spiritual vein, the remains of an ancient sect, TSK, and the treasure that produced the Gate Guard formation, each of which is enough to shock other sects. If you give it to me, this area will become the place where the new lineage of the Li family in Yindu will rise. Li Sai laughed and was in high spirits. It seems that the next 10 or 20 years have been planned. Yi Yang watched from the sidelines, just like watching the clown jumping on the beam. Get out, he said lightly. Li Sai's face froze, and his hands waving in the air to outline the blueprint also stopped. Boy, you are too arrogant. Let me get out? Hee, you really don't know how powerful the Yinduli family is. Boy, don't take yourself too much as a character. In the huge Hanzhou, there are only a few people in Fengshan who could be admired by my 4th master. Of course, there is one more person recently. It is the big man who activated the body of the wood spirit for Lingyu. After this incident is over, I have to visit him at the door. Such a person is a big person who is like a guest in my Li family. Li Sai smiled coldly, disdainful of Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled, but his face was weird. Then you don't have to look for it, because that person is standing in front of you. Li Sai was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed. Li Qianze also burst into laughter. Tianze? This person is really a master of internal strength? Is his brain broken? Ha ha ha. I have lived for most of my life, and I have never seen such a funny person. Kid, let me tell you, the big man is still exploring the ruins with the government department in Shangjing at the moment. It is impossible to appear here now. Even if you want to pretend, at least you have to figure out the situation before you talk, right? You talk like that, It's really funny, haha. Li Sai laughed until tears flowed out. Yang shook his head slightly. Do you think the Yinduli family is very powerful in my eyes? It's just that there are more relics to explore and more treasures are obtained. Also, based on your character and your behavior, I have lost a lot of goodwill towards the Leaf family in Yindu. Even if you invite me to the Leaf family in the future, I will not go there. Speaking of a blow to you, you can't even break the protective formation of the orphanage. Yang said coldly. This time it was Li Tianzi's turn to laugh. Hey, fourth grandpa, this guy's talking nonsense again. Do you know what the treasure of our family's broken bronze mirror is? This thing is against the formation below the 9th rank. No matter what rank you are, directly destroy it in the most domineering way. Is it possible that your formation is still above the 9th order? Ha ha. Li Tianzi laughed so hard that he almost didn't look up. You guessed right, it is above the 9th order. Yang said lightly. Li Sai and Li Tianzi looked at each other and laughed even more exaggeratedly. Tears were about to burst out. This guy really made me laugh to death. Why is he above the 9th rank? Who does he think he is? Senior Feng Shan, he Feng dare not say such a thing, right? Li Tianzi's cheeks flushed with laughter. No matter what, the old man will play with you. Li Sai restrained his smile and picked up the broken bronze mirror again. If the bubble bursts later, don't blame me for being too ruthless, Yi Yang's mouth twitched, non-committal. The broken bronze mirror lit up with dazzling light and shot straight. Yi Yang could see the meaning of decomposition in this formation. The person who made this bronze mirror is obviously a master of artifact refining. He actually realized the decomposition method and also combined the decomposition method and the embryo so perfectly. However, that's about it. The decomposition array method is a kind of 9th order array method. Yi Yang already knew it. The light hit the shield, and the latter flashed a tiny wave before dissipating into nothingness. It was as if the power that was enough to decompose the formation had never existed. Li Tianzi was stunned, and Li Sai was also stunned. He did not believe in evil, and injected his inner strength again, shooting out the light of the decomposition formation. Exactly the same. It just stirred up a faint wave, and there was no change. A layer of cold sweat suddenly formed on Li Sai's forehead. It's not right. What's up? Bronze mirrors that break the formation are clearly against formations below the 9th order, all of which are instant kills. It is impossible for any formation to escape the power of the broken bronze mirror. Is it really like what this young man said? His formation is above the 9th rank. Huang rank. Li Sai didn't dare to think about it. But the greed flashing in his eyes was even heavier. A treasure that is enough to produce a yellow-level formation. What value is this? The value of that entire large-scale, superior spiritual vein is only comparable to it. You must know that in the entire country, there are almost no yellow-order formations. In addition, this is a protection formation, and a person with a yellow-level protection formation is invincible. Young man, 10 million. I want to buy the whole orphanage. Moreover, you can also gain the friendship of my Yinduli family. As long as you have difficulties in the future, the Yinduli family will help you right away. In addition, I can take out 10 spiritual tools, 20 bottles of 4th to 6th order medicinal pills, and 20 yellow talismans. What do you think? Li Sai smiled confidently. He believes that no one can resist this temptation. Li Tianzi next to him was dumbfounded. Hold the grass, a lot of money. The people in the orphanage also stayed. Hold the grass. Is our orphanage worth so much money? Faced with such a temptation, Yi Yang smiled coldly. Go away. No matter how much you take out, it can't compare to an inch of land in a welfare home. Get out of here before I plan to kill anyone. Li Sai frowned. Is this about to tear the skin off? He was about to scold him sharply when the voice of a convoy from the Ministry of Government suddenly sounded at the door of the orphanage. Li Xuanjin finally arrived with his team. It's just right. Xuanjin, I order you to drive out all the people in this orphanage. Miley family wants this land. Li Sai directly photographed the documents of the Hanzhou government department on Li Xuanjin's face. Fourth uncle, let's go. This Master Yi, our Li family, can only make friends, not offend. Li Xuanjin sighed secretly and said in a low voice, What did you say? Li Sai opened his eyes wide with a look of disbelief. Like Li Xuanjin also grew up watching him. But Li Xuanjin actually said such words? Joke. Are there people in this world that my Yin, capital Li family can't offend? If you say it, you will be laughed at by other aristocratic families in Yindu. Any aristocratic family has stood on the land of China for hundreds of years. How deep is the background? Would they be afraid of offending someone? Even if Yi Yang is a master of internal strength, in front of aristocratic families, you are still no different from ordinary people. Because every day, I want to become Li Jiaqiqing's internal strength master. There are as many as crucian carp crossing the river. Ling Yu, you should come over and talk to the fourth uncle. Li Xuanjin sighed. He knew the temper of his fourth uncle, so he greeted Li Ling Yu to come over, and he walked up to Yi Yang and bowed deeply. Yi Zhenzong, please forgive my Li family's abruptness. I am willing to punish them for any wrongdoing. Li Sun sincerely said. Yi Yang said coldly, what they do has nothing to do with you. Li Xuanjin sighed, knowing that he could not persuade Yi Yang either. So he had to stand with his hands down and stand beside Yi Yang to express his position. Li Xuanjin, what are you doing? You turned your elbows out? Li Sai asked in disbelief. Fourth grandpa. Little girl Li Ling Yu said timidly. Li Sai put on a kind expression again and patted the little girl on the head. Ling Yu, don't let the children get involved in the affairs of the adults. I'll have a good chat with you when the fourth grandpa has settled the matter here. I would also like to meet the master who activated you with spirit body. This kind of character, my Li family can't ask for it. Yi Yang smiled coldly. The Li family? Not worthy. Li Sai rushed to the crown angrily. Boy, do you say it again? Little girl Li Ling Yu tugged at the corner of his clothes. Fourth grandpa. The person who helped me activate my physique is Brother Yi Yang. Li Sai suddenly opened his eyes wide. What? Did I hear it wrong? Li Ling Yu, are you really kidding me? This kid said he was that person before, but he still didn't believe it. Could it be that he was telling the truth? Xuanjin, is this true? Fourth Master Li said in disbelief. Li Xuanjin's mouth filled with bitterness, and he nodded heavily. At the same time, there is deep remorse in my heart. If he had carefully told his fourth uncle Yi Yang's identity when he called him, the current scene would not have happened. After that, Yi Yang would definitely have a preconceived feeling of disgust towards the Li family. No matter how much treasure you spend, you can't make up for it. After getting Li Xuanjin's affirmative answer, Li Sai's pupils suddenly tightened. Obviously, he couldn't accept it for a while. Li Tianzi is the same. Wealth is already close at hand. Why suddenly become out of reach? Yi Yang, a student of Shangjing College. How could he become a big man who activates the body of the wood spirit? This is impossible. I do not believe. Li Tianzi's eyes were bloodshot. As I said, don't hit the Shernin Welfare Institute again. The first time was one leg, the second time was two legs, and this is the third time, 2 legs and 2 arms. Next time, I will directly kill you as fertilizer for Lingtian. Yi Yang said lightly. City Lord Li, let's do it. If the child is disobedient, it's good to play a few more times. Li Xuanjin's eyes narrowed, and he walked towards Li Tianzi step by step. A trace of unbearable flashed in his eyes. But if it wasn't for Li Tianzi's greed, things wouldn't have evolved to this point. Yi Yang was too lazy to watch Li Tianzi's miserable state, nor did he want to hear it. So after a while, the dead dog was brought back to the Ministry of Political Affairs, and Li Xuanjin had already planned to ask Li Sai to bring it back to Yindu forever. Staying in Beijing is still a scourge. Li Sai even sighed, lowered his face, and bowed deeply to Yi Yang. He knew that he himself had caused Yi Yang a deep disgust. But the relationship between the Li family and Yi Yang can be restored. Before leaving, Li Sai promised to send many ancient books and the right to be the Li family's apology to Yi Zhenzong. Yi Zhenzong, I see that you are full of energy and you're going to break through again. Li Xuanjin couldn't help but said, if you break through, you will be in the room. Even in Yindu, you are a first-class master. Yi Yang waved his hand. I'm already at the peak of the occupancy realm now. Li Xuanjin. Impossible? Mr. Yi is only 20 years old, but he is already in the same realm as himself, and you have to make a breakthrough by yourself? What a hero out of a boy. Yi Zhenzong, breaking through to the realm of ecstasy is not a trivial matter. Here are the breakthrough records sorted out by my Li family members. You may be able to benefit from it. After a little thought, Li Xuanjin took out a yellowed booklet. He felt that Yi Yang's breakthrough to the state of trance was mostly true, because Yi Yang was disdainful to deceive others. This booklet is definitely a treasure-like existence for practitioners at the peak of entering the room. Yi Yang just nodded and accepted the favor. Li Xuanjin clasped his fists and bowed slightly. His nephew and fourth uncle made Yi Zhenzong feel bad about the Li family. Mr. Yi really can only make friends, not offend. Yi Yang flipped through the brochure a little and quickly understood the breakthrough. As long as the relevant materials are properly prepared, he can break through to the trance state, and it is the strongest trance state. I need a lot of things. Xiao Su, where has the treasure market in Shangjing changed? Yi Yang asked casually. Sanchuji Cultural Relics Market is now called Sanchuji Treasure Market. Su Qingyan replied. Okay, let's go shopping and buy some spiritual things for the children in the orphanage. Yi Yang nodded. Maybe we can find some treasures. The children cheered in unison. But Mountain Master Zheng Tianxiong greeted me this morning and wanted to come and chat with you. Su Qingyan couldn't help but said, Zheng Tianxiong? Oh, when he came to apologize, he said he wanted to talk to me? Yi Yang chuckled, so afraid of being embarrassed. Why do you have to pay for it? Old Dean, if Zheng Tianxiong comes, tell him that we are at Sancha Street. He said loudly. Zhao Wei nodded, okay. After a while, Yi Yang and the two took a taxi to the Sancha Street Treasure Market. Even in the late autumn season, the treasure market is still booming, and there is an endless stream of customers. As long as the spirit grass, spirit medicine, ore, and spirit rice could be used, Yi Yang bought them all in one go. Anyway, the space in the mustard seed treasure is still very large, so don't panic. After walking around for a while, Yi Yang came to the spirit beast cub area again, intending to buy some well-qualified cubs for the children. There are also two warriors, a man and a woman, who also seem to be planning to buy spirit beasts. With his eyes open, without any nonsense, Yi Yang directly ordered a dozen cubs according to the level of aura. The shop owner was about to put it into a special animal breeding bag when a cold voice suddenly sounded from the diagonal. Little brother, these cubs are the ones I took a fancy to first. How about giving them to me? Chevron understood, although the meaning of the words was to let Yi Yang give it to him. His tone was arrogant. Yi Yang smiled lightly. What? You have bad eyesight and want to rob me? The young man suddenly choked up. Yi Yang was right. He just had bad eyesight. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing there for a long time and couldn't see anything. As soon as Yi Yang appeared, he quickly ordered a dozen spirit beast cubs, and he was about to load up and leave. It is obviously impossible to be so decisive without a very good eye for discernment. So he decided to stop halfway. The young woman next to the young man pouted. Little brother, speak with respect. We are the inner disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain. Store owner, are you going to sell it to him or to us? Before answering, you must weigh it carefully. The store owner who was loading the goods shuddered. Are you really the inner disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain? He asked tentatively. The young woman sneered and took out the disciple emblem of Spirit Beast Mountain from her arms. A silver mountain on which dragons and tigers sit. It is the emblem of the disciple of the Spirit Beast Mountain, silver, which represents the inner disciple. The shopkeeper's facial muscles twitched. Damn, I usually meet one or two bronze-colored outer disciples. Why did I meet two inner disciples today? Your disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain are so leisurely to go down a mountain to play. The shop owner considered it for a long time, then clasped his fist towards Yi Yang and said, I'm sorry, little brother, after all, the Spirit Beast Mountain. After all, it's too powerful. I dare not offend them. I would like to ask you to be convenient. Why don't you choose other cubs, and I will give you a 30% discount. The store owner said sincerely. Yi Yang chuckled lightly. Can money make up for the aptitude of a spirit beast cub? I want these spirit beast cubs. I don't like the others. And the two of you relying on the status of the inner disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain to act indiscriminately outside. According to the mountain regulations of the Spirit Beast Mountain, you will be punished for entering the 5-poison pool. The last 2 sentences were addressed to the 2 Spirit Beast Mountain disciples. The 2 disciples trembled involuntarily. How did this person know the Spirit Beast Mountain and mountain rules? Shut up. I guess where did you hear the words, "You deliberately put on a pretense in front of us"? The female disciple Zhang Xiong took a deep breath and sneered. Boy, I advise you not to raise the bar. Once you make me really angry, you won't be able to get out of this treasure market today. The male disciple Zhang Qi also sneered. Su Qinyan couldn't help frowning. These 2 people are really abominable. Are they domineering because of their status as inner disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain? There should be respect for elders and the mountain rules of your Spirit Beast Mountain, right? The one standing in front of you is the honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, Su Qinyan said sharply. In Shangjin College that day, she heard Zheng Tianxiong compromise and admitted that Yi Yang was the honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain. Zhang Xiong and Zhang Qi looked at each other and then burst out laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, it's also an honorary elder. I'm dying of laughter. If you were an honorary elder, wouldn't I be a true disciple? No, then I should be at the level of Elder Shui Feng. Zhang Xiong laughed until tears flowed out. Instead, Zhang Qi restrained his laughter a little. Boy, I didn't expect you to be not very strong, but it's a set after set of pretense. I advise you to put down those Spirit Beast cubs and go down the mountain to practice outside. I really don't want to do it. Yi Yang shook his head slightly. Are you also worthy to do it with me? Zhang Qi laughed in anger. What did you say? Say it again if you have the ability. Yi Yang blew a whistle, and Xiao He, who was wandering in other parts of the treasure market, immediately shot like a black lightning. This is my Spirit Beast, Xiao He. You 2 inner disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain, you can't even beat my Spirit Beast. Yi Yang touched Xiao He's head affectionately and said lightly to the 2 of them. Zhang Qi opened his eyes. You bastard, do you have the guts to say it again? I think this is your provocation to Spirit Beast Mountain. Yi Yang shook his head. You 2 are not qualified to represent Spirit Beast Mountain, so don't pull out this tiger skin in front of me. Are you a son of a famous family? Which sect disciple are you? Are you an operative of the Ministry of Government? Zhang Xiong looked at Yi Yang in disbelief and threw 3 questions in a row. Yi Yang shook his head slightly. Zhang Xiong laughed in anger. You are nothing. Why do you dare to pretend in front of us? Who do you think you are? Senior brother, beat him up. Zhang Qi grinned, his fists rattled, and he approached step by step. The commotion here also attracted the ideas of the people around. Many customers cast their gazes involuntarily, and some even whispered. The owner of the store didn't want to be affected by Qiyu, so he hurriedly took some valuables and ran into the crowd, surprised. Old Lu, what's going on? Can you tell me? Why are these for young people fighting? Boss Lu gave a wry smile and told the story again. Grass the grass, the inner disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain are amazing, right? Are you going to snatch what others like in broad daylight? A bald man growled lowly. Hurry up and shut up. Watch out for misfortunes coming out of your mouth. Can you provoke Spirit Beast Mountain? They will cut you off in minutes. A middle-aged man next to him said quickly. Hey, it's also my fault for these 2 young people. They are too ignorant of the sky and the earth. They don't even want to sell the face of the inner disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain. An aunt said sympathetically, Hee, my son is the inner disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain. Let me tell you, don't talk about it behind your back. Spirit Beast Mountain is something you can slander? A stout man sneered. And these 2 young people are finished. I know how strict the assessment of the inner disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain is, and the inner disciples must at least have great inner strength. These 2 people seem to be afraid that they don't even have access to internal energy, right? They still want to fight with the disciples of the inner sect of Spirit Beast Mountain. The big man took out a cigarette and lit it, his eyes full of indifference. Isn't the boss of our Sanchiji treasure market the retired elder of the Spirit Beast Mountain? The disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain are so rampant and domineering. He doesn't care. Clean up the door? One person suddenly shouted, "Clean up the door?" The big man spit out a smoke ring. The owner of Sancha Street is called Zhang Shendu. He is the uncle of this female disciple. You idiots! It's good that Boss Zhang doesn't come out. If he does, these two young people will have nowhere to go. Dare to beat his niece on his territory. Are you tired of living? Boy, you have a pretty face, so let me make an opening for you. Zhang Qi sneered, and the next moment, his palms fanned over like lightning. Even a gust of wind. But Yi Yang didn't dodge or dodge, and was indifferent to the slap. Zhang Qi sneered, as if he had seen a hot red palm print appear on Yi Yang's face. Even whiter than a woman, with a more beautiful face, I really want to smash him. Then in the next moment, he flew backwards at a speed far exceeding the speed just now. Because Xiao He rushed into his arms like a cannonball. Puff! Zhang Qi flew out upside down. A large mouthful of blood spurted out in the air, and his breath was instantly wilted. Xiao Hei's collision directly dissipated his inner strength. If you want to recover your combat effectiveness, you have to rest for at least 10 days and a half months. The onlookers were instantly petrified. Startled. What a puppy. With just one bump, the inner disciple with great internal energy was knocked flying. The big man with a cigarette shook his hand and almost didn't throw the cigarette out. Lying in a groove, what kind of god dog is that? What the co-author said was true. Zhang Qi really couldn't even beat his spirit beasts. Zhang Xiong was stunned for a while, before screaming after a while. How dare you? How dare you? I can't say enough. When you go out, are you embarrassing the spirit beast mountain? Yang shook his head and said lightly. Zhang Xiong screamed, You are dead. You are dead. The owner of the Sancha Street Treasure Market is my uncle. You are dead. Yang chuckled, Oh, there are still people above. No wonder you are so arrogant. Go and call Elder Zhang. In the crowd, several security guards who were onlookers panicked and hurriedly called Zhang Shendu to come over. After a while, the temples were white, but Zhang Shun, who was still powerful, walked down from the second floor of the market. The face is so gloomy. The big man with a cigarette also stopped shaking. Knew it. Boss Zhang really appeared. Then this kid is sure to die. He has seen Boss Zhang's methods before, and that's cruel. People have copied all the punishment methods of Ling Beast Mountain in the basement. Whoever dares to disrespect him will directly serve Ling Beast Mountain. And more than that. But this kid spirit beast is really powerful. I'll find an opportunity to sneak it over later. Uncle Shendu. It's him. He beat Xiao Qi. He vomited blood. Zhang Xiong pointed at Yi Yang and screamed. I must let this kid dip into the 5-poison pool, crocodile swamp, and poisonous snake cave. I want him to experience the pain of the 10,000 poison body eater. Good boy. Amazing. Dare to beat my people on my Zhang Shendu's territory? Zhang Shun had a sullen face, looked directly at Yi Yang, and said coldly. Yi Yang looked at him and smiled lightly. The 6th order animal breeder is even worse than I thought. I'm afraid that your elder status has been earned through decades of experience, right? Some genius inner disciples have a higher status than you, right? Ling Beast Mountain can no longer stay, so I plan to retire and enjoy my old age in this place. Every time Yi Yang said a word, Zhang Shendu's face became more gloomy. Obviously, Yi Yang's words hit his sore spot with every sentence. You bastard, shut up. Even if the old man is only a 6th order animal breeder, it is enough to sit on one side. Give it to me and catch this ignorant kid. The 5 poison pools, crocodile ponds, and poisonous snake caves in Spirit Beast Mountain have also been fabricated here. Don't worry. I will let you fully experience the pain of Spirit Beast Mountain. Zhang Shendu laughed grimly. There was a sudden commotion in the crowd, and the people in the distance opened their eyes wide and involuntarily gave way. But Zhang Shendu was in a fit of rage, and in addition to being pampered in the past few years, his strength had dropped so much that he didn't even notice that someone appeared. I tell you, even if Zhang Tianxiong is here, he can't save you. There are not many people who can stop what Zhang Shen wants to do. Uncle Shendu, don't say it. Zhang Xiong's pupils suddenly shrank when she saw the appearance of the person who came. Don't say it. How can I not say it? Even in Spirit Beast Mountain, Zheng Tianxiong has to respect what I say. And Shui Feng and Chu Yixiao, do you dare to gasp in front of me? I stomped my feet, and the entire Spirit Beast Mountain had to shake 3 times. Stinky boy, I'm telling you, you're dead. Zhang Shendu said more and more vigorously. It seems that before he retired, he was not an elder of the last stream, but an elder of the Spirit Beast Mountain. It seems that his animal breeding is not the 6th order, but the 9th order that is enough to make the world feel ashamed. Yang just looked at him, as if watching a clown jumping on a beam. Suddenly, everyone closed their mouths, because a man of high status has come. Also, he was angry. Zhang Shendu, you said just now that I can't save anyone? A deep voice suddenly sounded faintly. But no matter who it was, they heard the anger contained in this voice. Zhang Shendu's next sentence was forced into his throat. This sound couldn't be more familiar, even if he retired and left Spirit Beast Mountain for nearly 3 years. Even without hearing this voice for almost 3 years. But the moment the voice sounded, he still bowed deeply in the direction of the voice like a conditioned reflex. Hello, Mountain Master. After salute, he didn't dare to move at all, and he didn't even dare to look up at Zheng Tianxiong even once. His forehead was covered with a fine layer of cold sweat in an instant. He didn't have the slightest doubt, and Zheng Tianxiong had already listened to his words just now. Zheng Tianxiong stood in front of him, followed by Zheng Yue and Sun Pingyu. The Mountain Master of Spirit Beast Mountain took off his gloves. Snapped. The gloves were slammed on Zhang Shendu's old face. A red mark appeared on the old face. But Zhang Shendu still did not dare to resist. You are amazing. You stomp your feet, and the Spirit Beast Mountain will tremble 3 times. Shui Feng and Chu Yixiao didn't dare to take a deep breath in front of you. I have to respect you in front of you. You were so arrogant. Every time he said a word, Zheng Tianxiong slapped him hard with his gloves. After smoking, Zhang Shendu's cheeks were swollen high. The image of the Spirit Beast Mountain Elder, who is usually resolute, is completely gone. Zheng Shanju is joking. It's all babble. Joking and joking. Zhang Shendu said respectfully with a cheeky face. You too, in the name of my inner disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain, are you running rampant and domineering? Zheng Tianxiong turned his attention to Zhang Xiong and Zhang Qi again. The latter looked sluggish and slumped. He vomited blood after being hit by an unremarkable little dog, which had already collapsed his 3 views. Zhang Xiong suddenly shouted, The owner of the mountain, it's this person. He was the one who robbed the cub we were looking for. He slandered my Spirit Beast Mountain. He even allowed the Spirit Beast to hurt Zhang Qi. Mountain Master, you must call the shots for us. After speaking, he even burst into tears, and every inch of his face was filled with grievances, as if she was really the victim. Zheng Tianxiong suddenly laughed. But Sun Pingyu and Zheng Yue both felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Especially Zheng Yue. She knows very well what her father's temperament is. When he is angry, he is not really angry. When he laughed in anger, that's when he really wanted to kill someone. This inner disciple Zhang Xiong has obviously touched Zheng Tianxiong's bottom line. Zheng Yue couldn't help but glance at Yi Yang again. This peer, I don't know when, has left him far away. Dad even made a special trip for him this time. What did you say? Say it again. Zheng Tianxiong chuckled lightly. His voice was unexpectedly gentle, like a spring breeze. Zhang Shendu, who was standing in front of him, trembled for no reason. He had spent decades in the Spirit Beast Mountain, and he knew the temperament of this mountain master very well. At this time, Zhang Xiong couldn't speak. Once you really say your words again, that is really over. So Zhang Shendu gritted his teeth and hurriedly shouted, Zhang Xiong, please apologize to the mountain master. Tell what happened in its entirety, and don't lie. Zhang Xiong's body shook violently. She is not stupid. His uncle's tone was obviously full of warnings. Zhang Xiong couldn't help lowering her head, no longer dared to cover up, and brought things together one by one. Zheng Tianxiong snorted coldly. The 2 of you as inner disciples privately violate the mountain rules and go out. This is the first crime. Going out and not earning face for Spirit Beast Mountain, but secretly plotting to steal other people's Spirit Beast cubs. This is the second crime. Contradicting the honorary elder of my Spirit Beast Mountain, and even fighting against the honorary elder, this is the third crime, and it is a heinous crime. Now, I announce that I will deprive Zhang Qiong and Zhang Qi of their inner sect disciples and drive them out of the Spirit Beast Mountain to set an example. Zhang Tianxiong paused, his tone cold and biting. The onlookers were stunned. To directly deprive the inner disciple of his identity and drive down the Spirit Beast Mountain. Is this punishment too severe? Zhang Qiong, Zhang Qi, and Zhang Shendu were all stunned. They can accept the first two. The third, what the hell is a collision with an honorary elder? Isn't this an unfounded crime? In the presence, where is the honorary elder of the Spirit Beast Mountain? Zhang Qiong was stunned for a while, then suddenly pointed at Yi Yang and exclaimed, "You are really an honorary elder?" Hiss. As soon as she said these words, all the onlookers took a deep breath. What's the situation? How could such a young man become the honorary elder of the famous Spirit Beast Mountain? Yi Yang glanced at her and said lightly, "Xiao Su said it a long time ago, but you don't believe it." As for Zhang Shendu, there was only jealousy and hatred in his eyes at this moment. Why? After more than 20 years of experience, he finally gained the title of a late flow elder. As a result, people seem to be less than 20, but they are already honorary elders. And honorary elders, unlike ordinary elders, do not need to bear any responsibility. Not only that, Spirit Beast Mountain pays honorary elder salaries every year according to the standard of ordinary elders. If you really want to compare, it is paid vacation every day, and even if the company has a big problem, he will not be implicated. It's just envy. Mountain Master, I don't agree. Why can this person be the honorary elder of my Spirit Beast Mountain? Zhang Shendu took a deep breath and asked seriously. Even if Zhang Tianxiong is angry, he has to ask why. I already knew someone would ask questions. Zhang Tianxiong just sighed lightly, stretched out his hand, and said, "Yue." Zheng Yue took a step forward and took out a small jade box. The jade box contained an emblem. Jishan, rising dragon, and tiger. The purple sun reflects the sky. This is the identity badge of the honorary elder. Zhang Shendu stared at the emblem with wide eyes, as if looking in naked beauty. For him, this is almost all that he has pursued in the first half of his life. As a result, it was taken away by a young man effortlessly. Zhang Tianxiong held the emblem in both hands and strode to Yi Yang. In front of everyone's eyes, bowed deeply. "Elder Yi, help my Spirit Beast Mountain to cultivate Ninth Order Spirit Beasts and open the dawn of my Spirit Beast Mountain's ascension. Although this emblem of the honorary elder is not as good as what Elder Yi has done, please accept it as Elder Yi." Zhang Tianxiong's tone was respectful. His majestic figure was bent down, and he couldn't see the slightest bit of the heroic attitude of the first generation of Spirit Beast Mountain on weekdays. He is now like a junior standing in front of a powerful senior. Admiration, respect. Everyone was shocked instantly. OMG, what did I see? Zhang Tianxiong, the first sect of Hanzhou, the hero of the first generation of Spirit Beast Mountain, bowed to a young man under 20 years old. "For this great gift, present the emblem of the honorary elder." Compared to this, what he said was not so noticeable. Ninth Order Beast Breeder. No matter where you go, you will be named a guest of honor. When Zhang Tianxiong said the word Ninth Order, Zhang Shendu trembled, and the corners of his mouth showed bitterness. "I see. That's right. No wonder he could be an honorary elder at the age of 20. No wonder Zhang Tianxiong admired him so much. A Ninth Order animal breeder, who dares to offend, who is not scrambling to make friends." Under everyone's attention, Yang took the emblem lightly and pinned it on his chest. Jinshan rises dragons and tigers, and the purple sun reflects the sky. Yi Yang is the official honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain. Zhang Xiong and Zhang Qi stared blankly at Yi Yang. The identities of the two and Yi Yang are infinitely reversed. It is now the difference between cloud and mud. They were people who had been deprived of their inner disciple status by Spirit Beast Mountain, and Yang had already become a high honorary elder. When Zhang Xiong remembered that she had just wanted to rely on her uncle Zhang Shendu to deter Yi Yang, she couldn't help laughing at herself. Intimidate him? Intimidate a ninth-order animal breeder? Intimidate an honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain? I don't know whether to live or die. Besides that, I would also like to apologize to you for the disrespect of the two elders, Xuefeng and Chu Yixiao, in the battle for Xiangshan Temple to go to a prestigious school. Chu Yixiao entered the five-poison pool, Crocodile Swamp, and Poisonous Snake Cave and was punished for 10 days. Xuefeng entered the Ice and Fire Cave, and Yin Death Yuan was punished for 1 month. I wonder if Elder Yi will be satisfied? Zhang Tianxiong continued. Don't do this anymore. Yi Yang nodded lightly. The audience was shocked again. What happened in the school battle? Zhang Tianxiong made Xuefeng and Chu Yixiao, two elders, punished one after another because of him. How much this mountain owner has to like this young man? These words fell into Zhang Shendu's ears, and it was like thunder on the ground. Who is Chu Yixiao? Fourth elder. Who is Xuefeng? First elder. Some people even said that Xuefeng and Zhang Tianxiong still have an unclear relationship. In order to win over this young man, Zhang Tianxiong even punished his lover, and Xuefeng was also willing to be punished. Fear. Horrible. Zhang Shendu, if you make a mistake, you'll also be punished. This treasure market is no longer yours, and someone else will take over in a few days. Go to the Antique Street Treasure Market on the Han River. Zhang Tianxiong said again. Zhang Shendu nodded with a wry smile. He knew that the Antique Street Treasure Market on the Han River was very poor, and there was almost no oil or water. It's like falling from heaven to hell. This incident quickly became a topic of discussion among the neighbors after a meal. Zhang Tianxiong, the owner of the Spirit Beast Mountain, the first sect in Hanzhou, admitted his mistake to a young man and presented the emblem of an honorary elder. The two inner disciples were therefore deprived of their status and expelled from the mountain. Zhang Shendu, the owner of Sanchaji Treasure Market, never appeared in Shanjing again. After leaving Sancha Street, Yi Yang and his party went straight back to Shernan Welfare Institute. The three Zhang Tianxiong also followed. As soon as he got out of the car, Zhang Tianxiong felt the aura coming towards him. What surprised him was that the concentration of this spiritual energy was even more than that of Spirit Beast Mountain. The lines of spiritual energy flowing under his feet all the time made his scalp tingle. With more than 10,000 aura lines, he didn't dare to speculate on what rank it was. Fortunately, after thinking hard, I decided to come and apologize. Otherwise, Zhang Tianxiong could not imagine the consequences of offending Yi Yang. Tell me, what else do you have to do with me? Yi Yang took the things out of the mustard seed treasure and asked Su Qingyan to distribute them to the children, saying lightly. Zhang Tianxiong rubbed his palms and smiled. It's hard to imagine that the mountain master of Spirit Beast Mountain, who usually looks at the wolf, would show such an expression. I wonder if you have heard of the ancient sect, Dragon Tiger Beast King sect? Zhang Tianxiong hesitated for a moment and said, Dragon Tiger Beast King sect? Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Before, he got an ancient book from Chun Shuahong, which belonged to the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect. To be honest, my Spirit Beast Mountain is actually a branch of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect. In the same vein as Spirit Beast Mountain, there are Xuanwu Mountain in Yuzhou and Luoji Mountain in Haizhou. In a few days, the Spirit Beast ceremony will be held. At the Spirit Beast ceremony, the 3 mountains will be held, and the top 2 of the Sanshan Huiwu can enter the sect ruins of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect to explore. To be honest, my Spirit Beast Mountain has been at the bottom of the mountain for more than 10 years, but this time we have a 9th order Spirit Beast, and finally there is a glimmer of hope for the 2nd place. I heard that Elder Yi also has a 9th order Spirit Beast. I beg you to help me in the Spirit Beast Mountain. After Zhang Tianxiong finished speaking, he bowed deeply to Yi Yang. A look like if you don't agree, I won't get up. Yi Yang frowned slightly. He has no interest in the Spirit Beast ceremony, the Sanshan martial arts or something. only have some thoughts on the remains of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect. But after hearing what Zheng Tianxiong said, it seems that the ruins have been entered many times. Zheng Tianxiong seemed to see what he was thinking, and said quickly, "Although I have entered the ruins many times, it is extremely huge. We have explored a dozen times, maybe only 1/10 of it. If Elder Yi enters, he might get an unexpected harvest." Yi Yang nodded slightly. "I can represent your Spirit Beast Mountain to participate in the Three Mountains martial arts. However, my breakthrough is imminent, and you have to wait for me to break through." Zheng Tianxiong's face rose with ecstasy. "As long as you agree, it's easy to say." Sun Pingyu showed a hint of complexity. In a short period of time, is this Yi Yang going to break through again? Last time, he was still at the peak of his inner strength. With this breakthrough, he is about to enter the ranks of masters? Sun Pingyu felt ashamed when he thought that he was still trapped at the peak of his inner strength. Zheng Yue also raised a splendid splendor. Stepping into the ranks of masters at such a young age, it must be a long journey in the future. Zheng Tianxiong laughed and said, "Elder Yi is going to break through to the master level. Maybe I have some experience that can help Elder Yi and young people take some detours." Without waiting for Yi Yang to answer, Zheng Tianxiong continued, "My Spirit Beast Mountain sect has been established for 100 years, and there are records of nearly 1,000 internal strength warriors breaking through to the realm of masters. If Elder Yi is willing to suspend the breakthrough, I can immediately notify Spirit Beast Mountain to send a record. After all, stepping into the realm of the master is a very important thing, and you can't be careless. It is an exaggeration to say that this is the beginning of the strong, and the foundation must be laid well." Afraid that Yi Yang would be impatient, Zheng Tianxiong deliberately used a kind voice. A strange look appeared on Yi Yang's face. "Master Zheng Shan, I'm not trying to break through to the master state." He waved his hand. The three of Zheng Tianxiong were stunned. "Isn't it a breakthrough to a new master? Could it be breaking through to the Hall of Fame?" "Hiss. It seems that Elder Yi is too powerful." Sun Pingyu's face was even more complicated. Yi Yang on Nanping Mountain that day was only a young man with the peak of his inner strength, but now, after only a long absence, he has already reached the stage of dignification. If you put it on the Spirit Beast Mountain, even if you don't look at anything, you could become an ordinary elder just by virtue of your cultivation. Zheng Yue's eyes lit up. 19-year-old Ding Tanging Master is too rare. Among the young talents she knew, Yi Yang was definitely a genius. It turned out to be stepping into the hallway. It really is a hero who is a teenager. Zheng Tianxiong said with emotion. Yi Yang's face was even weirder. "It's not to break through to the realm of the hall. He said helplessly. "Hi, could it be that he stepped into the room? Oh my God." Zheng Tianxiong took a deep breath. Both Sun Pingyu and Zheng Yue were stunned. 19-year-old entry. They haven't seen it yet. Putting it on the Spirit Beast Mountain, you can already step into the ranks of the strongest elders in the room. Of course, what Spirit Beast Mountain values more is the ability to breed animals. The first elder, Shui Feng, as an 8th order animal breeder, is only in the room. So young, you can step into the room. Elder Ye's talent is really strong. Zheng Tianxiong couldn't help sighing. Such monstrous aptitude may only be born in the ancient times when the spiritual beast mountain was filled with spiritual energy and talented people were born in large numbers. Yi Yang was a little impatient. "Why do you keep interrupting me? Can't you just listen to me?" He shook his head and said, "It's the peak of entering the room now, and I'm about to set foot in the ecstasy." Not much sound. It fell into the ears of the three, but it was like thunder on the ground. Out of ecstasy? Impossible. "Yi Yang, are you bragging?" Zheng Tianxiong touched his nose and said suspiciously, "Elder Yi, aren't you joking?" Yi Yang didn't answer, but directly put his energy out. Dash. The gray Hunyuan internal energy tossed. 100 meters away, directly covered the three of them. Zheng Tianxiong's breath suddenly stagnated, and he actually felt that he was being suppressed by Yi Yang's internal energy. Zheng Yue's beautiful eyes were full of splendor. "What level is the divine realm?" The first sect in Hangzhou, Zheng Tianxiong, the owner of Spirit Beast Mountain, is the ecstasy. As for other sects in Hangzhou, those who could be ranked on the list are mostly ecstatic. Hangzhou has a government department, Lu Zhoumu, who is the pinnacle of the trance realm and stabilizes the other trance realm powerhouses in Hangzhou. As long as Yang stepped into the trance state, he almost stood at the top of the entire Hangzhou power pyramid. How could they not be terrifying? How can you not be shocked? Elder Yi, you could become the honorary elder of my Spirit Beast Mountain. Zheng Tianxiong took a deep breath and said respectfully, Xiao Su, say hello to the three guests. I'll break through first. Yi Yang waved his hand and walked straight into the depths of the immortal Yin puppet sect. The breakthrough of the ecstasy realm is very powerful. He doesn't really want other people to know. 3. Drink tea. Su Qingyin looked indifferent, handed 3 cups of tea, and then went to teach the children to practice. Sun Pingyu only took a sip and shouted, This tea is richer than the spiritual energy of our Spirit Beast Mountain. Zheng Tianxiong opened his eyes and took a sip. After drinking, he couldn't help but praised, Elder Yi really chose a treasure land. If I guess correctly, there should be a large-scale superior spiritual vein here. Hey, but to let such a group of old and weak children be here, isn't it a waste of time? After speaking, he couldn't help saying. Zheng Yue shook her head. Dad, take a closer look at the girl's cultivation. Zheng Tianxiong was stunned. Let your inner strength be released, a new master. Moreover, the inner strength attribute of her body seems to be condensed soon, and it is only a matter of time before stepping into the hallowed state. The internal energy attribute is cold and domineering. I heard that there seems to be a relic of an evil sect here. Maybe it is related to that relic. Sun Pingyu thought for a moment and said, She is only 19 years old. Zheng Yue said bitterly. However, with Yi Yang's pearl and jade in front, Su Qingyin is a new master, but it is somewhat acceptable. That's not right. These children are also highly qualified. Zheng Tianxiong felt that something was wrong, and he used his inner strength to secretly look at the children and suddenly opened his eyes wide. The 3 checked carefully again. Then he found out with horror. In the entire orphanage, if the physique of all the children were placed on the Spirit Beast Mountain, they could basically be accepted as inner disciples. Elder Yi is so scary. Where did he find so many talented children? Zheng Tianxiong only felt cold all over. In a few years, these children will grow into a generation of young and strong people. In 10 years at most, there will be a powerful force that cannot be ignored in this small welfare home. Zheng Yue analyzed in a cold voice. Horrible. So shocking. Everyone is struggling to find talented seedlings. As a result, you have caught a lot here. Even a little kid with snot bubbles, lying on the ground watching ants, has the enviable qualifications. And let no one live. Zheng Tianxiong collapsed the most. He has already estimated that if Yi Yang intends to form a sect, if only based on strength and not looking at the background, at most 10 years, this sect will be able to leap to the top of the Spirit Beast Mountain. It's so shocking. My Spirit Beast Mountain has been passed down for hundreds of years, and it is only now that I have achieved today's achievement and congratulations from all directions in Hangzhou. As a result, Yi Yang, you can do it in 10 years. Too strong. Sun Pingyu's mouth was also full of bitterness. At first, he only felt that Yi Yang was far away from him, but he could catch up. Only now did he realize that he was not regarded as an opponent at all, and they had already started to build a sect. The gap between them is simply incomprehensible. The 3 of them were all thinking about it. The ground suddenly trembled. Zheng Tianxiong's face turned solemn. It should be Elder Yi who started to break through. All 3 looked up to the sky. Stepping from the rudimentary realm to the ecstasy realm is the first breakthrough to trigger a vision. And Zheng Tianxiong also wanted to take the opportunity to take a look whether the talent of Yi Yang, the enchanting genius, is as enchanting as the aptitude for breeding beasts. Ordinary people are promoted to the realm of gods, and they will attract a lot of spiritual energy to approach. Therefore, a huge cloud of spiritual energy will appear above it. And this person's inner strength attribute will determine the color of this cloud. This person's internal strength aptitude will determine the size of the cloud. Zheng Tianxiong cultivates the spirit beast Shanshan gene, which is a variant of the earth energy, and pays more attention to attack ability. His initial cloud of spiritual energy finally gathered into the shape of a hill, about 18 meters in size. This kind of aptitude made Zheng Tianxiong stand out from among the disciples and brothers, took over the mantle, and became the contemporary owner of Spirit Beast Mountain. I just don't know what this elder Yi Yang will do. Under the gaze of the three of them, a splendid Buddha light suddenly rose, magnificent and majestic. The cloud of spiritual energy in midair slowly formed the appearance of a small Buddha with a naive look, about 10 meters in size. Zheng Tianxiong frowned. It's not right. The internal energy that Elder Yi put out just now was clearly gray, and it wasn't Buddha energy, right? Then he saw that a dark green light flew up again. In the dark green, snakes, worms, ants seemed to be twisting, full of sinister and vicious breath. The little Buddha moved to the left involuntarily, the dark green light occupying the right side, and finally formed the appearance of a small green snake, which was also 10 meters in size. Zheng Tianxiong was dumbfounded. What? Is there anyone else who can cultivate the inner strength of the two attributes? Zheng Yue and Sun Pingyu were also shocked. Hold the grass. What kind of monster is this Yi Yang? Can it actually hold two kinds of inner strength without bursting the body? However, this is not the end, because another black gas rushed out from the ground and rushed into the air. The black air was twisted and twisted, and even if he was so close, Zheng Tianxiong could still hear the murmur of a brain-piercing magic voice, full of irritating malice. In the end, the black gas leaped above the little Buddha and the little green snake, without any form, with a diameter of 20 meters. It seems to have reached a certain tipping point. The aura around Shernan Orphanage began to fluctuate wildly. At the same time, Shangjing and the masters around Shangjing all looked at the sky in Shernan District in surprise. The cloud of spiritual energy. Which strong person is going to break through to the realm of ecstasy? My God, I went to the capital and I actually went out of psychic powerhouse. Many masters rushed towards Shernan District for the first time. In the city lord's mansion, Li Xuanjin also received the notification immediately. His first reaction was, Yi Yang, that's right. Only this person can step into the realm of ecstasy at this point in time. Send all operatives to block off the streets around the Shernan Welfare Institute. Anyone who attempts to intrude will be arrested directly. If they resist, they can be killed. Ling Yu, you bring the seal of mountains and rivers, and come with me. Li Xuanjin gave orders in an orderly manner. Later, the special mountain and river seal made by the Ministry of Government was used to suppress the vision of the Shernan Welfare Institute to the extent that only the capital could be seen. Yi Yang is a strong guarantee for him to go further in the future, and he is absolutely reluctant to reveal this trump card in advance. Yi Zhenzong, that's all I can help you with. Li Xuanjin looked at the direction of Shernan District with a solemn tone. At the same time, Yi Yang's fourth power appeared. It was a razor, drilling out of the ground. He slid into the air in an instant, wandering among the little Buddha, the little green snake, and the black air of trouble. In the end, a thunder was formed next to the little green snake, and an inextinguishable arc was still beating all over his body. This is Tong Tian Lei Yingong. Yi Yang usually only slightly absorbed some low-voltage electricity, so the final aura cloud formed was only 10 meters. The three Zheng Tianxiong were numb. Since the first three have been accepted, then the fourth is naturally acceptable. However, it's not over yet, because the fifth force has appeared again. This is a dragon and a tiger, two faint phantoms. The dragon and tiger entwined upwards and rushed into the cloud, expanding the aura cloud again from 48 meters and finally reached 63 meters. Dragon and tiger phantom. Zheng Tianxiong looked at the two phantoms in the air, a little dazed. Even if he loses his memory, he will never forget the dragon and tiger phantom. because this is the authentic symbol of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect. Yang actually practiced the orthodox exercises of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect. His breathing even quickened all of a sudden. From the very beginning, he knew that the fact that he made friends with Yi Yang was definitely a treasure. But he really didn't expect that Yi Yang actually possessed the orthodox exercises of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect. Although Ling Beast Mountain, Xuanwu Mountain, and Luojiao Mountain are the three veins of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect. But in fact, Spirit Beast Mountain is where the spirit beasts are kept, Xuanwu Mountain is where the disciples' standard weapons and equipment are smelted, and Luojiao Mountain is a little better. It is the punishment hall of the disciples, so its strength has always been ranked first among the three mountains. But in the final analysis, these three mountains are not the orthodoxy of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect. The real orthodoxy has long since dissipated in the long river of history with the change of the world. Why can they only explore 1/10 of the ruins? The biggest reason is because they didn't practice the orthodox exercises and couldn't get in. To put it more clearly, there is no authority. And Yi Yang, who has practiced the orthodox exercises, is like a permission card. He can go wherever he wants. As long as you follow Yi Yang, even if you walk all over the ruins, you can. At this moment, Zheng Tianxiong even had the urge to cry. Yi Yang is really the nobleman of his Spirit Beast Mountain. If there is no Yi Yang, no matter what generation of hero he is, the Spirit Beast Mountain will still sink for 10 or 20 years in his hands. After the dragon and tiger phantom appeared, the sixth force appeared immediately. This time, it did not emerge from the ground, but projected from the infinitely distant sky. A purple light, like a heavenly emperor descending to earth. This is the first star that Yi Yang's practice of star viewing thought. Ziwei Xing. As soon as the Ziwei starlight poured in, it immediately supported the 63-meter aura cloud to 80 meters. The huge cloud of spiritual energy seems to cover the sky. But this is still not the end, because the biggest force is only now appearing. Inner strength. The gray area seems to be mixed with black and white, and it seems that yin and yang are born and annihilated. The internal energy of Han Yuan ascended directly to the sky and crossed the little Buddha, the little green snake, the thunder, the black air of trouble, the phantom of the dragon and the tiger, and the starlight of Ziwei, and came directly to the highest level. The aura cloud expanded again, reaching 100 meters. Even the sun was blocked in an instant. The three Zheng Tianxiong were dumbfounded. 7 mutually exclusive forces, 100 meters of aura cloud. Yi Yang, absolutely the evildoer among geniuses, the genius among evildoers. Counting 500 years from now, a total of 1,000 years, such a Yi Yang may not come out. It's too bullshit. So amazing. Terrible. It was almost enough to scare other people's eyes off the ground. Xiao He shouted excitedly. He could feel that the aura cloud covered the sky, and the sun was full of the master's breath. The stronger the master, the stronger he is. It's time. Suddenly, there was a faint sigh from the ground. In an instant, the cloud of spiritual energy was washed away, and the sky was clear and clear. The 100-meter aura cloud suddenly swelled to infinity and burst open. The aura sinks and mixes with the air. Zheng Tianxiong only felt that every pore of himself began to breathe greedily. Originally, the aura of the Shernan Welfare Institute was already very strong, and now it is even more terrifying. I'm afraid it's better than those first-class sects in ancient times, right? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy in his heart. This is actually the case with all sections. Starting from the trance state, every major breakthrough will attract a huge amount of spiritual energy. After a successful breakthrough, these auras will sink and feed back into the sect. In this way, the sects that are full of talents are getting stronger and stronger, and the sects that are withering talents are getting weaker and weaker. Back then, when he broke through to the trance state, the cloud of spiritual energy he attracted was not even able to feed back the 20 meters of land around the quiet room. If it is an exaggeration, Yi Yang has changed the aura pattern of the Shernan Welfare Institute with the power of one person. Such a character is really admirable and can only be looked down upon. When the 100-meter cloud of spiritual energy burst, the streets outside the Shernan Welfare Institute were shocked. Whether it was a warrior who wanted to break in to find out, or a government cadre who was sent to maintain order. Some people even showed surprise on their faces, because the bottleneck that has restricted them for many years has begun to loosen. A few lucky people even broke through on the spot. The inner strength is small to big. The big is to the peak. And there's even one who is directly promoted to the ranks of masters from the peak of inner strength. The new master took a deep breath and knelt down on one knee directly facing the orphanage. Under Wu Zhao, I've been trapped in the peak of internal strength for 5 years, and there is no hope of breaking through. This time, I accidentally discovered that the senior is breaking through to the trance state, but I have no choice but to make this decision. I want to take the opportunity to observe the senior's breakthrough. But my bottleneck was swept away by the escaping aura of senior's aura cloud. This kindness can't be repaid. Wu Zhao is willing to be a senior. Light and brain. There was no reply from the orphanage, so he kept kneeling. Come in. A deep and deep voice suddenly came from the ground, as if a wise and profound old man was waving to him. The door of the courtyard slammed open. Wu Zhao's eyes flashed with excitement, and he strode into the orphanage. Zheng Tianxiong was shocked. This is the first person to choose to take refuge with Elder Yi, but by no means the last. Yi Yang's team will become stronger and larger. Thinking of this, he directly clasped his fists in the direction of the hole and bowed deeply. Welcome Elder Yi to leave the customs. Zheng Yue and Sun Pingyu also followed suit. Welcome Elder Yi to leave the customs. Wu Zhao glanced at Zheng Tianxiong, a little confused, but he still did the same thing as them. Didn't you look away just now? Who is the mountain master of Spirit Beast Mountain? Then, who was the senior who retreated? His face became more respectful, and his heart became more determined. This senior still has a lot to do with Spirit Beast Mountain, so his choice was indeed correct. Call! A figure suddenly appeared from the entrance of the cave. He was just walking alone, but it was like a mountain, a big Buddha, a cloud of black mist and chaos. Wu Zhao hurriedly lowered his head. He didn't even dare to look up at the man even once. Dash. The gray inner strength poured out like a tidal wave and sent it out for 200 meters. Yi Yang stretched out his palm, and the inner strength of his palm was constantly changing into various shapes. Triangular pyramids, tetrahedrons, pentahedrons, beautiful. Zheng Tianxiong's eyes jumped again. This method is too skilled. It doesn't look like someone who has just stepped into the realm of trance. In order to become familiar with the transformation of internal energy into other shapes, it took him 3 months to fully grasp it. This young elder, Yi, is really amazing. Your name is Wu Zhao? Yi Yang came straight to Wu Zhao and said lightly, raise your head. Wu Zhao raised his head and immediately met a pair of clear eyes. As deep as an endless sea, a bottomless abyss. This is the look that a strong man should have. At this time, he noticed Yi Yang's surprisingly young face and opened his eyes involuntarily. I didn't expect you to be so young. You've lost your temper. Wu Zhao lowered his head. It's okay. Yi Yang waved his hand. Since you are willing to join me, then I will tell you the rules. Guard the orphanage and teach the children to practice when necessary. This is your task, understand? Wu Zhao was taken aback. It's that simple? You look down on me too much, don't you? Co-authored me as a security guard and tutor. Elder Yi, since you have made a breakthrough, can you follow us to the Spirit Beast Mountain and participate in the Spirit Beast ceremony? Zheng Tianxiong said respectfully. It is good. Yi Yang nodded. Wu Zhao stepped aside and was shocked, as expected of a strong man in his own eyes. He was actually invited by the mountain master of Spirit Beast Mountain to participate in the Spirit Beast ceremony. You must also show your ability, otherwise you will not be worthy of this adult at all. Because Yi Yang's breakthrough took some time, Zheng Tianxiong and his party didn't waste a bit of time and drove directly to Spirit Beast Mountain. Yi Yang and Zheng Tianxiong are already strong in the trance state and do not need to rest at all. They are still in good spirits after a dozen hours of driving. But Zheng Yue and Sun Pingyu are different. They have almost no spirit. Yue, Pingyu, you take Elder Yi to the guest room of Qing Shan Peak Tianzi to rest. I'm going to have a meeting with those two. Zheng Tianxiong clasped his fists towards Yi Yang and left. The two he mentioned were obviously the two mountain masters of Xuanwu Mountain and Luojia Mountain. Spirit Beast Mountain is said to be a mountain, but it is a whole mountain range. Countless pedestrians came and went down the mountain, perhaps because of the Spirit Beast ceremony. Among the people who came and went, there were not a few Neijing warriors and even Neijing masters. The three set foot on the steps leading to Qingshan Peak. Before taking a few steps, a frivolous voice came from the front. Yo, isn't this Yue? Why are you so haggard? Who annoyed you? It hurts me so much to see you like this. Have you thought about it? If you want to be my girlfriend, I'll beg my dad to bring you into the ruins. How about that? The speaker was a handsome young man with dyed yellow hair. He was wearing blood-red clothes with a strange pattern embroidered on his chest. Blood Mountain giant eyes, wooden shackles, and iron cables. Obviously, it is the disciple of Luojia Mountain, and his eyes have been staring at Zheng Yue's body. Peng Wanli, if you dare to look at me again, I will dig out your eyeballs. Zheng Yue paused word by word and said coldly. Peng Wanli laughed, and the Luojiashan disciples behind him also laughed. Zheng Yue, you are still the same as before, with no eyesight at all. Do you know that my dad has already broken through to the peak of trance? Do you know that I have already cultivated the third, ninth order spirit beast in Luojiashan? Do you know that your spirit beast mountain is about to enter the bottom for the 17th time? Ha 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 ha. Zheng Yue stomped hard. Sun Pingyu stepped forward and said sternly, Peng Wanli, this is the site of my spirit beast mountain. I advise you to speak with respect. The site of your spirit beast mountain? Respect? Every year at the bottom of the line, the most rubbish line, but also the respect of others? Ridiculous. Peng Wanli said disdainfully. I heard that Shanju Zheng went out on purpose. Could it be that he sought foreign aid? If I'm not mistaken, the one next to you? Peng Wanli pointed at Yi Yang and sneered. Zheng Yue's pretty face rarely showed a hint of excitement. Yes, it's Master Yi. With Master Yi here, this time my spirit beast mountain will never be at the bottom again. Peng Wanli looked at Yi Yang suspiciously. Zheng Yue, this person doesn't have the slightest bit of inner strength. Are you sure he is Master Yi? After a long time, he sneered. Zheng Yue also sneered. Master Yi is very strong. Just wait for me. Before that, get out of the way for me. I have to let it go. The corners of Peng Wanli's mouth showed a joke. He brought these dozen disciples of Luojia Mountain, and he came here specially to block Zheng Yue. He just likes to see Zheng Yue, the eldest lady, deflated. Who made you look so high before? So cool. So comfortable. Go away, Yi Yang said impatiently. He also had an ancient book given by Li Lingyu. He didn't have a chance to read it on the way. He originally planned to read it after resting in the guest room. It's really disgusting that these people stand in front of them relentlessly. What? You dare tell me to get out of here? Peng Wanli said in disbelief. Do you know who I am? My father is Peng Chaolin, the owner of Luojia Mountain, and my mother is an 8th Order Formation Master of Haizhou. My grandfather is the Deputy City Lord of the Haizhou Municipal Government. Do you know what are the consequences of saying this to me? Yi Yang said impatiently. A trash that can't even beat my spirit beasts has an identity? Peng Wanli laughed angrily. It is good. Well said. Then your spirit beast must be very powerful, right? Come on, let it out and let my uncle take a look. I'll see which part of the meat is more delicious, and I'll roast it later. Ha ha ha. Baked it. The young master is mighty. Let's open a small stove again tonight. The Luojiashan disciples behind him echoed. The disciples of Ling Beast Mountain next to each other showed disgust and helplessness. Under the leadership of Peng Wanli, the disciples of Luojiashan ran rampant. Every day, they caught a disciple's spirit beast for barbecue, which made people angry and angry. However, Luo Yinshan's strength far surpassed that of Spirit Beast Mountain. The elders did not say a word, so the disciples could only bear it. Xiaohei, someone want to roast you? Yi Yang sneered. Xiaohei grinned, revealing big white teeth. The next moment, he shot out like black lightning. Before anyone could react, he bit Peng Wanli's thigh and tore off a large mouthful of flesh. What? After a while, Peng Wanli howled like a dead pig. You're finished. I'm going to tell Dad. I'm going to make you suffer from all kinds of torture from mountains. Peng Wanli roared miserably. I'm done. Yi Yang sneered. Xiaohei, bite the thing between his legs. Xiaohei Huchi finished eating most of the flesh and blood and immediately came between Peng Wanli's legs. Peng Wanli was dying. Quickly drive this mad dog away. Drive away. Luojian disciples rushed forward in a hurry. But as soon as they approached, they were shocked by the evil spirit emanating from Xiaohei's side, and they didn't dare to move. Seeing that big mouth getting closer and closer to his baby, Peng Wanli almost cried. Brother, I'll give way, can't I just give way? He couldn't help but beg for mercy. As I said, a group of you who can't even beat a spirit beast are all trash. Yi Yang snorted coldly and walked away with Xiaohei. It was not until Yi Yang and the three disappeared from sight that Peng Wanli turned over, staring at their distant backs full of resentment. Damn, dare to mess with me. This kid is dead. He clutched his bloody thigh and cursed. Let's go. I'm going to find a mountain master for Lousy. I must kneel in front of me and apologize. He must endure 10 times the pain I have experienced. On the other side, Yi Yang came to the Tianziho guest room and took a rest. Of course, it is better to say that it is to practice in another place instead of resting. He directly took out the ancient book that little girlie Ling Yu had given him and started to look at it, and he also made a cup of bone meal with him, which he regarded as his daily water intake. The host reads Furnace Suction True, comprehends Furnace Suction True technique, and automatically reaches full level. The Furnace Cauldron absorbing Jinshu, man-made furnace cauldron, suck its inner strength. Full level effect. When any creature cultivates, a portion of its internal energy will be absorbed by the host, and the host can destroy the enemy's Dantian and quickly plunder its inner strength. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. It is indeed a dazzling ancient book of Beoguang. Great skill. After stepping into the realm of trance, Xiaoqing, Deshang, and Peak all require a huge amount of internal energy. With Yi Yang's current skills and exercises, if he wants to step into the next realm, it will take at least 2 months. This skill directly opened up a new path for him. Anyone approaching? Yi Yang's 6 senses are so sharp that he immediately heard the sound of someone approaching. Young master, is it appropriate for us to do this? In the darkness outside the guest room, 2 figures whispered to each other, with a spirit beast beside them. He dares to be the uncle, and he dares to let that little dog bite me. Eat my flesh. If I don't repay this revenge, won't I be looked down upon by my brothers? This voice was very familiar. It was the daytime Peng Wanli. Damn, Zheng Tianxiong and my dad don't care, then I'll do it myself. I must let this boy see how powerful I am, Peng Wanli. I want him to know that fighting against me is a matter of life and death. Then what are you going to do with him? Said the disciple of Luojiao Mountain next to him. Hey, of course it's still the same trick. Have you forgotten what we've been doing these past few nights? This kid will definitely cultivate at night. We use this 9th order spirit beast to plunder his inner strength to feed back his talent, and deliberately take advantage of his cultivation to take away his inner strength, so that his realm will not rise, but decline instead. Peng Wanli and test track. Young master is still smart. The disciple immediately flattered. In the room, a sneer appeared at the corner of Yi Yang's mouth. No wonder I heard Sun Pingyu say that recently many inner disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain feel that their realm is not rising but falling. It turns out that these 2 have done a good job. And I haven't looked for you yet, so you came to me first? But it is also just right. You could try the power of my cauldron suction technique. Yi Yang closed his eyes and stimulated his inner strength slightly. The inner strength diverges, forming a vortex to attract aura. Outside the guest room, Peng Wanli sneered. Sure enough, I've started to practice. It's up to you, little thing. He patted the strange spirit beast behind him. The latter squeaked a few times and stretched out an invisible tentacle, quietly reaching into Yi Yang's inner strength vortex, about to steal Yi Yang's inner strength. The suction from his tentacle is very strong. If it is a new master, I am afraid that most of it will be sucked away in an hour. However, its breath is very weak and silent, and ordinary people cannot detect it at all. There was a sneer at the corner of Yi Yang's mouth, and the furnace ding suction technique was instantly activated. A terrifying suction like a black hole instantly shattered the tentacles and devoured the ninth order spirit beast all the way. The ninth order spirit beast was stunned for a moment, then screamed violently, with great fear in its small eyes. Peng Wanli quickly covered its mouth. What a joke. This is the place where the elders of the spirit beast mountain live. Once someone finds out, they will all be exposed. Then he immediately felt that a terrifying suction force came from the spirit beast, rushed directly into his dantian, and swallowed all the inner strength of the master of the hall. In the end, the disciple of Luo Jiaxin saw that Peng Wanli's face was wrong, so he hurriedly came to save him. As a result, he was also sucked in, and the cultivation base of the peak of internal energy collapsed like a flood. Yi Yang in the room had a satisfied look on his face. Comfortable. Just in the time just now, he had just broken through to the trance state, and the sea of dantian, which was almost dry, rose by 1/20th. If it is absorbed step by step according to the exercises, 1/20th of it will take at least 3 or 4 days. Such a villain, it is useless to have these cultivation bases. Let me help you laugh at it. Yi Yang smiled slightly. The next day, the morning sun came as promised. Sun Pingyu and Zheng Yue came together to invite Yi Yang to the main peak of Spirit Beast Mountain. There is also the place where the Spirit Beast ceremony is held. The top of the peak was cleared of a large open space, surrounded by seats, and the disciples of Luojiao Mountain, Spirit Beast Mountain, and Xuanwu Mountain were clearly seated. Yi Yang came to the elder's seat and saw Chu Yixiao and Xue Feng, both of whom showed kind smiles to Yi Yang. In addition, he also saw teacher Xue Wei and chief teacher Shi Yuhu, but both of them returned to the sect as disciples, so they both sat in the first row of the disciples' seat. Shi Yuhu looked up at Yi Yang, who was the elder's seat, and was filled with emotion, both gratification and envy. It seems that not long ago, Yi Yang, a child, was still a member of Shanjing Academy. In a blink of an eye, he became the honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, and his status and cultivation realm were higher than himself, and much higher. As a teacher, this may be the most gratifying place. This child must be able to go farther than himself. Since everyone is here, let's start this Spirit Beast ceremony. As the host, Zheng Tianxiong was the first to speak. I'm Zheng Tianxiong. I Peng Chaolin. I Wu Yuanyi. Announced that this Spirit Beast ceremony will begin now. Next, 3 or 4 sleepy little shows. Except for the snow-white breasts and long legs of the female disciples, there's almost no place to light their eyes. But the main event after this also came. Since it is a Spirit Beast ceremony, how can it be done without Spirit Beasts? Ha ha ha. Lao Zheng, it's not me pretending to be forceful. Today, your Spirit Beasts are in front of my Spirit Beasts in Luojiao Mountain, and they have no prestige at all. Peng Chaolin laughed. Zheng Tianxiong looked gloomy and said nothing. Wu Yuanyi sneered. That's not necessarily true. Hey, the third Spirit Beast I cultivated in Luojiao Mountain is not only 9th order, but also very qualified. Usually my son is taking care of it, and it is expected to break through to the 9th order in the future. Peng Chaolin's tone, even somewhat arrogant. He is really confident. The 3 9th order Spirit Beasts were completely crushed. The third Spirit Beast can even devour the power of other Spirit Beasts to grow, and its growth rate is simply amazing. These days, Peng Wanli is still secretly taking the Spirit Beast to devour the inner strength of the disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain and Xuanwu Mountain. He was deliberately cheerful and pretended not to know. Swallow. The more you swallow, the better. That Spirit Beast is destined to be the key to the rise of Luojiao Mountain in the next few decades. Haizhou's first sect is a piece of shit. If you want to do it, you must be the first sect in Jiangnan. even the #1 sect in China. Soon, the Ninth Order spirit beasts of Xuanwu Mountain entered the ring. Those were two huge earth dragons over 5 meters in size. Large in size, gentle in temperament, and good at finding mineral veins. These are the characteristics of Tulong. The disciples in the audience exclaimed. After all, in the eyes of many people, big means strong. But soon, the earth dragon of Xuanwu Mountain was compared by the spirit beast of Luojiao Mountain. It was two flame king kites. The whole body was hot. The heat wave attacked people, and the Tulong roared again and again, and finally had to leave the ring. Seeing this scene, Peng Shaolin almost looked up with a smile. Wu Yuanyi wanted to crush the handrail. Hey, 2 versus 2? I actually won at Luojiaishan. It's really boring. Peng Shaolin pretended to be humble. However, I will do my best to treat Lao Zheng. He then deliberately said to Zheng Tianxiong. Zheng Tianxiong gritted his teeth. Damn, so deceiving. What he means is obviously to take out the third Ninth Order spirit beast and use an overwhelming advantage to completely defeat the Spirit Beast Mountain. In this way, Spirit Beast Mountain looks very ugly. As the host, he was defeated so thoroughly. Yi Yang on the elder's seat next to him heard their conversation, and his face couldn't help but look strange. Come on, my son. Quickly bring up our third Spirit Beast from Luojiao Mountain, so that the fellow Taoists of Spirit Beast Mountain will have a good experience. Peng Shaolin laughed unscrupulously, as if this was not Spirit Beast Mountain. But it's like falling off a mountain at home. Too deceiving. Zheng Tianxiong gritted his teeth. Peng Shaolin's words also made everyone look forward to it. What kind of spirit beast with the most potential in Luojiao Mountain? Under the ring, Peng Wanli came slowly with the gray spirit beast. The former has a pale face and withered body. The latter, the breath is sluggish, the fur falls off, and the charm is completely lost. It's like being thrown into the washing machine and stirred more than 20 times. The whole place was silent. Peng Shaolin couldn't keep his mouth shut. What? Why is this happening? How did the most potential spirit beast in Luojiao Mountain become such a ghost? In this way, I am afraid that even the red-billed pigeon can't compare. Who did it? Who did it? Peng Wanli. Why did you make it like this? Peng Shaolin was going crazy. Fucking Lao Tzu just finished blowing on it, saying that my third spirit beast in Luojiaishan is so splendid and his aptitude is amazing. The results of it. You fucking brought me a hairless phoenix. No, it's a hairless chick. Are you trying to make me lose face? Zheng Tianxiong stood up abruptly, clapping his hands and laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. Lord Peng Shan is right. The third spirit beast in Guishan is indeed incomparable, and its potential is unmatched. Hey, why is there no such divine beast in my Spirit Beast Mountain? It's really sad. Shui Feng from the elder's seat couldn't help but burst out laughing. This is the first time she has seen Zheng Peng Wanli. I'll settle the account with you after the Spirit Beast ceremony. Peng Shaolin's lungs were about to explode with anger. For him, this was simply a loss of face. Take the Spirit Beast down. Even if it's just 2 Ninth Order Yin Wan Yuan, I'm very confident. Peng Shaolin waved his hand and sat down angrily. Zheng Tianxiong's face stiffened again. Yes, even 2 rank 9 Yin Wang Yuans would be able to hang up the purple-headed black-backed centipede and beat it. After all, the former stepped into the Ninth Order more than 10 years ago and accumulated a lot. As for the purple-headed and black-backed centipede, it was less than half a month before he entered the 9th rank. Between the two, you can't count. It's not enough to rely on Zidian alone, and you must also see if Elder Ye's spirit beast is strong. Old Zheng, are you interested in having a try? Perhaps to save the face, just now. Peng Shaolin patted the armrest and laughed. Look, I only got 2 spirit beasts on Luojiao Mountain this time. Maybe your Spirit Beast Mountain still has the strength to fight, right? I have an ancient book of the main sect here, and I have been unable to understand it, so I will take it out as a bet. If Spirit Beast Mountain loses, and I don't want anything from you, just clasp your fists and bow, and call me old brother. Peng Shaolin took out an ancient book and said lightly. Zheng Tianxiong's fist hidden in his sleeve clenched tightly. On the surface, this competition should be a huge benefit to Spirit Beast Mountain. Isn't it just clasping fists and bowing to call old brother? Not a piece of meat. But this is under the spotlight. What will the audience think? What would the disciples of Luojiashan and Zuanwishan think? What will the elders and disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain think? Compared with losing treasure, humiliating Zheng Tianxiong's face is even more uncomfortable. How about Lao Zheng? Don't you dare to agree? Hey, don't blame me. I gave you a chance. There was something wrong with my third spirit beast, and I didn't plan to go in a battle. Peng Chaolin spit out a smoke ring comfortably and smiled slightly mockingly. I agreed for Master Zheng Shanju. Yang suddenly stood up and said, looking at it with a discerning eye, the ancient book in Peng Chaolin's hand, Bao Guang, is only above the cauldron. Moreover, this is an ancient book of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect, and it may be able to upgrade the Dragon Tiger Kai Hai Gong. This bet, of course, has to be accepted. But as soon as his words came out, Xue Feng and the other elders were all shocked. Zheng Tianxiong also showed a look of astonishment. Even if your spirit beast goes into battle, it can only remain undefeated. The opponents are Yin Wanyuan, who have stepped in the Ninth Order for more than 10 years. It is impossible to win. Who are you? Are you qualified? Peng Chaolin glanced at him and said coldly, Yi Yang, honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain. Yi Yang said lightly, Zheng Tianxiong, you even sold the title of honorary elder? How much? Ha ha. Peng Chaolin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. Zheng Tianxiong gritted his teeth. Really deceiving too much. What Elder Yi said is what I mean. This bet I Spirit Beast Mountain, take it. Zheng Tianxiong slammed the armrest hard and said sternly, even if I lose, isn't it just humiliating my Zheng Tianxiong's face? So far, what face can't be ashamed of? But if you win, it will be an ancient book of the main sect. If you can really get it, it will be an absolute good thing for the elders and disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain. Okay, I admire your courage, Lao Zheng. Peng Chaolin laughed loudly. He wants to find all the face that he lost before in Zheng Tianxiong. Compete with me on Luojiao Mountain? You are really dizzy. As soon as Yi Yang's words came out, the atmosphere on the court immediately changed. Lu Hong addressed the two brothers Lu Hongyuan with a look of disbelief. Master Yi is really arrogant. No matter who is standing in front of him, his attitude never changes. Even if you're a master of the Ninth Order formation or the governor of Hangzhou, you must respect Fengshan. Since Yi Yang's mind has been settled, it will never change. However, even if the two brothers felt that Yi Yang was arrogant, they could not help but admire in their hearts. Master Yi is worthy of being Master Yi. Even in the face of such a big man, he is not at all timid. Moreover, even the Ninth Order spirit tools, and even the favor of everyone in the Ninth Order formation, are not in the eye. Awesome. Really awesome. When Li Xuanjin heard Yi Yang's words, his expression changed immediately. Master Yi is still a bit young and frivolous, full of self-satisfaction. How dare he be arrogant in front of the first person in Hangzhou's formation, Fengshan Sr. However, if Senior Feng makes a move, it can also dampen Master Ye's spirit, and it may also help him to grow in the future. Shun Guanqing and Shun Linfeng, especially the latter, showed contempt on their faces. Hee, I admit, I'm not as good as you and Shun Linfeng. You, Yi Yang, can even do something like ecstasy, and you can actually let people tell the truth directly. It's really awesome. But so what? In front of the first person in the Hangzhou formation, how many waves can you make as a junior? No matter how ugly it sounds, you don't even deserve to stand in front of Master Feng. He is still arrogant here, and he's ashamed to speak to Master Feng. Yi Yang, I really didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Shun Linfeng's face was full of disdain. The wrinkles on Feng Shan's face couldn't help but pile up high. Who is this son? Why so arrogant? It's just so arrogant. Have you never heard my name Feng Shan? So I am ignorant and fearless. Thinking of this, his brows stretched a little, and he smiled softly. Little friend, I'm Feng Shan He. Fortunately, at the age of 60, 1 foot entered the ranks of the Ninth Order Array Masters, which is considered a small one in the entire Hangzhou. Famous. One of my favors from Fengshan is of some value. At least, in Hangzhou, you can use my favor to achieve many things you want but can't do. What Fengshan has said was very humble. Where is he famous? Among the elite circles in Hangzhou, he is simply thunderous. There is no one who does not know the name of Fengshan River. Countless people are scrambling to send money to Fengshan, precious materials, and spiritual tools to send treasures. All of them want Fengshan to owe them a favor. But does Yang care about this kind of favor? Do not care. What I said, I don't want to say it a second time. The Ninth Order spiritual tool, I can forge it easily. Ninth Order formation, I can do it at my fingertips. I don't look down on the favor of the Ninth Order Array Master, because I am the Ninth Order Array Master myself. Yang said impatiently. Yes, he doesn't need everything that Fengshan promised, and it's not rare, and he even abandons it like a bull. As soon as his words came out, the brothers Liu Yinshan and Liu Hongji were shocked, and Li Sun was really shocked. Shen Linfeng was stunned. Okay, I just wanted to see you so arrogant in front of Master Feng. Crazy, crazy. The prelude to death is madness. The two Yin Wangyuans showed off their might in the arena. The flames were blazing, and they were fierce and powerful. From the nostrils, a sulfur-like breath can even be exhaled, making people afraid to approach them at all. The disciples who were a little closer to the arena kept shrinking back, for fear that the two Yin Wanyuan were in a bad mood, so they would just find someone to breathe fire. The Ninth Order Spirit Beast is the foundation of the sect. Even if it accidentally hurts or even kills any disciple, at most it will lose some money. That is, it will die in vain. Two seniors Yin, restrain yourself. Later, the Spirit Beasts of the Spirit Beast Mountain will come up. It's time for you to have a good appetite. Next to the two Yin Wanyuan stood a woman with heavy makeup and bright makeup. She patted Yin Wangyuan's neck and smiled gracefully. Her voice was so loud that almost everyone could hear it. In particular, the disciples and elders of the Spirit Beast Mountain changed color. She is Luo Yin, the first elder of Luojiao Mountain, and the person closest to Yin Wanyuan. Hey, you Spirit Beast Mountain, why haven't you come up yet? Luo Yin sneered at the disciple area of Spirit Beast Mountain. Spirit Beast Mountain disciples clenched their fists, but had to bow their heads. The Ninth Order Spirit Beast, known to others in Spirit Beast Mountain, is a purple-headed black-backed centipede, but its attributes are obviously perfectly restrained by Yin Wanyuan, not to mention the accumulation of spiritual energy. The two are not on the same order of magnitude at all. Luo Yin even said just now that Yin Wanyuan would eat Zidian alive. This made many elder disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain angry. The Ninth Order Spirit Beast is the foundation. Even if you lose, you can't be so overbearing. In the stands, Zheng Tianxiong clenched his fists fiercely. Lao Peng, is it too much? Peng Chaolan laughed. Luo Yin has such a temper. Brother Zheng, don't blame her. She's just talking about it. But you Spirit Beast Mountain, why haven't you climbed up yet? Could it be that you're afraid? He half smiled. Zheng Tianxiong snorted coldly. My Spirit Beast Mountain is not that bad. Here we go. In the Spirit Beast Mountain area, a figure came up with a purple-headed and black-backed centipede. It is Shuewei. Shuefeng in the stands suddenly shrank his pupils. Why is she here? Shuefeng gritted his teeth. Chu Yi smiled helplessly and said, Sister Feng, Xiaowei has always wanted to do something for the sect. Even if she loses, she will not regret it. Shuefeng snorted coldly, not wanting to say anything more. Chu Yi smiled and sighed. He knew what Shuefeng was thinking. After all, Shuewei was her daughter. If Shuewei lost, she would lose not only himself, but also Shuefeng's face. Xiaowei, Uncle Chu can help you, so here we are. Chu Yixiao sighed in his heart. Before the Spirit Beast ceremony, Shuewei specially found him, and with Yang as a guarantee, he handed over the task to Shuewei. He could understand Shuewei's determination to contribute to the sect and to change her mother's opinion. But it's really unwise for you to have to come up in such a game that you will lose. Your mother will only hate you more. Shuewei looked at the stands. She knew that her mother Shuefeng looked down on her at all, so the first thing she saw was Yi Yang. There was gratitude in her eyes. This young man was her student, but now she is her lucky star. She has long known that Yi Yang's spirit beasts are beyond the ninth order. So this test is actually completely incomparable. As long as Xiao He jumped off Zidian's back, the battle would be one-sided. Yi Yang, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't even have the courage to stand here. If it wasn't for you, I would never have had a chance to change my mother's opinion of me. Shuewei raised her head sharply. Elder Luo Yin, I, Shuewei, here I come. Luo Yin smiled contemptuously. It seems that the Spirit Beast Mountain is really unmanned, and actually sent Shuefeng's little daughter out. In this way, you don't seem to have any expectations for the result of this competition. Come on, it's really unchallenging. Shuewei, you really don't plan to admit defeat. Can you fight 1-on-2? Shuewei patted the little black hiding on Zidian's back. There is another one here, also a ninth order spirit beast. Luo Yin was taken aback. The disciples were stunned. In the stands, everyone was stunned. What are you kidding, a little black dog? You told me it's a ninth order? Luo Yin couldn't help laughing. Peng Chaolin also smiled. Brother Zheng, you're not getting water in your head, are you? That little earth dog is also ninth order? Zheng Tianxiong said lightly, it is the spirit beast of my spirit beast, Elder Shanyi, and it is indeed the ninth order. In the arena, Shuewei seemed to have been prepared and took out a spirit test bead and placed it on Xiao He. Rub rub. 9 Xian marks. The real ninth order. That's it. Xiao He is qualified to participate in the competition. Shuewei put away the spirit test beads. All laughter disappeared in an instant. No matter what, it was a real ninth order spirit beast. Luo Yin narrowed her eyes, but her face was even more contemptuous. There is actually a way to cultivate a ninth order spirit beast in a short period of time. But that method will greatly burn the potential of spirit beasts and consume a lot of resources. The ninth order spirit beasts that were finally cultivated were just a pile of them. It also has a short lifespan, dying within a year at most. In her opinion, this thin ninth order spirit beast must have been cultivated using that kind of secret technique. Spirit Beast Mountain is really desperate. If that's the case, then come on, let me see that little black dog. Isn't it amazing? Luo Yin smiled charmingly. Purple electricity. Go. Shuewei shouted lowly. The purple-headed and black-backed centipede was shaped into a bow, spewing out a large mouthful of dark green venom. Luo Yin just smiled contemptuously. Yin Wanyuan let out a high-pitched cry, spewing out a mouthful of flames, instantly vaporizing the venom. The subsequent flames were even more violent, directly scorching a large piece of the purple-headed black-backed centipede's carapace. Zidian let out a miserable hiss and quickly stepped back. The big centipede on Spirit Beast Mountain is so weak. Hey, really, such a weak spirit beast? Don't come on stage to be ashamed. The disciples of Xuanwu Mountain and Luojiao Mountain in the audience laughed wildly. The disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain clenched their fists tightly, and the sky above was gloomy and gloomy. What a shame. Just want to engrave the word shame on your face. Don't watch this kind of competition. A disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain stood up and was about to leave. With him taking the lead, a large group of disciples stood up in the next moment. They can't watch it. Wait, that little black is in battle. At this moment, a voice suddenly said. Everyone looked at the reputation. The inconspicuous little black jumped to the top of Zidian's head, and Zidian was willing to be stepped on by it, and his attitude was even very respectful. This big centipede is too cowardly, isn't it? How can even a little black dog step on it? Luo Yin covered her mouth and laughed loudly, with 1,000 gestures. But her words stopped abruptly, because in the next moment, Xiao He opened his mouth and spewed out the darkness that was like reality. Dash. As if night had fallen. Not to be outdone, Yin Wanyuan also spewed flames, but the flames had no effect at all. Just a moment, they were annihilated in the darkness. The entire arena was instantly shrouded in darkness. The whole place was silent. What happened? How could that little black dog spew so much black mist? Stunned, what kind of monster is that? The disciples in the audience exclaimed in surprise. No wonder they weren't shocked. In this way, the spirit beasts that can greatly change a certain area have almost never appeared before. In the stands, a group of elders also showed surprise. Is that little black dog so scary? Peng Chaolin's face was obviously a little ugly. He had never imagined that such uncontrollable factors would appear. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Yi Yang. Brat, is your spirit beast? Great, great. Yi Yang also noticed his gaze and just smiled contemptuously. To such a person, he was too lazy to show any face. The father's character is so inferior that he can cultivate a stubborn son. On the ring, there were bursts of explosions. There was even the sound of kites chirping. That is the tragic hiss of Yin Wan Yuan. Peng Chaolin, including the expressions of the elders and disciples of logician, gradually slid into the bottom of the valley with the screams of Yin Wan Yuan. No way. That is my invincible Yin Wan Yuan in Luo Jiashan. How could it possibly be defeated by a gray, thin, and small dog? Impossible. We don't believe it. All eyes were focused on the ring. The dark fog gradually dissipated. The two flame king kites were lying on the arena with a breathless breath. Their gorgeous feathers were scattered, and their red feather crests were torn everywhere. What kind of divine kite is this? Clearly a plucked cock. Abjection. Miserable. On top of the two Yin Wan Yuan heads, purple-headed and black-backed centipedes circled into a ball. Above Zidian's head stood a radiant little black. Roar. Xiaohei was majestic and screamed. The coercion above the ninth order erupted like a tsunami in an instant, sweeping the audience. The elders' spirit beasts and the disciples' spirit beasts were horrified, and some of them who were too close to each other were pissing and urinating. But almost no one made a sound, because everyone was deeply shocked by this scene. Oh my God, is there something wrong with my eyeballs? Why is such a mediocre, gray, thin, and small earth dog that could defeat two Yin Wan Yuan? This is too incredible, right? It's even more incredible than my Chinese men's football world championship. Peng Chaolin opened his eyes like copper bells and clenched the handrail tightly. I lost. In this competition with the winning ticket in hand, he actually lost. And Zheng Tianxiong and other spirit beast mountain elders were slightly stunned, and then showed ecstasy. It actually won. Shuefeng's eyes changed when he looked at Shuewei. While Chui smiled shocked, there was also a hint of relief. Any elder from Zheng Tianxiong to Spirit Beast Mountain knew who brought the victory in this battle. It's Yi Yang. Without his little black dog, this battle would have been lost. Although Elder Yi has no intention of taking credit, Zheng Tianxiong deeply understands this. He stood up suddenly. Master Peng Shan, it's time to fulfill the promise. Peng Chaolin held the ancient book tightly in his big hand. After a long time, it was thrown suddenly. If you lose, you lose. Isn't it a spirit beast ceremony that takes the form? The next 3 mountains will be martial arts, which is the key. Zheng Tianxiong, you have successfully aroused my anger. Originally, I planned to save some face for your Spirit Beast Mountain, but now I have given up this plan. I want you Spirit Beast Mountain. You will lose a crushing defeat. Peng Chaolin said. Zheng Tianxiong laughed and ignored him, but went straight to Yi Yang. A deep bow. At the same time, both hands offer ancient books. This ancient book was earned by Elder Yi for my Spirit Beast Mountain, and you should be the first to read it. His attitude was very respectful. Without Yi Yang, he wouldn't even be able to touch this book. Because of Yi Yang, there was this shocking reversal. Only when Peng Chaolin is complacent can he grab food from the tiger's mouth. Zheng Tianxiong's actions did not care about everyone's attention. Everyone was amazed. Who was that young man? What ability did he have? And he actually sat on the elder's seat. And why did the mountain master of Spirit Beast Mountain respect him so much? The elders of the Spirit Beast Mountain also cast their attention. There is envy, there is respect. Yi Yang nodded slightly and took the ancient book. After reading this book, it will be returned to Spirit Beast Mountain. He said lightly. The only tight string in Zheng Tianxiong's heart immediately loosened. What he was most afraid of was that Yi Yang couldn't restrain his greed and insisted on taking this book as his own. But now it seems that he is still thinking too darkly. How could Elder Yi do such an inferior thing? Elder Yi is the blessing of my spirit beast mountain. Zheng Tianxiong bowed deeply again. Peng Chaolin snorted coldly and turned to leave. Yang, right? I remember you. I'll let you know the consequences of fighting Luoyin Mountain. In this way, the Spirit Beast ceremony came to an end with the great victory of the host, Spirit Beast Mountain, which shocked everyone's attention. Everyone was surprised, but no one is optimistic about the next Sanshan Hui Wu. Luo Jiashan is too strong, too strong. It is so strong that both the Spirit Beast Mountain and Xuanwu Mountain can't be defeated. Therefore, even if Spirit Beast Mountain is slightly stronger, their goal is only Xuanwu Mountain, just to fight for second place. As for the number one who was regarded as a forbidden person by Luojiao Mountain, I really didn't dare to think about it. There is a 2-hour break between the Spirit Beast ceremony and the Sanshan Hui Wu. Yiyang also took advantage of this time to look through this ancient book. The host reads Dragon and Tiger Orogeny, comprehends Dragon and Tiger Orogeny, and automatically reaches full level. Dragon and Tiger Orogeny. Open the sea in the chaos, build mountains in the vast sea, and smash the sky on the top of the mountain. Full level effect. Accelerate the acquisition of inner strength and build inner strength peaks in the ocean of Dantian. There was a gleam of interest in his eyes. Interesting. It turned out that the Dragon Tiger Kai Hai Gong, which he leaned on his arm, was actually just an introductory chapter of the Dragon and Tiger Creation Rectification. The Dragon and Tiger Orogeny 1 from Peng Chaolin's hands is the second chapter of this FA rectification. Yiyang couldn't help but be more interested in exploring the ruins of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect. If you can get the third chapter in the ruins, the Dragon and Tiger will smash the heaven. You will be able to comprehend the righteous law of Dragon and Tiger creation by yourself. If you guess correctly, this exercise is the orthodox inheritance exercise of the ancient first-class sect, the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect. At the same time, he could also see in his Dantian that a trace of gray internal energy, guided by the Dragon and Tiger technique, gradually formed a small island out of the sea in the center of the Dantian Ocean. This should be the prototype of Naging Mountain, right? If Yiyang guessed correctly, the Dragon and Tiger fortune tellers may be the right way to step into the heavens of the Master. Breaking the sky at the top of the mountain is obviously to break the barrier between the Master and the Grandmaster. Yiyang clenched his fists violently. He knew that this day would not be too far away. The rest time is over in a blink of an eye. Sanshan Hui Wu, here we come. In the stands, Peng Chaolin suddenly walked towards Yiyang. He lowered his body and stared at Yiyang. My son, did you do it? Peng Chaolin was like a tiger going down the mountain. His eyes seemed to tear Yiyang apart. During the break, just now, he had already asked Peng Wanli everything he wanted. No wonder the spirit beast is so sluggish. It turned out that it was Yiyang who did it. Of course, this can't be picked out. So Peng Chaolin deliberately lowered his voice and pressed Yiyang. Seeing this, Zheng Tianxiong stood up suddenly. Peng Chaolin, what are you doing? Yiyang is the honorary elder of my Spirit Beast Mountain. If you touch him, it will be like a war on my Spirit Beast Mountain. You have to think about it. Peng Chaolin sneered. I'm afraid of going to war with you? Zheng Tianxiong gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Yes, he was not afraid at all. If the Spirit Beast Mountain also has the force of Luojiashan, how can it be bullied by Luojiashan? Answer me, did you do it? Peng Chaolin continued. His eyes seemed to be devoured by someone. Yiyang smiled lightly. I did it, so what? Your son, it is self-inflicted. He has to absorb my inner strength. It's just that my practice method can absorb the inner strength of others. Speaking of which, thanks to him. Thanks to him for sending a 9th-order spirit beast with infinite potential. It saved me more than a month of training. For good things like this in the future, remember to find me. Yi Yang's mouth raised a contemptuous smile. The anger in Peng Chaolin's eyes seemed to burn Yiyang to ashes. It's really you. Sure enough, you bastard. Interrupted my plan twice. How can I, Peng Chaolin, keep you? The next moment, just when everyone in the stands thought that Peng Chaolin was going to strike ruthlessly, he suddenly stood up and laughed loudly. This time, how about we change the rules? It's so boring that these disciples are always making a fuss. This time, there will be no need for disciples. Let the elders take action. I don't know, Master Zheng Shan. What is Wu Shan's plan? Zheng Tianxiong's first reaction was no. What a joke. Originally, your disciples in Luo Jiaxin were strong. The elders are stronger than the disciples. The gap is even bigger. I'm stupid to agree. I don't agree, Zheng Tianxiong said immediately. Hee, what do you think, Brother Wu? Peng Chaolin smiled and turned to look at Wu Mingyi. A hint of slyness rose on Wu Mingyi's face. Brother Peng said, I think it's good. In the past, it was all the disciples who played. It's very interesting to change the elders this time, just to see if the elders of each family have also improved. In the stands, there was a burst of consternation. The elders of the Spirit Beast Mountain showed a solemn expression one after another. Zheng Tianxiong looked in disbelief, but he soon understood. Wu Mingyi was obviously bought. No, maybe none of them need to be bought, because as long as they unite to expel the third place of Ling Beast Mountain, the second place will naturally be Xuanwu Mountain. For his own benefit, Wu Mingyi would naturally choose to follow Peng Chaolin. Since Brother Wu also thinks so, the minority obeys the majority. This matter is settled. Peng Chaolin laughed. Zheng Tianxiong's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Since the rules have been changed, naturally the rewards must also be changed, right? Master Peng Shan doesn't plan to take out a few more ancient books as a reward. Yang stood up and chuckled. Peng Chaolin was taken aback for a moment, and then he laughed loudly. Elder Yi said yes. Since the elders are going to participate in the Three Mountains martial arts, it is natural to come up with something that will make the elders excited. In that case, with a wave of his hand, the elder of Logician next to him sighed and immediately brought up the ancient book. A full 5. Yang glanced at it with his eyes. Although Bao Guang was average, he also had a copy, which was not inferior to the cauldron suction technique. Myself, take out another ancient book of Dan Fa. Peng Chaolin sneered and took out another ancient book. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Gudan Method? Elder Rui is willing to participate in the Three Mountains Guild. This ancient book will be given to you directly. Peng Chaolin laughed loudly. Elder Yi, I don't know if you dare to slap it. There was danger in his eyes. Zheng Tianxiong looked strange. He was still hesitating how to convince Yi Yang to participate in the Three Mountains martial arts tournament. After all, Yi Yang is only an honorary elder, and he does not need to take any responsibility at all. Without sufficient interests, it is absolutely impossible for this young powerhouse to waste time participating in the martial arts. But Peng Chaolin, it's a real help in the snow. As for whether Yi Yang will lose, Zheng Tianxiong never thought about this issue at all. In the Shernan Welfare Institute, he witnessed Yi Yang stepping into the realm of trance with his own eyes. Those kinds of terrifying powers are still vivid in my eyes. Not to mention an ordinary elder. Even if Peng Chaolin goes off the court in person, the outcome of the outcome will have to be said twice. Since you want to send me ancient books, how can I not accept it? Yi Yang chuckled lightly. He just likes this kind of guy. Extremely confident in himself, and especially fond of betting. The corners of Peng Chaolin's mouth raised an exaggerated arc. Okay, Elder Yi, I'm looking forward to seeing you in the ring. Brilliant. Under the stage, in the disciple area of Luoyan Mountain, Peng Wanli gently stroked the hair of the spirit beast and stared at Yi Yang. Are you promised? Then your death is not far away. From the moment you resisted my fall, your death was already doomed. Peng Wanli sneered, his whole being like a cold, poisonous snake. Mountain Master, is this really okay? Although Elder Yi is an elder, after all, he's only 19 years old. In the stands, Chu Yixiao quickly got up and said. Shuefeng also agreed. Yes, Elder Yi has strength. Maybe not enough to resist the attacks of the elders of Luo Jiaxin. They had seen Yi Yang's ability. There is no doubt about the latter's talent. But they only know that Yi Yang is the master of the hall. He once defeated the new master Jiang Li with absolute crushing strength in the competition between Shangjing and Hanjiang College. But that doesn't mean that Yi Yang can compete with all the masters who have been practicing for more than 10 years. More than 10 years of practice, more than 10 years of combat experience, and more than 10 years of martial arts understanding. This is not something that talent can make up for. Yi Yang went up. I am afraid there is almost no resistance. Not only the two of them, but the other elders of Spirit Beast Mountain also thought so. Mountain Master, instead of letting Elder Yi fight, let me come. A slightly younger elder even shouted. They knew very well that Yi Yang's credit for earning face at the Spirit Bee ceremony was entirely due to Yi Yang. How can such a hero be beaten to death? Zheng Tianxiong sighed inwardly. He came back in a hurry, and he hardly had time to tell the elders that he was in the stands at the moment, and people from other mountains were also there, so naturally it was impossible to say it. He could only wave his hand. Everyone, please believe in Elder Yi Yang. He's a miracle worker. Create a miracle? I'm afraid he will die before he can even touch Miracle's hair. Seeing that Yi Yang had stepped down from the stand, Peng Chaolin didn't bother to hide it and sneered. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You probably don't know it yet. My eldest son, Peng Wanhe, is only one step away from becoming a trance. He may be able to become the honorary elder of your Spirit Beast Mountain, but he may have some abilities, but compared with the peak of the room entry state, it is not enough to see. Peng Chaolin laughed. Except for Zheng Tianxiong, the other elders of Spirit Beast Mountain suddenly changed color. What? Peng Chaolin's eldest son, Peng Wanhe, actually stepped into and out of the realm with half 1 foot? This child's talent is so invincible. Every generation in Luojiaishan has such amazing people with talent, which is really enviable. Not only the elders of Spirit Beast Mountain, but also the owner of Xuanwu Mountain, Wu Mingyi, is also jealous. Peng Wanhe is only 30 years old. At this age, it is already the pinnacle of entering the house. The next generation of Luojiaishan Mountain Master must be him. I declare Wu Shan, and I will dormant. You still have to survive under the lewd power of Luojiao Mountain. The peak of the 30-year-old entrance is too scary. He could almost continue to oppress Sanshan for 20 years. There is even a trace of happiness in Wu Mingyi's heart. Fortunately, I just made the right choice. Sure enough, we still have to follow Peng Chaolin closely. On the ring, Shi Yuhu, who had already stood on the stage, saw Yi Yang coming, and his expression changed. To him, this young man was also a disciple and a friend. Moreover, Yi Yang also bears the hopes of many people. He really didn't want Yi Yang to be defeated here. Moreover, looking at Peng Chaolin's eyes, it seems that Yi Yang is going to be killed here. He couldn't even let Yi Yang go into the ring. Yi Yang, what are you doing? Get out of the ring. It's enough to have us here. He growled softly. The other two elders also whispered, Elder Yi, hurry up and leave the arena. Yi Yang chuckled lightly. I alone am enough to deal with Luojiao Mountain. His voice was not loud, but the whole ring could hear it clearly. Standing opposite, the person in front of him is Peng Wanhe. Hearing this, he frowned. What's the meaning? Are you trying to challenge me with the power of one person? Too insane. It's too coercive. The red-haired elder next to him laughed loudly. Boy, you are the one that Wan Li said, the elder of the Spirit Beast Mountain who murdered spirit beasts, right? Very well. I hope you don't regret stepping into this ring. Yi Yang sneered at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he was fighting back. And by the way, he charged some interest, but when it came to their mouths, it became a deliberately poisonous hand. You Luojianshan are really a bunch of annoying guys. Yi Yang, go back. I have a personal grudge with Peng Wanhe. This battle I must fight. Shi Yu took a deep breath and said. Yi Yang narrowed his eyes. Shi Yu, who used to be the chief disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain's true disciples, so it can be said that he is the candidate for the next mountain master. He left the Spirit Beast Mountain. I am afraid that he is really inseparable from this Peng Wanhe of the same age. Elder, please fight. Yi Yang nodded. Do you insist on this? The elder of Ling Beast Mountain said helplessly. Elder Yi, you who, I wish you a great victory. The elder of Ling Beast Mountain sighed and left. Chief Teacher Shi, I'll deal with the other two. You, please understand your personal grievances with this person. Yi Yang smiled lightly. Shihu took a deep breath. Okay. After he finished speaking, he rushed out towards Peng Wanli. Even if he is just a grandmaster. Haha, to deal with the two of us? You really don't know whether to live or die. The red-haired elder and the blue-haired elder sneered in unison. I care more about how your hair is dyed than this. How old are you and still so fashionable? Yi Yang shook his head slightly. The two Luojiaishan elders snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense. Go to hell. If it weren't for you, at the Spirit Beast Grand Ceremony, I would not lose face even if I fell to the mountain. Only your death can sacrifice chess for the rise of Luojiao Mountain. The two attacked in unison. One person's fist is as fierce as a volcano erupting, with an extremely fiery breath. The other person's palms were tricky, and with just a few palms, they completely blocked any room for Yi Yang to move. Must kill. This is a deadly match between the two of them. Under the stage, no matter how stupid people are, they can see the danger Yi Yang is facing. He had only been in the fight for a minute, and he was forced to this level by the elders of Luojiao Mountain. The power of Luojiao Mountain is evident. It's over. The cooperation between these two people is too tacit. Chu Yi smiled and lowered his head. Although Xue Feng didn't say anything, her clenched fists and clenched teeth were also worried about the battle situation. Damn Luojiao Mountain. Too many killers. Peng Chaolin laughed. These two elders are good friends since they were inner disciples. Then the two of them went from inner disciples to true disciples, and then to elders. In addition, they have practiced complementary exercises. The degree of cooperation can even be described as gluey. And I need to remind you, on the ring, life and death don't count. No matter who dies, don't be angry. Peng Chaolin was refreshed. Sure enough, everything is still in his control. This feeling is the real feeling. This kid named Yi Yang, he is also not worthy of a name. Sure enough, except for the animal breeding ability, other fields are idiots, right? Waste. It is also your honor to die in the ring. His thoughts hadn't lasted for a few seconds. In the arena, the situation of the battle suddenly changed. Facing the joint attack of the red-haired elder and the blue-haired elder, Yi Yang just shook his head. Really too weak. He was so weak that he didn't even have the idea of defending. Without the strength above the realm of trance, attacking Yi Yang is simply impossible to break through. Since you want me to die, then you should die first. Yi Yang threw a punch. Later, but first, the fist wind suddenly broke out, like a hurricane and a tsunami. The two elders of Luojiaishan, as players in the game, felt more. Yi Yang's fist hadn't landed on them. Even if they just glanced at the fist, they felt that the internal organs were in pain, as if they were torn apart, and it was as if they had been beaten into meat sauce. Not only that, in addition to this feeling, there's also a feeling of blowing all the obstacles ahead. It seems that, going forward, it is like a broken bamboo. Terrible. Could this be the legendary fist intent? Once you have fist intent, you don't have to worry about any moves or exercises. With just one punch, almost no one can beat it. Of course, if they knew that these two types of fists were master-level fists, they would be scared to the ground. But they no longer have that chance, because Yi Yang's fist had hit the two of them without hindrance. That's right. It pierced the chest of the red-haired elder, and then smashed into the chest of the blue-haired elder. Bam! The two stumps flew out, and they were dead before they landed. Under everyone's attention, Yi Yang clapped his hands and said with a chuckle, "On the arena, life and death don't matter. Let it go." The whole place was silent. No one dares to speak. One punch smashed the two elders of Luojiao Mountain. This is not a street ruffian. This is not two waste woods who have been sick for many years. These are two elders who have cooperated tacitly and have been practicing hard for more than 10 years. Why did you blow them up like a watermelon? In the stands, Peng Chaolin stared at the two remnants in disbelief. The huge hole in the chest makes people cold. Why is it happening like that? These are not two wastes. This is the elder that I can rank in the top 10 of Luojiaishan. And with the level of cooperation between the two, even Peng Chaolin himself felt very difficult. This kid actually killed it in seconds? Peng Chaolin clenched his fists tightly, angry and heartache. These are not two outer sect disciples, but two entrant elders who have spent a lot of cultivation resources to cultivate. Not to mention the loss of high-level combat power. Just the resources consumed for so many years is a huge loss. Not to mention being killed in public. How serious is the loss of face to Luo Jiaxin? Yang, you are amazing. Peng Chaolin's eyes became more and more dangerous, and he wanted to tear Yi Yang in half. But he took a deep breath and sat back again. As long as his son Peng Wanhe does not fall, the decision-making power of this battle will still be firmly in Luo Jiaxin's hands. Half step out of the realm of the gods, its powerful, overwhelming strength is beyond doubt. He had a fight with Peng Wanhe every day, and he used to have the upper hand, but now, even he can't say the outcome of the battle. What does this mean? This shows that even if Peng Wanhe is half step out of the divine realm, he can already compete with a veteran like him. Peng Chaolin, in the face of such overwhelming strength, what uncertain factors can exist? Everything must be surrendered before the invincible force. Peng Chaolin regained his composure and continued to breathe smoke rings comfortably. Spirit Beast Mountain and other elders, although they were glad that Yi Yang smashed two elders of Luojiao Mountain with one punch, but when they saw Peng Chaolin's appearance, their hearts rose again. They had also heard of Peng Wanhe's murderous name. Compared with Peng Chaolin back then, it will only be worse than that. Therefore, even if Yi Yang killed the two elders of Luojiao Mountain with one punch, in their opinion, the situation of the battle is still unclear. A truly powerful person is invincible, whether it's 1-to-1, 2-to-2, or a pair of positive infinity. All are invincible. Only Zheng Tianxiong, with a strange expression, was speechless. Oh, it's so sad. Obviously, he has seen the result of the three mountains meeting martial arts, but he can't say a word. So frustrating. Yi Yang smashed the two elders with one punch. In his opinion, Yi Yang was just playing with him on purpose. Peng Chaolin, just wait. Great show, it's only just begun. Look down on Elder Yi. Your face will definitely be very exciting later. In the ring, Shi Yuhu could no longer be distracted from watching Yi Yang's battle. Facing Peng Wanhe, who was half-step out of the realm of the gods, Shi Yuhu, who was only in the realm of the gods, was actually very tenacious if he could support 20 moves. If you put ordinary people in Shi Yuhu's situation, I'm afraid they won't be able to survive even 3 moves. From the corner of Peng Wanhe's eyes, he caught sight of Yi Yang killing the two elders with one punch, and a trace of anger appeared in his eyes. I have always been the only one who killed other people at Luo Jiaxin. You bastard, you actually killed my people at Luo Jiaxin? Damn it. He forced Shi Yuhu back with one kick and charged directly towards Yi Yang. The violent and domineering fist burst out, and the target was about to be smashed to scum. Yi Yang, be careful. Only then did Shi Yuhu realize that Peng Wanhe's kick turned out to be a false move. His real target was actually Yi Yang. Director Shi, don't panic. Yi Yang smiled faintly, still standing there, as if he didn't see the punch at all. The corner of Peng Wanhe's mouth raised a sneer. Boy, let's take care of yourself. If I punch you, you will die. Don't think that if you killed those two trash with one punch, you are qualified to compete with me on the same stage. I'm telling you, that's just your sad delusion. Anyone who offends me at Luo Jiaxin must confess. Murder, then pay for it. Peng Wanhe's fist is amazing, and he has not yet appeared. The bluestone bricks on the ground can't even bear the pressure and burst open one after another. The ferocity and domineering winds roared like a hurricane. The fallen leaves in one place were blown by the astral wind and rolled up into the sky, like a wildly dancing wind dragon. Such a strong wind. Could this be the true martial arts of Luojiao Mountain, the Luosha Gangfeng style? In the stands, Wu Mingyi, the owner of Xuanwu Mountain, exclaimed. The gang wind sweeps the leaves and dances wildly like a wind dragon. This is the Gangfeng style. Yes, but I never thought that this Gangfeng style, known as the most difficult martial art in Luojiao Mountain, could actually be learned by my nephew Wan He. Another elder of Xuanwu Mountain was also shocked. Blessed is Luo Shan, and Peng is blessed. Wu Mingyi clasped his fists at Peng Chaolin and laughed. Peng Chaolin raised the corner of his mouth without smiling. It's nothing. If Wan He can't learn it, he won't have a chance to stand in this arena. Furthermore, if you enter the main sect ruins in the future, you may need to take care of everyone in Xuanwu Mountain. Ha ha, I am blessed when I fall. Isn't it the same as Xuanwu Mountain? Peng Chaolin seemed humble, but the smugness on his face could not be concealed. Here, Xuanwu Mountain and Luojiao Mountain were chatting and laughing, and they fought hotly. It seems to have the meaning of isolating the spirit beast mountain from the outside. Even when it comes to the relics after the three mountains meeting, they all have a taste of one or two names. You really don't take Spirit Beast Mountain in your eyes. Zheng Tianxiong just sneered. Just keep on pretending. Have a good time with you later. In addition to these elders, many disciples also exclaimed in amazement. Almost no one thinks that Yi Yang can win. Luo Yinshan Gangfeng style name. Which disciple of Sanshan does not know? After all, at the beginning of Luojiao Mountain, the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect was the department responsible for enforcing the sect's regulations, similar to the punishment hall. Can their combat martial arts be strong? The Gangfeng style is the strongest among the many true martial arts of Luojiao Mountain. It is said that no one can learn. Countless geniuses of Luo Jiashan are trying to break this legend, but they either give up with regret, or go crazy, or even die with a broken meridian. In the end, no one succeeded. Over time, the Gangfeng style even became dusty. But Peng Wanhe clearly broke the whole iron law. He learned it, and very strong. Gang wind sweeps the leaves and dances wildly like a wind dragon. This is exactly what happens when the Gangfeng style has been cultivated to perfection. If he could go further, even if Peng Wanhe was a self-proclaimed martial arts master, no one would dare to contradict him. Yi Yang shook his head. If this martial art is very good, the system will definitely comprehend it directly. But for so long, there was not even a single sound in my mind. Obviously, the system does not despise this Gangfeng style. Your martial arts, it's pretty good to sweep the floor. Yi Yang suddenly smiled and said. What did you say? Peng Wanhe opened his eyes wide. No one has ever dared to speak to him like that. You're not only insulting me, you are also insulting super martial arts like Luo Yinshan Gangfeng style. Originally, I only intended to kill you. Now I've changed my mind. I'm going to pinch every inch of your bones, break every inch of your nerves, and I'll make you howl for 3 days and 3 nights before you die. Peng Wanhe burst out with anger, and his fists became more fierce. The wildly dancing wind dragon raised from the ground seemed to have 5 dragon claws stretched out, and dragon horns grew on the top of its head. The might of the dragon, as expected of a half-step out of the realm of the gods. The current attack has brought a trace of the power of good fortune. Surprised, Peng Wanhe is not in a trance state, yet he can actually shape his inner strength to such a state. It's terrifying. This person is too terrifying. Yi Yang actually dares to provoke him. It's really courting death. Under the arena, many disciples were amazed. Those who were so close to the ring even had to step back quickly, because the fallen leaves lifted by the dancing wind dragon were even as sharp as blades, and they would be cut if they were not careful. Almost everyone thought that even if Yi Yang didn't die, he would be seriously injured. However, this person angered Peng Wanhe again and again. Yi Yang, you really like to die? I'd like to see. How are you going to deal with this shocking punch? You just punched the 2 elders of Luojiao Mountain with 1 punch. That was a surprise attack. Of course, your strength may also be in the room. But in front of the furious Peng Wanhe, the mere entry situation is really not enough to see. Didn't you see that Peng Wanhe called the elders trash? In his eyes, those below the trance state are really scumbags. The next moment, everyone is watching. Yi Yang raised his palm. Still unpretentious, no fancy punches. A punch that came later, but came first, contains the Grandmaster's fist. A punch. On one side, there was a wildly dancing wind dragon wrapped in a huge amount of fallen leaves that looked like blades. On the other hand, It is a fist without imposing manner. It's like one side is a Superman, and the other side is an ordinary person with no ability. There really is no comparison. Some female disciples couldn't even watch anymore, and quickly covered their eyes. They seem to have expected the next. Yi Yang's whole body is penetrated by fallen leaves, riddled with holes. Extremely tragic scene. However, they were wrong. All are wrong. Yi Yang's punch blasted away the dancing dragon. Boom! As if a meteorite fell into the lake. The latter evaporated without a trace in an instant. In the eyes of all the audience, the wind dragon with claws, violent and unusual, as if it was going to crush everything in the way, actually cracked inch by inch under Yi Yang's fluttering punch. The razor-sharp leaves that were swept away by the gust of wind suddenly burst open, falling like catkins all over the sky, completely losing their terrifying sharpness. But all this is not over. Yi Yang's fist, like an invincible drill bit, ruthlessly drilled into Feng Long's body, and then came to Peng Wanhe. Bang dash! The fist was lightly printed on Peng Wanhe's chest. Breaking the army and destroying the internal organs broke out at the same time. Bang dash! The latter was immediately shot and flew out, his eyes protruding like the eyes of a dead fish. He could feel a tyrannical force wreaking havoc in his belly. He could feel an incomparably sharp and invincible force rushing through his meridians, hitting his dantian. He could feel that a surging and vast suction force burst out from Yi Yang. Yi Yang's body seemed to be a black hole, a bottomless black hole. In his dantian, all the internal energy poured in without hindrance in front of that powerful suction. Peng Wanhe opened his eyes wide, blood dripping from his heart. But he couldn't say a word, not even a look, because he lost almost any function. In other words, a vegetative person. Yi Yang's punch shattered his internal organs, cracked his 8 meridians, and exploded his dantian ocean. The current Peng Wanhe looks like a waste. Feeling the pure inner strength poured into the body through the cauldron suction technique, a faint smile rose on Yi Yang's face. When the last trace of inner strength was drained, he threw Peng Wanhe's shriveled body directly out. This person will not die, but it is no different from the dead. Who else wants to kill me? Yi Yang glanced at the audience and said lightly. Almost all the disciples dared not speak out. It's not a man standing on the ring, it's a devil. Not only did he blow the Gang Feng style with one punch, he even drained Peng Wanhe's inner strength. It can be said that Peng Wanhe's future was completely cut off by Yi Yang. This man is horrible. In the stands, Zheng Tianxiong couldn't help but feel bitter. Elder Yi, with your ability, it is not a trivial matter to defeat Peng Wanhe, but it is absolutely impossible to do such a thing to cut off the foundation of Peng Wanhe's cultivation. Otherwise, Peng Chaolin will go berserk. Although it is said that life and death in the arena are irrelevant, Peng Chaolin doesn't care about that. If you move his precious son, even if he ignores the rules, he will end up killing you. You, how dare you do this? Sure enough, Peng Chaolin stood up abruptly the next moment and pointed at Yi Yang, as if flames were about to shoot in his eyes. His heart is bleeding. Peng Wanhe is his proudest son. What kind of talent, what kind of aptitude to step out of the realm of God at the age of 30 and a half. In the future, it is not difficult to attack the distant master realm. But now, this hope has been completely wiped out by this person. A person with a broken dantian. Don't talk about the divine realm. It is difficult for even a master of internal strength to cultivate again. Yi Yang's move is more cruel than killing him. I'm going to kill you. Peng Chaolin was furious. Yi Yang looked at him with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Peng Chaolin, come down. The whole place was silent. Is he crazy to be arrogant enough to challenge Peng Chaolin? Peng Chaolin is not like Peng Wanhe's half-step ecstasy. He is a real trance who has been practicing in this realm for more than 20 years. His strength is beyond doubt. Does this Yi Yang think that he has defeated Peng Wanhe and he is the second child? Are you so arrogant that your mind is confused? Zheng Tianxiong also became anxious and shouted, life and death in the arena are irrelevant. Peng Wanhe wants to kill Elder Yi, and it is understandable for Elder Yi to fight back. Peng Shaolin, you can't violate the rules of the martial artist and attack the people in the ring. If you insist on doing this, I will contact an acquaintance in the Ministry of Government now. He was anxious. Yiyang is absolutely not allowed to lose. If something goes wrong in Yiyang, all the investments he has made now, even the rise of Ling Beast Mountain in the next 10 or 20 years, will be in vain. On the ring, Yiyang smiled faintly. Master Zheng, don't worry. Get ready to become the #1 in Sanshan Huiwu. Peng Shaolin, you can't move a single hair on me. Yi Yang's eyes flickered. Peng Shaolin is in a state of ecstasy. This means that the physical realm that he has not improved for a long time can finally go further. Hearing that Yang actually took the initiative to challenge himself, Peng Shaolin laughed angrily. How arrogant. So arrogant. But just right, you took the initiative to challenge me, but instead gave me a reason to kill you. Otherwise, as the Mountain Master, Peng Shaolin, actually kill the warriors because of their life and death in the arena, and I will definitely be caught by the Ministry of Government because of this in the future. You say this, it's exactly what I want. Peng Shaolin stepped on it suddenly, and his body fell in the ring like a hill, causing a wave of air. I really don't understand. Why do you want to offend me, Luo Jiaxin, and even die like this? Peng Shaolin lowered his voice and squeezed out a sentence between his teeth. His anger was really accumulating to its peak. He has only 2 sons in total. The youngest son, Peng Wanli, is inexperienced and ill-mannered. The animal breeder is competent, but the position of the Mountain Master is absolutely impossible to secure. The eldest son, Peng Wanhe, was originally the absolute candidate for the next mountain owner. Once Peng Wanhe became the mountain owner, Luojiao Mountain could stabilize the other 2 mountains for 20 to 30 years. But now it's all over. Peng Wanhe's Dantian was abolished, and he has no successor. You must know that in Luojiao Mountain, many elders are also staring at the throne of this mountain master. Offend you, Luo Jiaxin? Yiyang smiled lightly. Luo Jiaxin offended me first. The stone in the way, you can either kick it away or smash it. Peng Shaolin was so angry that his teeth were itching. Okay, awesome. My Luojiao Mountain is just a stone blocking the way in your eyes, isn't it? Yiyang, you are too powerful. Are you trying to challenge the entire Luojiao Mountain with one person? Peng Shaolin only felt that anger was coming out of every pore of his own. Challenge. Luo Yinshan also deserves me to say the word challenge. Yiyang chuckled lightly. After seeing the strength of the top sects in ancient times and looking at the current sects, it is simply unsightly. If it was the former Dragon Tiger Beast King sect, Yiyang might have to work harder. However, Luojiao Mountain is just a branch of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect. Good. Well said. If that's the case, then you're going to die. Peng Shaolin roared violently and rushed forward. Yiyang smiled lightly. Do you believe it or not? Your attack can't even break through my defense? Peng Shaolin grinned wildly, twisted his waist, and pulled his right leg like a whip. Then you can try my 16 styles of execution at Luo Jiaxin. He roared wildly. His right leg was in midair, accelerating 3 times in a row, tearing the air, and even making a whining sound like a miserable howl of a prisoner. 16 styles of execution. Peng Shaolin is really on fire. And even this kind of martial arts that kills 1,000 enemies and damages 800 is brought out. In the stands, Zheng Tianxiong looked solemn. Chu Yi smiled and said in surprise, I heard that Peng Shaolin had seized power from the elder and became the mountain master of Luojiao Mountain. He used this 16-style punishment to kill the previous mountain master? Is that really the case? Zheng Tianxiong nodded calmly. The 16 types of execution are a powerful martial art with power and gangfeng style side by side. It's extremely easy to get started, but it gets harder and harder to learn. In the end, you even need to frantically self-mutilate your body to enter the next level. Not only did many people not break through the southern wall, but even their own bodies were rendered inhuman by this martial arts. For decades, Peng Shaolin was definitely the one who practiced the 16th form of execution the best. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight on the spot as the boss of Luojiao Mountain. Yang, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult. I should have stopped Elder Yi then. Zheng Tianxiong hurriedly stood up and paced back and forth. Once something happened to Yi Yang, for him, it was no less than the sky falling. Shui Feng and Chu smiled, also showing anxiety. Zheng Tianxiong knew that Yi Yang was in a state of ecstasy and was so anxious. The two of them didn't even know Yi Yang's realm, so they could only make a rough judgment, and they were even more anxious. Vaguely, there was also a trace of resentment in my heart. This Elder Yi has good talent and strong strength, but he is too arrogant and arrogant. Wu Mingyi, the owner of Xuanwu Mountain, also shook his head. All 16 executions were used, and it was obvious that Peng Chaolin was really motivated to kill. He was afraid that Yi Yang would have a chance to breathe and say the word admit defeat, intending to kill with one strike. In the disciple area of Spirit Beast Mountain, Shui Wei and Shi Yuhu clenched their fists tightly. Especially Shi Yuhu, his heart was almost in his throat. Yi Yang, you are the signboard of our Shangjing College, and even the rising hope of Shangjing College. You can't fall here again. The strongest college in Jiangnan, Haizhou College. The strongest college in China, Yindu College. These are the opponents that Shangjing Academy will face next. Without you, what would you do in the future? So you must not fall down here. Not only him, but many disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain thought so. Yi Yang single-handedly brought great honor to Spirit Beast Mountain. Let the Spirit Beast Mountain win the biggest limelight of the Spirit Beast ceremony. In their eyes, Yi Yang is simply the savior. They also hope to see Yi Yang perform a miracle again. Luo Jiaishan Disciple Area. Peng Wanli's icy and sinister gaze was always fixed on the ring. His brother Peng Wan's Dantian was abolished. It was nothing to him, and he was even a little fortunate. He may have a little more hope of winning the status of the Mountain Master. Yi Yang, I want to thank you a little bit. However, I still want to see you die in the ring. Hurry up and die. The sooner you die, the happier and more comfortable I will be. Under the eyes of all the people, Yi Yang faced a leg that was enough to shatter 10 centimeters of steel, but he didn't dodge or dodge, and his hands were hanging down. There was even a faint sneer on his face. Bang dash. This leg that was enough to wear through the golden cracked stone slammed into Yi Yang's chest. There was even a sound of gold and iron colliding at the collision. Peng Chaolin only felt as if he had hit a steel plate. No, not a steel plate, but a majestic mountain. The anti-shock force from the collision even made his body unable to recover for a long time. His eyes were full of horror. What kind of monster is the boy in front of him? The leg of the Master of the Gods was carried down the front, and even half of the jacket was not damaged. Yi Yang pouted. Is this a blow from the divine realm? A bit too weak. The weak force rushed into the body, and it was dissolved by muscles and bones in no time. The pain was not even comparable to the one who had been punched by the master next to Tang Xiener in the gymnasium of Shangjing College. Yi Yang forgot. During this period of time, he had to drink nearly 100 caddies of spirit animal bone meal every day. The physical strength has come to 45,000 kilograms, and the general ecstasy powerhouse, generally only 20,000 kilograms. Even those who have deliberately tempered their bodies are only 30,000 at most. Where can there be a monster like Yi Yang who can directly strengthen to more than 40,000 kilograms? The host is attacked by the Master of the Gods, and the King Kong is not bad body, is upgraded to King Ming Kung Fu Ding, and the level is automatically full. King Ming Kung Fu Ding. Don't move King Ming, don't die rainbow body. Full level effect. Increases strength by 5,000 kilograms. Completely ignores the attacks of opponents who are out of the gods and below. After the host defends the enemy's attack, it will counter-shock half of the damage and add poison to the opponent. Yi Yang's eyes shone brightly. Boy, this is the first style. Next, it's my 16-style Quicksilver attack. Peng Chaolin laughed wildly and slammed over again. Fingers, claws, palms, fists, elbows, knees, legs. Every part of the body becomes a weapon. In an instant, a violent hurricane swept out, covering the vital points of Yi Yang's body. Even if Peng Chaolin, as a powerhouse in the ecstasy realm, used the execution of the 16 styles from beginning to end, it would still hurt his vitality. Even if he wins, he will have to rest for more than a month after returning to fully recover. But in his opinion, it was well worth it. Yi Yang slaughtered the two elders in full view of the eyes, abolishing Peng Wanhe's dantian. This is a huge loss of face to Luo Yinshan. If it can't be solved properly, people from the other two mountains will talk behind their backs, saying that Luo Yinshan is incompetent. Therefore, even if Peng Chaolin was injured, he would use the most severe and cruel method to kill Yi Yang to the point of scum. He wanted to let everyone see the tragic death of Yi Yang. Only in this way can the previous shame be completely washed away. Peng Chaolin let out a long sigh, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's been a long time since I used the 16 execution forms, but I didn't expect that this time I've made some progress. Yi Yang, I really don't know whether to thank you or hate you. Hey! Yi Yang was actually unscathed in the storm of the 16th execution. It's terrifying how strong is Yi Yang's body. Many disciples in the arena were amazed and gasped. Peng Chaolin's eyelids twitched and his heart thumped. Looking up, Yi Yang was really unscathed. Puff! He covered his chest and suddenly spewed out a large mouthful of blood. The blood was mixed with wine red and gave off a stench. I'm poisoned? Peng Chaolin only felt dizzy in front of him. What did you get poisoned? Could it be this Yi Yang's poison? Impossible. How could it be poisoned? Peng Chaolin, as I said, you can't break my physical defense at all. Not only that, I also want to return all your attacks. Yi Yang sneered, striding Meteor out of the storm of the 16th execution. Step by step, he walked towards Peng Chaolin. Every time he took a step, Peng Chaolin felt as if a giant hammer slammed into his chest. At the beginning, it was only 5,000 kilograms and 10,000 kilograms. In the end, it was as thick as a hill, as if it had the power of 10,000 knives. Bam! Yi Yang took the 9th step. Peng Chaolin couldn't bear it any longer. His strong body seemed to be bombarded by invisible force. The whole figure flew out directly under the eyes of the public. In midair, his chest sank directly. Ribs are broken, ribcage collapses, hemorrhages inside. Die! Yi Yang stepped on it suddenly. It was as if an indescribable and invisible force erupted. Peng Chaolin's eyes were like goldfish, and he shouted with all his strength, I'm not reconciled. Then the meridians all over the body burst and died. The whole place was silent. A burst of inner strength spread out and was frantically plundered by the cauldron suction technique. Luo Jiashan, it's time to choose a new mountain master. Yi Yang felt the influx of countless internal energy, and a faint smile appeared on his face. With the blessing of internal strength, Yi Yang's words spread throughout the entire Huewu Square. However, no one could speak, because it was so shocking, shocked beyond measure, so much so that the audience was silent, for fear that he would become the one who would break the dead silence, thus attracting his murderous intentions. The man standing on the ring is too scary, too scary. It's not human, it's the devil. The 16 types of punishment used in the ecstasy state were completely ignored. In the end, he even used an invisible attack to kill Peng Chaolin. They didn't know that Peng Chaolin suffered a certain degree of internal injury in order to perform the 16th execution. Coupled with the half of the anti-shock damage of King Ming's Kundalo fire and the additional poisonous effect, this mighty mountain lord fell so easily. If you switch to other trance realms, you won't die so fast. After a long time, Zheng Tianxiong suddenly stood up and shouted, Elder Yi wins. Elder Yi wins. The entire spirit beast mountain cheered, and all the disciples and elders embraced and cried. Yi Yang is so amazing and amazing. It actually did what everyone wanted to do, but couldn't. Peng Chaolin, as the owner of the mountain, has always relied on the power of Luojia Mountain to do whatever he wants. Such a person, not to mention the disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain, even some disciples of Xuanwu Mountain could not wait to kill him. Now that this person is dead, it has brought a burst of purity to Sanshan. Wu Mingyi, the owner of Xuanwu Mountain, also stood up at this time. He bowed to Yi Yang and bowed his hands. Elder Ye's strength is rare in the world. I declare that Wushan's next game, abstain. Wu Mingyi took a deep breath and threw his sleeves away. As soon as Peng Chaolin fell, there was almost no need for the three-mountain fight to continue. Xuanwu Mountain can't compare to Luojiao Mountain. Is it possible to repeat the same mistakes again? Ha ha ha. Brother Wu, go to the ruins in 10 days, but you must remember to come. The great benefits of this day can't be cheap for a spirit beast mountain. Zheng Tianxiong laughed. Wu Mingyi said coldly, I will. Humph. Zuan Wuxian left quickly, and Luo Jiaxin also left in a chaotic manner. Peng Chaolin is dead, but there is no shortage of strong and ambitious people in Luo Jiaxin. Now they will fight for the identity of the Mountain Master. The three mountains will meet martial arts, and finally the Ling Beast Mountain won the first place and came to an end. The entire Spirit Beast Mountain fell into a complete carnival. The banquet was held from morning to night, and there were drunken disciples and elders everywhere. So happy, so exciting. This is the first time that Spirit Beast Mountain has won the qualification to enter the ruins in so many years. Moreover, it immediately won the first place. How can this make people unhappy and excited? Some enthusiastic female disciples even wanted to get into Yi Yang's guest room. But after being taught a few times by the latter, they all learned well and stopped disturbing this elder who likes quietness. Yi Yang was also able to calm down and look at the harvest this time. There are a total of 2 ancient books, and the treasure light on them is no less than the real art of inhaling a furnace and a cauldron. The host reads 8-9 profound pill records, and the ancient alchemy is upgraded to 8-9 profound pill technique, which will automatically reach full level. The host reads the 5 Elements Spiritual Accumulation Classic, comprehends the 5 Elements Spiritual Accumulation Secret Technique, and automatically reaches full level. 89 mysterious pills are easy to understand. In fact, they're the elixir of Huangjia and Xuangjia. 8972 ancient Xianwang pills are all engraved in Yi Yang's mind. But this secret method of the 5-element spirit containing makes Yi Yang's. This 5-element spirit containing secret method has recorded a method to improve the purity of the spiritual roots by taking the 5 elements spiritual essences. Through this kind of secret technique, the spiritual root can be raised to a more friendly aura. Lingyun. Originally, the upgrade from aura affinity to spiritual root greatly improved Yi Yang's internal energy accumulation speed. And now, if you upgrade from the spiritual root to the spiritual accumulation, the speed of accumulation of internal energy will definitely explode again. The 5-element spirit. If I remember correctly, the vicinity of Xuanwu Mountain seems to be famous for its rich mineral resources. Apart from Xuanwu Mountain, Tina Hage's sword-making ability is unparalleled in China, and maybe they also have spirits. Yi Yang thought for a moment, and the corner of his mouth raised a smile. The 10 days passed quickly, and the day to enter the ruins of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect has arrived. The ruins are located in the southernmost part of Hanzhou, and further south are Haizhou and Yuzhou. On the Spirit Beast Mountain side, after a long discussion, Zheng Tianxiong finally decided to bring Xue Feng, Chu Yixiao, and Shi Yuhu along. These people are among the best in the Spirit Beast Mountains. Obviously, Zheng Tianxiong is determined to make a fortune in the ruins. When he thought that Yi Yang had practiced the orthodox martial arts of the Dragon, Tiger, and Beast King sect, Zheng Tianxiong felt a burst of excitement in his heart. Yi Yang is simply a lucky star sent by God to the Spirit Beast Mountain. And soon, the people from Xuanwu Mountain also arrived. Zheng Tianxiong saw Wu Mingyi surrounded by the crowd at a glance, and a young man with arrogance on his face next to Wu Mingyi. Looking at Wu Mingyi, it seems that he still respects this young man very much. Yo, what happened to Brother Wu? What is the identity of this young man? Could it be your trump card? Zheng Tianxiong laughed. Wu Mingyi raised the corner of his mouth. Brother Zheng, I won't play dumb with you anymore. This is the orthodox descendant of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect that I have been searching for many years in Xuanwu Mountain. Zhang Tianxi. His ancestor is the common main sect of our three mountains, the founder of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect. Zhang Longhu. As soon as his words came out, Zhang Tianxiong snorted in his heart. Broken. Where did Wu Mingyi find this person? Isn't Zhang's bloodline severed long ago? What's even more hateful is that Xuanwushan has obviously found this Zhang Tianxi long ago, but he's been ignoring it all the time, and he has even been waving the flag behind Lo Jiaishan all the time. Wu Mingyi's idea is very simple, and he also wants to make a fortune in the ruins with Zhang Tianxi. After all, Lo Jiaishan was able to become the biggest giant in the three mountains because it obtained a lot of classics and resources in the ruins. Shuefeng was in shock. Shanju, this person can't be fake, right? Zhang Tianxiong shook his head. Wu Mingyi, the old fox, must have checked it many times. He can't find a fake to fool us. Many places in the ruins require orthodox martial arts to open, and as Zhang's descendants, their blood can open many secret doors. This time, I just hope I don't come home empty-handed. Zhang Tianxiong did not dare to say a word. Zhang's bloodline can slightly affect the remaining organs and formations in the ruins. Even if it's just a few small formations, such as the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect, it is enough to kill the masters who have entered the realm. Oh, I forgot to tell you, in addition to the identity of Zhang's descendants, Tianxi is also the proud disciple of Hanjiang Wushu Master Ning Tongxian. I heard that your elder Yi Yang seems to have some festivals with Ning Tongxian. I hope this time in the ruins, it can be resolved, haha. Wu Mingyi chuckled again. Yi Yang narrowed his eyes. Who is Ning Tongxian? He said lightly. The arrogant Zhang Tianxi couldn't help frowning. Master Ning was entrusted by Ling Yan Pavilion of the Great Tang Dynasty in Yindu before and used Grandmaster's fist as a reward to restore Linjianbu for him. Grandmaster's fist intent is very important to Master Ning. Needless to say next, the Tong Lingyan Pavilion found that the misty Linjianbu displayed by Yi Yang not only perfectly restored Linjianbu, but even innovated and improved it on the basis of Linjianbu. They immediately decided to hand over the Grandmaster's fist to Yi Yang as a reward for restoring Linjianbu. Ning Tongxian naturally disappeared. Master doesn't like you very much. He thinks that you must have deceived Tang Lingyan Pavilion. In this world, there are almost no martial arts above the ninth order. You can't perfect it. Zhang Tianxi said coldly. Yi Yang shook his head gently and said with a smile, "That's your master's trash, and even the ninth order martial arts can't be restored. What's the use of him?" What he said was the truth. In his opinion, restoring the ninth order martial arts is as simple as eating and drinking. Even the system doesn't look down on the ninth order martial arts now, and it has to be Xianhuang martial arts to be slightly interested. Ning Tongxian is respected as a martial arts master, but he can't even restore the ninth order martial arts. Isn't it garbage? But as soon as his words came out, the atmosphere on the field suddenly went wrong. Zhang Tianxiong and his party were shocked. Elder Yi is so bold, he dares to say anything. Ning Tongxian is the most famous martial arts master in the Han River and is ranked in the entire Hanzhou. If you have to compare, Ning Tongxian and Feng Shanhe can be described as characters of the same level. Of course, Feng Shan had passed Yi Yang's guidance, and his real strength had already left Ning Tongxian far away. Wu Mingyi was incredulous at first, and then smiled contemptuously. This kid is still arrogant. I admit that if you can kill Peng Shaolin, you may be really powerful. But martial arts and strength are not linked. Martial arts pay attention to talent and comprehension. Ning Tong Xuaning became a martial arts master at the age of 50 because of his unparalleled understanding of martial arts. Zhang Tianxi was stunned for a moment, and his face was immediately cold. What did you say? How dare you disrespect Master Ning? Yi Yang hugged his arms and sneered. Disrespect? It's disrespectful for you to speak to me like that. A person who can't restore the ninth order martial arts, is it not garbage? Zhang Tianxi took a deep breath. I hope you can say something like this in front of me after you enter the ruins. Master Wu, let's go. Wu Mingyi laughed. Don't worry, it's a godsend. Brother Zheng, according to the rules, do we have to gamble? Oh, I forgot, this is the first time to explore the ruins at Spirit Beast Mountain. I don't know the rules. It's very simple. Finally, count the resources obtained. Whoever has more resources will win. I have prepared a very good lottery this year. After Wu Mingyi finished speaking, he took out 2 fist-sized or crystals. A piece of red as fire, emitting high temperature. A piece of ice is as cold as ice, and you can even see icy blue air in the air. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. This is clearly the fire spirit and the water spirit. He was worried that he couldn't get it, but Wu Mingyi actually took it out as a bet. Zheng Tianxiong hesitated slightly. The opponent has Zhang's descendants, and their advantages are still lost. Logically speaking, this gamble is doomed to fail. He was about to refuse when Yi Yang suddenly said, if you take out a few more spirits, I can reluctantly accept this bet. Elder Yi, I can't agree. Zheng Tianxiong was shocked. Although spirits are precious, Spirit Beast Mountain is obviously no match for Xuanwu Mountain. In such a game that is bound to lose, it is necessary to take out treasures as precious as spirits and export them. For Spirit Beast Mountain, it is no less than a serious injury. Ha ha ha. Take out a few more spirits? Yi Yang, your appetite is really big. Wu Mingyi suddenly took out 2 more pieces of water and fire spirits. But fortunately, I have already prepared. Is this bait rich enough? The corner of his mouth raised a successful smile. Brother Zheng, I don't know if Yi Yang's words can represent what you mean. He paused, then continued. Instinct told Zheng Tianxiong that he would never agree. Yi Yang is absolutely dazed to be so greedy for profit. But Yi Yang's eyes were full of confidence. No, not even self-confidence. He has regarded water, fire, and spirits as something that can be easily obtained. It seems that Zhang Tianxi's existence is completely air. Where did this young man get his confidence? I know that you have practiced the orthodox exercises of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect, but even so, you are no match for Zhang Tianxi, who is a descendant of Zhang's bloodline. Master Zhang, are you willing to believe me? Yi Yang said with a faint smile. Xue Feng, Chu Yixiao, Chief Teacher Shi, are you willing to believe me? He continued. Zheng Tianxiong took a deep breath, and Xue Feng took a deep breath. The value of 4 spirit spirits is even comparable to 2 ninth-order spirit beasts. Once they lose, the great victories that Spirit Beast Mountain achieved in the Spirit Beast ceremony and the 3 mountains will be wiped out. In the end, Zheng Tianxiong made a decision that he felt crazy. Believe him. What Elder Yi Yang said can fully represent what I mean. This bet, I took it from Spirit Beast Mountain. As a bet equal to the 4 spirits, Zheng Tianxiong's forehead was covered in fine sweat, and he was about to hesitate what to use as a bet. Yi Yang suddenly said, I'll take this bet. He took out a dozen ancient books from the mustard seed treasure talisman. And by the way, he took out a pile of spiritual tools and medicinal pills of the 7th and 8th tiers. In the end, even the resentful Xiao He was counted in the bet. 15 ancient books for 7th-order spiritual tools, 2 8th-order spiritual tools, and 2 bottles of 6th-order medicinal herbs, plus a 9th-order spirit beast. So your 4 pieces of spirits are definitely not enough. Let's add some more. Yi Yang hugged Xiao He and chuckled lightly. Wu Mingyi's chin almost fell to the ground. Not only the people from Xuanwu Mountain, but the elders on the side of Spirit Beast Mountain almost had their eyeballs falling out. Elder Yi, what is your origin? You're definitely the successor cultivated by the great family, right? Who the hell can take out so many treasures at will? And that is definitely a mustard treasure. That is what countless refiners dream of. Zhang Tianxi suddenly cast his gaze over. I want your mustard seed treasure. Master Wu, promise him. Wu Mingyi's eye muscles twitched a little. Damn, this is the first time this has happened. The opponent's bet is too big, and he can't eat it. In the end, Zuanwishan and his group paid for themselves and took out all the things they could use. Wu Mingyi also promised the ownership of a salt and jade mine at the foot of Xuanwu Mountain. This mine has just been discovered and has not yet been developed, but there must be earth spirits in its depths. In this way, It is worth the same value as what Yi Yang took out. Rao is the leader of the faction, and Wu Mingyi couldn't help smacking his tongue. It's definitely a terrible gamble. Whether it is the amount or value of the bet, it is the highest in his life. Fortunately, victory was on his side from the start. Although I don't know where the courage of this kid Yi Yang comes from, or if he's really out of his mind, he actually dares to gamble. But Zhang Tianzi, the descendant of Zhang's bloodline, is genuine. In order to test the authenticity of Zhang Tianzi's bloodline, Wu Mingyi quietly brought him into some small relics of the Dragon, Tiger, and Beast King sect. It turns out that he can indeed open many secret doors. The harvest of that small relic alone made Xuanwu Mountain make a fortune. This time, Peng Chaolin died violently on the spot, and Luo Jiaxin could not participate in the exploration of the ruins. It was a good time for Xuanwu Mountain to rise. Zhang Tianzi's existence is for this relic. Yang, I really don't know if I should thank you. You painstakingly reached out to Peng Chaolin and killed Peng Chaolin on the spot under the watchful eyes of the public, making Luo Jiaxin unable to participate in the exploration. But in fact, he made a wedding dress for me Xuanwu Mountain. Wu Mingyi only felt that his ambitions that have been silent for many years, and the ambitions that have been suppressed by Peng Chaolin for many years, were on fire again. This may be the road to the rise and revival of Xuanwu Mountain, the second child of Wan Yin. Ancestor Zhang Longhu, don't worry. I, Wu Mingyi, will definitely take over your inheritance and spread the power of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect to every corner of China and even the world. Okay, the Gate of the Ruins needs to be open at the same time, so stop daydreaming. Zhang Tianxiong snorted coldly. Wu Mingyi's old face was slightly red, not embarrassed, and strode over. The two mountain masters took out the relic key that had been preserved for many years and inserted it into the keyhole of the relic gate. Said to be a key, it was actually made of granite, thicker and longer than an adult's arm. Moreover, in Yi Yang's eyes, this thing is by no means ordinary. This thing can actually be called a fifth or sixth order spiritual tool. It's just that its function is to open the key to the formation. The host observes a part of the Dragon, Tiger, and Beast King Zhonghu Zong formation, comprehends the Shanmin formation, and automatically reaches full level. A cold voice sounded in my mind. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Is it actually part of the super array? Interesting. Dash. The huge, icy stone door slammed open, and the air that had been silent for more than 10 years spread outward. The ruins of this first-class ancient sect opened its dark mouth again. Let's go. Zhang Tianxiong and Wu Mingyi waved their hands, and the elders of the two mountains followed. The exploration of the remains of the Dragon Tiger Beast King Zong has officially begun. The feeling of this ancient sect is completely different from that of the Immortal Een Puppet sect. Even if no one has stepped into the ruins for more than 10 years, they're still spotless and brightly lit. The architectural style is grand and upright, with a hint of wildness and roughness. There are colorful murals on both sides of the road, telling the story of Zhang Longhu, the founder of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect, who founded the sect. The host watches Dragon Tiger and Beast King Zongzong's memorabilia, advanced searching for the ancients, upgrades the branch skill Dragon Tiger and Beast King Zongshiji, and automatically reaches full level. Soon, the system automatically replenished, and the 500 years of history of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect flooded into his mind. Yi Yang suddenly stood on the spot, staring at the mural with empty eyes. Zhang Tianzi glanced at him and couldn't help grinning coldly. It's really unbearable. The mural only contains a trace of the power of the formation. Everyone else can resist it, but everyone followed the reputation. Really, Yi Yang's eyes are really empty, obviously shocked by the power of the fresco's formation. Wu Mingyi even sneered. I didn't expect this person to be really unbearable except for the realm of strength. Such a weak formation force can actually be confused. His evaluation of Yi Yang couldn't help but drop by a few points. But he is just a reckless man with slightly stronger strength, and he has no attainments in other aspects. Zhang Tianxiong wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Elder Yi, what's going on? Should not be To put a bit harshly, Zheng Tianxiong, are an idiot of the formation, but I can resist the confusing power of the formation above. Elder Yi, I heard that you're a person who even Fengshan respects. How could you be fooled by this little trick? Call. After a while, Yang let out a long breath. The history of more than 500 years is too much and too cumbersome. Even he couldn't help but be stunned for 5 or 6 seconds. Yang, your big talk is one thing, but I really didn't expect you to be so unbearable. I can't even resist the last trace of the power of the formation in the mural that has been refined over the years. You are too weak to be my opponent at all. The mustard seed treasure talisman, I'm going to make it. Zhang Tianxi sneered. Yang smiled lightly and didn't bother to pay attention to him. This person was favored by Wu Mingyi entirely because of Zhang's bloodline on his body. After using it, you can throw it away. Pity he doesn't know it. If it wasn't for Zhang Tianxi's identity as a disciple of Ning Tongxian, he would have no human rights at all and would have been trained by Wu Mingyi simply as a door opener. I'm not looking at the murals, but the rise and fall of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect for more than 500 years. Yang said lightly. He looked at the mural with a trace of vicissitudes. It was as if he came out of the fresco, like an ancient man hundreds of years ago. Everyone present was shocked by this momentum. Zhang Tianxi shook his head vigorously. Humph, put on a pretense. There's the Thunder Pond in front of you. I'll see how you pass. Yang smiled slightly. Do you clean up the Thunder Pond? After hundreds of years of changes, the power of this Thunder Pond is far from the same as it used to be. But it still has a lot of lethality to the masters who are generally in the realm of entering the room. But for Yi Yang, it is a very good nourishment for Tongtian Leiying Gong. I'm a little tired of eating artificial electricity from batteries all day long. Yi Yang's eyes flickered, and he was looking forward to the smelting thunder pool. Soon, the group came to Lei Qi. This is a real thunder pool. It is the size of a lake, and what flows in it is not lake water, but blue-white plasma. On the pool's surface, several razors and electric fish jumped out from time to time, setting off a wave of microwaves. That's right, they're the real thunder snakes and electric fish. They were cultivated by the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect and raised in the Thunder Pond. After hundreds of years, they have long been adapted to Thunder Pond. In addition to the plasma that penetrates the bone marrow and paralyzes the body, these lightning creatures are also the factors that hinder their passage. There's also a huge monument next to the Thunder Pond, with 7 characters written on it. Don't go overboard. This is talking about people who are not from the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect. Don't cross the Thunder Pond, or they will be killed. Beyond the Thunder Pond is the real sect of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect. Zheng Tianxiong frowned. He had never passed through the ruins, and he was completely at a loss when facing Lei Qi. Wu Mingyi laughed. Godsend, let's go. Zhang Tianxi nodded, biting his index finger and dripping a drop of blood. The thunder pool suddenly stopped rolling, and the plasma separated itself, revealing the stairs below it. Razor and electric fish also sighed, lying on the bottom of the pool one by one, not daring to move. Zhang Tianxi took the lead, and Zuanwushan and his party passed without hindrance. Ha, let's take a step first, and hope to see you again. Wu Mingyi laughed and waved his hand violently. The thunder pool is churning again. Zhang Tianxi sneered. Don't let them come over. As soon as he said these words, the thunder snakes at the bottom of the pool seemed to understand what he meant and jumped out of the water, staring at Yi Yang and his group with small eyes. Looking at it like this, I don't plan to let them pass. Zheng Tianxiong's face was extremely ugly. This man is so cruel. Everyone is in a competitive relationship. It's fine if you don't leave the road, but you still create obstacles for us? Zheng Tianxiong looked at the Thunder Pond, frowning. How does this go? If you really go there, you can. But it will inevitably consume a lot of internal energy, and they don't know what obstacles are waiting for them ahead. It is very unwise to consume too much internal energy at the beginning. Elder Yi, don't. Chu Yixiao suddenly exclaimed. Zheng Tianxiong raised his head sharply. When he saw Yi Yang, he went straight to Lei Qi. Shi Yuhu's eyes immediately turned red, and he rushed out and grabbed Yi Yang. Can't go in. Let's find a way together. Yeong turned around and chuckled. Chief Teacher Shi, didn't you already agree at the beginning? Trust me. His 4 words seemed to have magical power, and Shi Yuhu released his hand involuntarily. Under the gaze of 4 pairs of burning eyes, Yi Yang strode into the thunder pond. Xiao He just lay down and took a nap. In his opinion, the master is omnipotent, and he doesn't need to worry at all. As Yi Yang walked on, it was as if water was poured into a frying pan, arousing countless thunder snake electric fish. At the same time, the plasma surged towards Yi Yang together. The more you come, the better. Yi Yang laughed out loud and directly activated the thunder sound technique to the maximum. Dash. A strange sound suddenly appeared. It was dull at first, but later it was like an explosion. Thunder on the ground. The silver-white plasma directly stirred up a height of 3 to 5 meters, completely wrapping Yi Yang inside. Countless thunder, snake, electric fish entangled up, trying to tear him to pieces. But Yi Yang's face showed a hint of comfort. Because of the endless internal energy through the pores, through the transformation of the thunder sound technique, it is madly pouring into the Dantian. That inner strength mountain is rising rapidly at a frantic speed. With such a jaw-dropping speed, even if Zhang Longhu, the founder of the mountain, who created the dragon and tiger good fortune dharma, stood here, his eyes would drop. Because no one has ever been able to do this. There is no dragon, tiger, and beast king sect in the sect history of more than 500 years. More than ever. Not enough. Not enough. Yi Yang laughed, grabbed a thunder snake in front of him with both hands, and yanked it. Blue-white fluorescent blood dripped from its body and poured into Yi Yang's mouth. This is the blood in the body of the thunder snake electric fish that has grown for hundreds of years, and it is the blood that has undergone plasma baptism and contains a strong thunder spirit. For Yi Yang, who is Tantian Lei Yin Gong, it is a great supplement. The 4 Zheng Tianxiong next to Lei Qi were dumbfounded. Stroll through the plasma mine pool and swallow the thunder snake electric fish alive. Are you fucking human? Wow. Xiao He exclaimed excitedly. You are indispensable. Yi Yang smiled, throwing a fat electric fish up. The electric fish was more than 1 meter long and had electric flowers on it. Its mouth is full of fine teeth, and even if it is thrown on the shore, it is still bouncing continuously, and its vitality is extremely tenacious. The thrown plasma splashed on Chu Yixiao's body, and his face immediately showed severe pain, and he quickly took a few steps back. Is holding grass a fucking normal creature? But think about it, this is the biggest proof that the environment affects the individual. Reiki just became the catalyst. But obviously, this electric fish is very powerful, and the plasma also makes Chu Yixiao, who is in the state, show pain. Yi Yang can still laugh heartily in the thunder pool. Obviously, his strength is not false. The little blackie next to him ate the electric fish in a few bites, leaving no bones behind. After eating, I had an electrified burp. Zheng Tianxiong was silent. People are not ordinary people. Even dogs are not ordinary dogs. Wait, why do I feel that the pool's surface is falling? Shuefeng raised her eyebrows and whispered. Chu Yixiao and Shi Yuhu were both stunned. Really, the pool's surface actually dropped 2 or 3 centimeters. There is no valve in this thunder pool. There is only one explanation. Yi Yang absorbed the plasma. This time, Zheng Tianxiong and the others were even more shocked. No wonder Yi Yang looked confident. It turns out that he can even swallow and absorb plasma. If I guess correctly, Elder Yi should have practiced a technique related to lightning. By absorbing the plasma, he can convert it into internal energy. Zheng Tianxiong suddenly remembered what he saw at the Shernan Welfare Institute that day. When Yi Yang broke through to the realm of trance, 7 kinds of power appeared in the 100-meter cloud. One of them is lightning. Yi Yang, he is truly a genius. Give it all to me. Come here. Tantian Lei Yin Gong runs faster and faster, and the conversion speed is almost comparable to that of a supermotor. The plasma close to Yi Yang disappeared in an instant. The razor electric fish were afraid and planned to escape. Yi Yang didn't plan to give them this chance. just in time to try this thunder sound. He grinned, opened his mouth sharply, and made a loud syllable. Edict. A gigantic sound force swept the entire thunder pond. The razor-electric fish seemed to have been hit in the head by a giant hammer, and they all stopped swimming and stayed in place. Even the 4 people on the shore felt that their minds went blank for a while, and they were terrified. Tongtian Lane. This is the true inheritance of Tongtian Temple, which is also an ancient sect. Zheng Tianxiong was shocked. What kind of person is Yi Yang? He knows the orthodox exercises of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect. He also knows the true teaching method of Tongtian Temple. Is there anything in this world that you can't, won't, don't know? At the beginning, the speed of the Thunder Pond's descent was very slow, but later it dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 minutes later, the thunder pool that had accumulated for more than 500 years was empty. At this time, everyone saw that there was a huge formation at the bottom of the thunder pond. This formation is continuously transformed into plasma by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which forms a huge thunder pool. Of course, after being sucked by Yi Yang like this, there will be no climate for 200 or 300 years. Yi Yang hiccuped, turned around, and smiled. Let's go, everyone. There are more babies waiting for us ahead. His eyes shone with brilliance. After eating the entire Thunder Pond's plasma, he directly entered the trance realm, crossed Xiaoqing, and came directly to Deshang. You must know that it takes nearly 10 years of hard work to get into the realm of ecstasy. Before leaving, Yi Yang also took a look at the pool bottom formation. The host watched a part of the dragon, tiger, and beast king Zongzongman's great formation, comprehended the thunder pool formation, and automatically reached full level. The 4 Zheng Tianxiong were stunned for a while before catching up. No matter who it is, there's a trace of reverence in his eyes. So amazing. Being able to make friends with Yi Yang on Spirit Beast Mountain is really a blessing from a previous life. Soon, Yi Yang and his party caught up with Zuanwushin and others in front. They're standing in front of a huge ruin, including Zhang Tianxi. Everyone is helpless. Huh? How did they cross the Thunder Pond so quickly? Wu Mingyi opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, and there's no such thing as overuse of internal energy. Zhang Tianxi's expression suddenly became ugly. Although Wu Mingyi didn't blame him, he couldn't bear it on his face. The people from Spirit Beast Mountain did not hinder him, and the responsibility rested entirely on him. How did you get here? Razor-electric fish and a pool of plasma. How could it come so quickly? Zhang Tianxi said coldly. Zheng Tianxiong laughed loudly. Of course I came over. Why, you don't believe it. Zhang Tianxi snorted coldly. The ghost believed you. Apart from me, Zhang Tianxi, who has Zhang's bloodline and can open the Thunder Pond passage. Who else can come here in a dignified manner? These guys from Spirit Beast Mountain must have played some unknown trump card. Since that's the case, Brother Zheng, we just happen to be tired, so let's go first. Wu Mingyi rolled his eyes and suddenly laughed loudly. Zheng Tianxiong was stunned. Are you so kind? Actually let my Spirit Beast Mountain walk in front? Yi Yang smiled lightly. There was no safety in that fragmented wall. According to the records on the murals, this is the place where the outer disciples exercise their bodies. The rock puppet, which was originally arranged to temper the body, has gradually turned into a monster-like existence after years of spiritual cultivation. They attack everything that passes by. Zhang's bloodline doesn't work either. Wu Mingyi deliberately said such words in order to make Ling Beast Mountain ride the thunder for him. Zheng Tianxiong sneered. Wu Mingyi, do I still not understand your character? It must be very dangerous ahead. You want us to open the way for you. There are no doors. Wu Mingyi laughed and sat down, but I can afford it. God-given, what secret door can't be opened, what treasure can't be obtained, don't care about the gain or loss. On the contrary, it is your Spirit Beast Mountain. If I am surpassed by Xuanlu Mountain, I will surpass it step by step. The bet we made at the beginning is getting bigger and bigger. Wu Mingyi's face was full of pride. Zheng Tianxiong gritted his teeth after hearing this. Yes, it's not a trick, it's a conspiracy. But even so, you can't rush into the ruins. The ruins are extremely dangerous, and maybe some terrifying monster will jump out and kill people. He was still thinking about how to quickly pass through the ruins. Yi Yang had already strode towards the ruins. Shi Yu opened his eyes wide and wanted to say something, but he couldn't, because in his heart, there's an idea that is so crazy that he doesn't believe it. Yi Yang, is there another way? Seeing this, Wu Mingyi couldn't help showing a sneer. Right? That's how it should be. For that amazing bet, you have to make way for my Xuanwu Mountain. This is an upright conspiracy. Yi Yang stepped into the ruins, and a rock puppet more than 2 meters high suddenly jumped out of the shadow on the left, with red light flashing in his eyes, and he was about to smash with a punch. The aura on its body is no less than that of an ordinary powerhouse. But this is not the end, because when this rock puppet appeared, in the shadows of Yi Yang in all directions, in the corners of the ruins, all rock puppets appeared. A full 7. It is almost equivalent to the pincer attack of 7 powerhouses. And to a certain extent, they're stronger than the general stage. Because they have no pain, they are not afraid of death, and they are not afraid. Being surrounded by ghosts like this is the most annoying thing. Zuan Wuxian, who was watching this scene with a cold eye, couldn't help but sneer. Zheng, Tianxiong, and the others were even more worried. Yi Yang, Elder Yi, you must not have an accident. 7 rock puppets, more than 2 meters high, rushed forward, and the red glow in their eyes had only one thought. That is to kill all the living people who pass by. In the face of such an attack, Yi Yang did not dodge or dodge, carrying his hands on his back, neither sorrow nor joy. His eyes have been staring at the aura lines around the rock puppet. The record on the fresco is correct. These rock puppets all rely on the formation to act. If you can learn this formation, you can use it in guarding the Shernan Welfare Institute. In an instant, the giant hand of the rock puppet is about to appear. At the same time, a voice sounded in Yi Yang's mind. The host observes the formation of the rock puppet, comprehends the puppet formation, and automatically reaches the full level. Puppet formation. Form a formation with lines of aura, so that civil, wood, stone, and stone are human beings. Full level effect. You can use spiritual objects above the 7th level to construct puppets below the God realm. Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. 10 fingers stretched forward suddenly, and his inner strength drew lines of spiritual energy out of thin air. Humming dash. More than 10,000 lines of spiritual energy are densely packed, but they are quickly formed under Yi Yang's 10 fingers. The moment it was formed, the spiritual energy exploded. In the air, swept through invisible fluctuations. The 7 rock puppets suddenly stiffened. Wu Mingyi's eyes widened in shock. What is this? Why did it stop suddenly? Master Zhengshan, keep up. Yi Yang beckoned as he walked deeper into the ruins. Zheng Tianxiong was stunned for a moment, and suddenly showed a look of surprise, and quickly followed Xue Feng and the 3 of them. Elder Yi is really amazing. No wonder he is so confident and confident. It turns out he was already prepared. For a time, Zheng Tianxiong and others respected Yi Yang even more. They're not stupid. Yi Yang just sketched out a very special formation as soon as they came out. This trapped the rock puppet in place. Wu Mingyi suddenly burst out laughing and said loudly, "Thank you, Elder Yi, for opening the way. Everyone in Xuanwu Mountain, keep up. Even if I leave the ruins, I will never forget your kindness. Yi Yang, for opening the way, ha ha." Everyone in Xuanwu Mountain laughed proudly. Zheng Tianxiong was in a hurry. "You bastards are so mean. Elder Yi, what can we do?" he said hurriedly. Yi Yang chuckled lightly. "No hurry. I didn't completely destroy those rock golems. As long as I disperse the formation, they will immediately attack all living creatures around me. But wait for them to come a little longer." This time, not only Zheng Tianxiong, but Xue Feng and the others also opened their eyes wide and gasped. Hiss! Still, Elder Yi is amazing. This strategy is really a set. The key is to trap them in the ruins, surrounded by rock puppets with the strength of the hull. In order to solve the puppet, Zuan Wuxian and these people must consume a lot of internal energy. For the next competition, It is absolutely beneficial and harmless. Yi-yang is mighty. There are probably hundreds of rock puppets in this ruin, right? TSK. Hundreds of powerful people who are not afraid of death are besieged. Not to mention the elders in Xuanwu Mountain. Even a trance like Xiaocheng like Wu Mingyi would be overwhelmed, right? In the hearts of the 4 people in Ling Beast Mountain, there was a gloating smile in their hearts. Wu Mingyi didn't know what they were thinking. At this moment, his face was very cool. Hey, I don't need to pay at all. I just spent a little bit of lip service and used an upright conspiracy. Spirit Beast Mountain obediently walked ahead to clear the way. So comfortable. It's so comfortable. This is how the exploration of the ruins is meaningful. Wait until you get out of the ruins and then strike back. The people who hit Spirit Beast Mountain were caught off guard. It is best to seize the opportunity to kill that Yi-yang so that he will feel more at ease. Mountain Master, you have already walked through the middle of the ruins. An elder laughed loudly. Wu Mingyi laughed with satisfaction and did not forget to mock the 5 people in the Spirit Beast Mountain in front of him. Hey, I really don't know how to thank you all. Why don't you do it like this, Brother Zheng? After I go back, I will personally teach you martial arts to the disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain, so that you can see the outstanding points of my Xuanwu Mountain in the Spirit Beast Mountain. Ha ha. Zheng, Tianxiong sneered. Are you so kind? Don't you just want to encourage the disciples of Ling Beast Mountain to join Xuanwu Mountain? It's time. The handprint that Yi-yang had been holding spread out directly. Dash. The rock puppets that suddenly stiffened along the way buzzed a few times inside their bodies, and then moved directly. The red light flashed in his eyes again, and he quickly locked onto the people of Xuanwu Mountain. In an instant, the surroundings were actually full of pairs of bloodthirsty red lights. Wu Mingyi was extremely shocked, and the Xuanwu Mountain elders all looked at each other in dismay. Haven't these rock puppets been released by Yi-yang? Why is it suddenly possible to act? Wu Mingyi gritted his teeth, his face ashen. He must have mastered the method of the puppet formation, deliberately attracted us to the center of the ruins, and then activated the formation again. Damn it, we were careless. Boy Yang, you are so vicious. Yi-yang turned his head and laughed loudly. It's okay. It's not as good as 1/10,000th of Wu Shanju. Zheng Tianxiong also laughed. Brother Wu, don't let it go. Under the leadership of Yi-yang, the 5 people from Spirit Beast Mountain quickly passed through the ruins. The rock puppets along the way will lose their red glow in an instant, and after they pass, the red glow will light up again. But after it lights up, the locked target becomes Xuanwu Mountain again. In an instant, Yi-yang pulled more than 50% of the rock puppets in the ruins for Xuanwu Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The rock puppet was merciless, punching him directly. Yi-yang, I will definitely kill you if I have a chance. Wu Mingyi shouted violently and split the rock puppet with a knife. What? However, there was an elder who was caught off guard and was hit by 3 puppets at the same time, instantly turning into a muddy flesh. The other elders could only support them, and their internal energy was greatly consumed. If this goes on, even if he can rush out of the ruins, his inner strength is almost exhausted. Under Wu Mingyi's pain, he could only take out his trump card. Talisman. And it's a red talisman. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly sounded. Xuanwushin and his party had to take advantage of the opportunity of the Chifu explosion to quickly break through. Some elders who couldn't keep up howled a few times and quickly drowned in the fists of the rock puppet. By the time they rushed out of the ruins, the Spirit Beast Mountain had long since disappeared. I must kill you. Wu Mingyi roared up to the sky. Wu Mingyi looked back and felt a chill in his heart. Of the 10 entrant elders who came together, only 7 remained. The 3 elders were buried in the ruins forever, and half of the remaining 7 were injured. Even if it is not injured, it has almost consumed half of its internal energy. So vicious. It's so vicious. Yang, it's really hard to understand the hatred in my heart if I don't kill you. Zhang Tianzi suddenly said, Don't be impatient, the mountain master. As long as we find the outer sect disciple lecture pavilion, with my bloodline, we can directly control the entire outer sect disciple district. At that time, the life and death of Spirit Beast Mountain will be completely in our hands. Blood can only be washed with blood. A cruel smile appeared on Wu Mingyi's face. Okay, God-given, I'll leave this to you. Since the face has been torn, there is no need to follow any rules. As long as we don't use force directly and kill them indirectly, it won't hurt. Keep going. Don't fall into the momentum of my Xuanwu Mountain. God sent, the treasures of the entire ruins belong to Xuanwu Mountain. Wu Mingyi sneered and strode forward. On the other side, Yi Yang and his party who left the ruins, where the outer disciples lived, quickly came to the place where the outer disciples were studying ancient books. Lecture Pavilion. After hundreds of years of vicissitudes of life, this tall building still stands and is timeless. Stepping into the lecture pavilion, Zheng Tianxiong and the others were immediately stunned by the ancient books that came into their eyes. Row after row, row after row, all of them are ancient books. And it's all intact. God has eyes, God has eyes. Zheng Tianxiong was excited, and he stepped forward quickly, picking up an ancient book and going to read it. But an invisible wave immediately bounced him off. At the same time, a wooden puppet limped out from behind the bookshelf. The four Zheng Tianxiong were like enemies. Don't worry, this puppet didn't lose his mind. Yang took a closer look and smiled. Anyone who reads ancient books must answer questions before they can read them. If all answers are correct, they can enter the highest 9th floor. And, at most, you can only read 5 books. The wooden puppet clicked. Yi Yang's eyes brightened slightly. Just now, he swept it with his discerning eyes. Although the ancient books on this floor are of precious light, they are very dim, and it is estimated that the quality is not high. But the ancient books at the highest level must not be bad, right? Then dare to ask, what type of question is it? Chu Yi smiled and asked. Ascension to astronomy, geography, ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign, all-inclusive. Chu Yi Xiao was gearing up. Is it finally time for my old Chu to be majestic? Zheng Tianxiong laughed. Isn't this a question for Yi Xiao? He has a wide range of knowledge in many aspects, so answering this kind of question is perfect. Yi Xiao also participated in the National Encyclopedia Knowledge quiz not long ago, and won the Gold Award as an anonymous. Shuefeng also laughed. Yi Yang nodded. Chu Yi Xiao must be quite good to win such an award, and it should be easy to deal with these problems. The first question, what is the theoretical limit of the shock furnace removal method? Chu Yi smiled. 9 times? Wrong, disqualified. The wooden puppet was cold and ruthless, and after speaking, he threw a whip and slapped Chu Yi Xiao hard. The latter screamed, and a fiery red mark appeared on his arm. You still have to beat someone with a wrong answer. The outer disciples of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect back then were really bitter. Chu Yi smiled with horror. Yi Yang chuckled and shook his head. He did not expect that the first question of the wooden puppet would ask such a profound question. Of course, 500 years ago, maybe such a question was just a basic question. But Yi Yang knew that the theoretical limit of the method of shaking the furnace to remove impurities was constantly changing according to the level of aura. It's not the 9 times that the world knows. Next, Zheng Tianxiong, Shuefeng, and Shi Yuhu all stepped forward to answer. Without exception, the first question was not answered, and they were all whipped. Zheng Tianxiong was the worst. He said that he was going to enter the 5th floor, but he was given 5 whips when he failed to answer. It broke our hearts. Seeing Yi Yang also eager to try, Zheng Tianxiong said with a sad face, Elder Yi, why don't we just forget it? There's no need to waste time here. The problem of setting up the Jingjing Pavilion is too difficult. It is better to go to other places to find opportunities. Zuanwishan is still in hot pursuit. Once they find other treasures, we will fall behind again. Yi Yang shook his head slightly. I want to enter the highest level. After speaking, he strode to the wooden puppet. Zheng Tianxiong sighed deeply. Elder Yi is still too stubborn. He can't walk when he sees ancient books. Although he had great respect for Yi Yang, he still didn't think Yi Yang could answer. If you want to enter the highest 9th floor, you must answer all 9 questions correctly, which is too difficult. And if you answer even 1 question wrong, You must endure 9 whips. Zhang Tianxiong, who was a small success in the ecstasy realm, was beaten 5 times, and he felt that his luck in the body was not smooth, and there was still a burning pain in the place where he was drawn. If Yang fails, he will be hit with 9 whips. However, since Elder Yi cultivated, the journey has been smooth and smooth. It would be fine if he suffered a little loss here. Zhang Tianxiong sighed and looked up at the wooden puppet. The first question remains the same. What is the theoretical limit of the shock furnace removal method? Yi Yang said lightly, under the current aura condition, the theoretical limit is about 18 strokes. 500 years ago, the theoretical limit was 81. Zhang Tianxiong and the 4 were stunned. What? The highest limit is 81? Elder Yi, you are afraid that you will be drawn. Shiyu couldn't bear it any longer and closed his eyes. It hurts so much 9 full strokes. Correct answer. Next question. What is the prospect of using the shock furnace removal method in refining? The wooden puppet paused, but instead of whipping, he asked the next question. Unbelievable expressions appeared on the faces of the 4 Zhang Tianxiong. Is it right? Elder Yi is awesome, but this is not the end. Because of the next question, Yi Yang answered all the way right. Wooden puppets are also worthy of the name of the first-class sex 500 years ago, and the problems are really all-encompassing, not a single one of alchemy, weapon refining, beast breeding, martial arts, formation, and talisman. Zhang Tianxiong and several others were dumbfounded. Damn, who the hell is Yi Yang? Are you an all-around genius? Why do you know everything? It's too much. Do you still give others a way to live? After answering the last question, Yi Yang let out a long breath. There are no problems in other fields, except for the talisman. He is not very deep. Fortunately, the most difficult one asked by the puppet is the question of the formation, not the talisman. After I go back, I need to improve the level of the talisman. He thought. All the answers are correct. You can enter the 9th floor. You're the only one who has answered all of the 9 questions from the outer sect correctly in the past 500 years. You can enter the 9th floor and receive the order of the inner sect. The wooden puppet was silent for a long time before speaking out. The host looked at the Zhoutian constellation map, and constellation ideas communicated with the breaking army star on his own. Yi Yang frowned, and before he could understand what was going on, a surge of star energy came from the sky and rushed directly into his body. Invincible and invincible. This is the meaning of breaking the army. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the ruins is too rich, and even the meaning of breaking the army has become much stronger, almost hurting Yi Yang's Dantian. But fortunately, under the suppression of Huan Yuan's internal strength and a group of forces, the second tiny star appeared in Dantian steadily. He could feel that his inner strength formation speed increased again. But because the base is too large, it doesn't feel like an improvement. Yi Yang chuckled and planned to pick the 3rd book, but was bounced off by a soft wave. Continue to elevate privileges to read. That grand old voice sounded in the room. Obviously, this is a rule set by the elders of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect in order to prevent the disciples from reading too many ancient books and getting into the devil. But for Yi Yang, it was an obstacle. It seems that in the future, the relics of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect will need to be visited several times. Yi Yang knows that the ruins here are not incomplete. It should only be part of the outer disciple area and the inner disciple area. More relics, perhaps still deeper underground, still in the deep mountains and valleys, have not been known. In this case, he left the 9th floor and returned to the 1st floor. Without waiting for Zhang Tianxiong and others to be surprised, he was moved. Huh, the people from Xuanwu Mountain are here? At the same time, at the entrance of the Jingjing Pavilion, Xuanwu Mountain and his party also came here. Yo, Brother Zhang, are you here too? Wu Mingyi saw that Zhang Tianxiong and others had whip marks on their bodies and couldn't help laughing. How comfortable is this outer sect 9 questions and answers? Zhang Tianxiong sneered in his heart, but sighed deliberately. Hey, I knew I wouldn't be wasting time here. Let's go. Ah, don't leave so early. I know it's difficult to ask the outer sect 9 questions. You all have whip marks all over your body. You must be trapped here, right? But it doesn't matter. There is a godsend. Everything is not a problem. Wu Mingyi laughed and even patted Zhang Tianxiong on the shoulder, a look of brotherhood. With a faint smile on his face, Zhang Tianxi strode to the wooden puppet, then put his palm on the latter's head. In the name of Zhang's descendants, obtain all the authority of the outer disciple area. The wooden puppet was silent. Zhang Tianxi let out a light snort and repeated what he just said. The wooden puppet did not respond. Chu Yixiao, who was next to him, was holding back his laughter so much that it turned purple. Zhang Tianxi stomped his feet fiercely. This wooden puppet must be broken. Let's go directly to the 9th floor to get the inner disciple order. He was about to walk towards the gate behind the puppet when the puppet suddenly said, "You are not allowed to enter without answering the question." Zhang Tianxi looked aggrieved. Lao Tzu is a descendant of Zhang's blood. You reorganize the language for me. Then I don't want permission. You tell me the locations of all the secret rooms and treasures. Zhang Tianxi gritted his teeth. The wooden puppet was silent for a long time and said, "Insufficient authority." What? Zhang Tianxi was so angry that he smashed his fist. Snapped. The wooden puppet's backhand is a whip, directly hitting Zhang Tianxi's handsome face. Wu Mingyi was stunned. The elders of Xuanwu Mountain looked at each other in dismay. What's the matter? This is, with Zhang Tianxi here, taking over the authority of the outer sect disciple area. Isn't it a matter of what's going on? What's going on? Isn't the Dragon Tiger Beast King Zhong Zhang's? How could this be? Zhang Tianxi's eyes were bloodshot. He grew up in a poor family and had low self-esteem. But Wu Mingyi found him, and from then on he knew that he still had a very powerful identity. The only descendant of Zhang's bloodline, the descendant of Zhang Longhu, the ancestor of Dragon Tiger Beast King Zhong Kaishan. Since then, all around are praise and envy. He also regarded the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect as his private property as a matter of course. Entering the ruins this time, I have to take it for granted and take all the treasures as my own. But how can a mere wooden puppet do this? The blood flowing in my body is Zhang Longhu's blood. Don't waste your time. All the treasures here belong to Elder Yi, and they belong to my spirit beast mountain. Chu Yixiao sneered. Let me tell you the truth. Elder Yi has answered all the 9 questions from the outer sect correctly and obtained the status of an inner sect disciple. Wu Mingyi was stunned and immediately said in disdain, "Fart. Don't you and I know how difficult it is to ask the outer sect 9 questions? He is an outsider. How could he possibly answer? Although I don't know what's wrong with this wooden puppet, it doesn't recognize the identity of God. But you are pretending to let us leave here on purpose, absolutely ill-intentioned." Chu Yi smiled and pouted, sneering silently. Zhang Tianxi clenched his fists fiercely and shouted at the wooden puppet, "No one takes over the authority of the outer sect disciple area. Is it not enough that I have Zhang's bloodline to take over it?" The wooden puppet was silent for a while, and then a cold voice came out. "Inner sect disciple Yi Yang has taken over the authority of the outer sect disciple area. There is no one in the sect, and Yi Yang, the inner disciple, automatically obtains the highest authority." As soon as the statement came out, the audience changed. Inner disciple Yi Yang automatically get the highest authority? Are you kidding me? Moreover, departments such as Xuanwu Mountain and Spirit Beast Mountain, if placed in the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect 500 years ago, would be second-rate departments. The Mountain Master, that is the inner disciple, will take over. In other words, Yi Yang and Wu Mingyi are on the same level. Shit, what is this? What's more terrifying is that Yi Yang has obtained the highest authority in the outer disciple area. He knew all the treasures and secret rooms. He can manipulate all formations and mechanisms. Xuanwu Mountain, the trend is over. If this goes on, this gamble will definitely lose. Wu Mingyi only felt that his heart was bleeding. Well, Zhang Tianxi laughed in anger, bloodshot eyes in his eyes. A mere outsider can even get the status of an inner disciple. "Master Wu, let's go." Now, in this ruin, there's only one place that will not be affected by the identity of the inner disciple. We still have a chance. The martial arts field. No matter how high the authority of the inner disciples is, they cannot challenge the authority of the martial arts field. And the reward of the martial arts field is also the highest. Zhang Tianzi took a deep breath. He has read a large number of historical books of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect, and knows that the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect advocates force. All conflicts can be resolved through the martial arts arena. Even a suzerain, or even Zhang Longhu, the founder of the mountain, cannot control the outcome of the martial arts field, because the martial arts field has its own independent will. In addition, the winning streak on the martial arts field will also receive extremely high rewards. Adding up the treasures of the entire outer disciple area, perhaps it can only be compared to a 10-game winning streak reward in the Yanwu arena. Yi Yang didn't stop it, and let Zuan Wuxian and his party leave in frustration. Elder Yi, why didn't you stop them? Zhang Tianxiong asked cautiously. At first, Yi Yang was just a student of Shangjing College, and he didn't look down on it at all. Later, Yi Yang was the guest of Tanglingyan Pavilion, and he had to show some respect. Later, Yi Yang cultivated a ninth-order spirit beast and became the honorary elder of the Spirit Beast Mountain, standing at the same level as him. But now, Yi Yang has passed the 9 questions of the outer sect and has directly become the inner disciple of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect. This young man, who was under 20, had already surpassed him and stood on the top of a higher mountain. Yi Yang shook his head slightly. I know what's going on in the martial arts field. There are too many obstacles along the way. Just let them go to explore the way. On the other hand, we have to collect all the treasures around here. Besides, although you can obtain the status of inner disciples, outer disciples can also be divided into 3, 6, and 9. After the last sentence was finished, Zhang Tianxiong's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Yup, why do you have to be attached to inner disciples? Outer sect disciples are also divided into handyman disciples, medicine field disciples, and patrol disciples with many identities. Next, with the help of Yi Yang, the 4 Zhang Tianxiong answered at least 3 or 4 questions. The worst one, Chu Yixiao, also became a second-class outer sect disciple, which was better than the third-class outer sect disciple at the beginning. Phew! Afterwards, the 5 of them acted separately, following the map drawn by Yi Yang, and headed straight for the treasures in various places. It's really full. Without Yi Yang's mustard seed treasure talisman, Zhang Tianxiong alone would not be able to win at all. After scavenging the vicinity of the Jingjing Pavilion, Yi Yang and his party walked directly to the martial arts field. Along the way, the traces of battle all the way. In a tragic place, even the entire leg of an elder from Xuanwu Mountain was left behind. Zhang Tianxiong was startling to see it, and only then did he reflect Yi Yang's foresight and insight, and he couldn't help but respect Yi Yang even more in his heart. In front of Yi Yang's inner disciple token, all dangers were invisible, and the group arrived at the martial arts field safely. The performance field is very huge, roughly like the ancient Roman Colosseum. Zhang Tianzi and Wu Mingyi are both in the martial arts arena, and their opponents are Guangren, who look exactly like themselves. Zhang Tianzi has already won 9 wins. He is indeed a martial arts genius that Ning Tongxian likes. Even the Mountain Master has only 5 wins. TSK. Such a thing as talent really doesn't make sense. The elders of Xuanwu Mountain were discussing in the audience, and many people were injured. Seeing the appearance of Ling Beast Mountain and his party, they suddenly felt like a big enemy. I advise you not to take advantage of this opportunity. Otherwise, as long as one of us escapes, the reputation of Spirit Beast Mountain will be ruined. The eldest elder said Li Niren. Yi Yang laughed dumbly. They were actually afraid. Afraid of the Spirit Beast Mountain killing. He shook his head. Private fights are not allowed in the martial arts field, don't you know? After speaking, he walked straight into the ring. All the elders of Xuanwu Mountain look at me, and I look at you, embarrassed. People don't mean it at all. So fucking embarrassing. We can't be left behind either. Zhang Tianxiong laughed loudly, and the 4 from Spirit Beast Mountain walked into the ring together. Swish, swish. 5 people of light appeared at the same time. First round. The grand old voice of the Jingjing Pavilion appeared again. Zhang Tianxi obviously saw them too. Seeing Yang also walking into the ring, he couldn't help sneering. Don't be delusional. You don't have enough martial arts talent. You are just asking for hardship. Although Wu Mingyi did not speak, the disdain on his face could not be concealed. A person cannot be great in every way. At least in terms of martial arts talent, Zhang Tianxi is an absolute king. Otherwise, how could Ning Tongxian accept him as a close disciple? Yi Yang raised a smile at the corner of his mouth and punched out. In the ring, all internal energy, all physical strength was banned. A sense of emptiness rose from the limbs. Now Yi Yang is just an ordinary person. He can only use martial arts to fight the enemy. This is also the occasion to test the level of martial arts the most. Because in the face of overwhelming power, martial arts are basically useless. Martial arts can only be used between two opponents with a similar gap. But Yi Yang didn't care at all. He didn't use the Grandmaster's fist intent, nor did he use high-level martial arts such as picking the heart and grasping the moon. But the most basic, farmer's 3 punches. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 punches, the light man dissipated, and a new light man formed again, much more solid than the previous one. The second round begins. The elders of Xuanwu Mountain were silent. It is so fast. You are fighting the enemy at the level of an ordinary person. Could it be that Yi Yang is also a martial arts genius? Impossible. The 4 Zhang Tianxiong also widened their eyes. They haven't even gotten used to their bodies yet. After all, I am used to having power and being instantly banned from all internal energy and power. That kind of feeling is too empty, and it is difficult for ordinary people to adapt. But Guangren's martial arts level is very high. To make an analogy, challengers are like ordinary people who are powerless, and Guangren are ordinary people, but they are martial arts masters who have mastered a lot of fighting skills. On Yi Yang's side, the battle ended quickly again. Swimming Bagwazang is continuous and powerful, and Guangren has no ability to resist. The third round begins. The elders of Xuanwu Mountain in the audience were not shocked, but numb. No matter which round it was, Yi Yang would kill all the people with one move. Bang dash. Wu Mingyi was hit hard in the abdomen, and he could no longer support him, so he had to walk off the ring. He hit his 6th one all the way, but it wasn't much. What about that boy Yi Yang? I guess you already lost, right? He sneered and looked back. Then his eyes widened suddenly. Hold the grass. Still haven't lost? Look at the ancient characters of the light group above Yi Yang. 6. He actually got his 6th win. This kid, how could this kid be? Wu Mingyi only felt a burning pain on his face. He was defeated when he reached the 6th victory, and he was still complacent when he stepped down from the stage. What a shame. Without saying a word, he stepped into the ring again. However, this time, after winning only 2 rounds, he was directly ousted. The mountain owner of Xuanwu Mountain had a gloomy expression as if water was about to drip. Next, Zhang Tianxiong and others couldn't hold it anymore, and were thrown out one after another. They all hit 5 or 6 wins. Seeing Wu Mingyi's gloomy face, Zhang Tianxiong couldn't help laughing. Yo, what's wrong with Brother Wu? His face is so bad. Remember to ask your sister-in-law to stew some red dates, wolfberry, and black chicken soup when you go back. Ha ha ha. Chu Yixiao also echoed. Yes, for an elderly person like Wu Shanju, it is better to keep a lot of health. You see, the hair is a lot thinner. Wu Mingyi heard the blue veins bursting out of his forehead. After a while, he calmed down and said coldly, Wait, you'll be slapped in the face soon. God-given martial arts talent is the best I have ever seen in my life. He is only 22 years old, and he has already learned more than a dozen martial arts. Otherwise, how could he be favored by Ning Tongxian? That guy Ning Tongxian is very old and skilled. If he is a genius, he wouldn't even bother to pay attention to it. Godsend will win. This big gamble, I declare that Wu Shan will also win. A dangerous light flashed in Wu Mingyi's eyes. Zhang Tianxiong sneered. Okay, then I'll wait for Zhang Tianxi to win 10 consecutive victories. He had seen Yi Yang's 100-meter cloud that day. In the cloud, there are 7 genuine powers with different attributes. A person who can practice 7 kinds of inner strength exercises at the same time will be low in martial arts attainments. What's more, we couldn't even get used to the feeling that our inner strength and strength were banned from the beginning. But Yi Yang was the only one who didn't hurry up, didn't panic. Even without any power, he is a martial arts master. But the more time passed, the more ugly the faces of Zhang, Tianxiong, and others. Because Zhang Tianxi made great progress all the way, and the speed was astonishingly fast. The 10-game winning streak is only 1 step away. However, Yi Yang's speed slowed down. Ha! I've said it for a long time. The martial arts talent bestowed by God is unparalleled. You're all sure to lose. Wu Mingyi laughed proudly, and his eyes were full of joy. They didn't know why Yi Yang slowed down. The reason is actually very simple. What Guangren has shown are the true secrets of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect. Yi Yang wants to steal the lessons face to face. However, the techniques of the true inherent secret art were changeable, and he had to read them all before he could learn them completely. So he had to temporarily slow down a bit. The host observes the sharp knife. The host observes the 9 bulls and 2 tigers sword. The host observes the overlord sword. The host observes successfully, comprehends Golden Town Demon Sword, and automatically reaches full level. Golden Demon Sword of Suppression. The dragon subdues the demon, and the auspicious beast subdues the demon full level effect. Summons a phantom shadow to respond to the enemy, which is a great deal of damage to the evil. It's not bad. Yi Yang nodded slightly. On the other hand, Zhang Tianxi has already won the 10th game. Humming dash. The entire martial arts field suddenly throbbed, and a beam of auspicious light descended from the sky, covering Zhang Tianxi. Zhang Tianxi, the 3rd-class disciple of the outer sect, won 10 consecutive victories, and is hereby rewarded. The grand old voice sounded at the same time. At this moment, 3 more treasures wrapped around 7 or 8 layers of precious light appeared in the auspicious light. The precious light of many treasures is invisible to ordinary people. Even if Yi Yang looks at it with his eyes, he can only see it roughly. But the precious light of these 3 treasures is even a little dazzling. At the very least, it's a middle-grade yellow. Envy rose on everyone's face. Even Wu Mingyi had a fleeting greed in his eyes. So envious. As a mountain master, he has seen very few yellow-level treasures. Xuanwu Mountain does have it, but it is the treasure of the town and cannot be used easily. If only I could get this baby. Brother Zheng, what's the matter with you? Didn't you tell us to watch? Hey, God-given has won 10 consecutive victories, and they all got Huangji's treasure, but what about Yi Yang? He's still stuck in the 8th game, really? Wu Mingyi sneered at Zheng, Tianxiong, and others. But before he could finish his words, Yi Yang punched Guangren with 1 punch and came to the 9th inning. Haha, that's the 9th inning. The next moment, Yi Yang smashed Guangren with another punch, going straight to the 10th round. Wu Mingyi was silent. Really slap in the face. As soon as I finished the last sentence, you slapped your face with the next sentence. A sullen look appeared on Wu Mingyi's face. But when he thought that Zhang Tianxi had won 10 consecutive victories and secured the victory, he sneered again. Yes, what if this Yi Yang can win 10 in a row? There are so many elders in Xuanwu Mountain, and the worst of these elders also won 4 games. The treasures obtained by everyone added up, and they definitely surpass the elders of Spirit Beast Mountain. Victory still stand firmly on Xuanwu Mountain's side. Zhang Tianxi chose a short knife that exuded an icy aura, and his face rose with joy. With this thing, his strength is stronger. Back at the master's place, in front of all the brothers and sisters, they all have more confidence to speak. After all, not everyone can get the yellow rank spirit tool. Thinking of this, he glanced at Yi Yang on the ring again. He has already gone through the 10th game, and naturally understands how difficult it is to win this game. The opponent changed from a light man to a demon, and the strong demonic aura on his body even made people breathless. If it weren't for the first 9 rounds, he had a little understanding of Guangren's moves, and realized some of the essence of Jin Lingjin's magic knife. In the 10th round, he might not be able to win. Zhang Tianxi saw Yi Yang facing the devil, motionless, and his face was full of disdain. That's right, his martial arts talent is so outstanding that he barely won the 10th game, and he almost missed out on the Huangjia spirit tool. How could Yi Yang understand the magic sword of Jinling Town? Jin Yan come. On the ring, under the watchful eyes of all the people, Yi Yang stomped on the ground and turned his palm into a knife. A brilliant golden light erupted, and a brilliant golden phantom suddenly appeared in the gloomy sky. His image is difficult to describe, and even if you have seen it, you will soon forget it if you try to remember it. Only the pair of pure golden vertical pupils. Despise the common people and despise the world. As if everything was a mustard. Zhang Tianxi's eyes met him involuntarily. In just an instant, he was in a cold sweat from the inside out. The front and back were soaked in cold sweat, and my heart was full of great fear. There was no guesswork, and he didn't need any guesswork. He knew right away that was Jin Yan. He is still like this, and the others are even more unbearable. Some weak elders of Xuanwu Mountain just glanced at the golden phantom, and they were all weak and slumped to the ground. Horrible. Terrible. What kind of powerful creature is that? Why is just a phantom, a look, can make people completely surrender, completely lose the ability to resist? Wu Mingyi was even more shocked and speechless. Zhang Tianxiong and the others all turned pale. On the opposite side of Yang, the devil who was originally full of demonic energy, under Jin Yin, was like a rooster without hair, and he didn't have the slightest arrogance at all. He doesn't even need Yi Yang to take action. His strength is constantly declining. The 10th game was won without incident. Some are even too easy. The light group dissipated. Far more dazzling golden light fell from the sky than when Zhang Tianxi won 10 consecutive victories. At the same time, the martial arts field even hummed, and the ground shook. A grand old voice suddenly sounded. Yi Yang, an inner disciple, learned the magic sword technique of Jining Town during the battle. Special reward for the Xuanjia low-grade spiritual tool, the Jinling Town Demon Sword, and any ancient book of the Huangjia. I hope Yi Yang, the inner disciple, will make persistent efforts, carry forward the spirit of the sect, practice hard, and improve every day. Yi Yang looked strange. The last sentence, how can you keep up with the teachers in the Beijing Academy? Cultivating well, I have said it every day. The next moment, a long sword wrapped in golden light appeared in front of Yi Yang, and there was an ancient book on animal breeding floating next to it. The long knife had a long and narrow body, and the back of the knife is engraved with a golden scorpion, and the mouth of the golden scorpion is the handle. Domineering, fierce. This is the impression of the Jinling Town Magic Sword to everyone. More importantly, it's a mysterious order, profound order spirit tool. Wu Mingyi's eyes turned red instantly when he saw it. Oh shit, Lao Tzu has lived most of his life. I haven't even touched a mysterious magic weapon. What kind of virtue and ability are you? Can you own a mysterious spiritual weapon? Not only him, but other people in Xuanwu Mountain also have this expression. There is greed, there is reverence, and there is envy. And Zhang Tianxi couldn't believe his eyes at all. He was even shaking all over. Everyone has a 10-game winning streak. Why can you be recognized by the martial arts field, and why can you get the Jinling Town Magic Sword? My martial arts talent is higher than yours. Why can't I comprehend this sword technique? But you can. It's not fair, it's not fair. The blood of the Zhang family flows in my body, and I am the descendant of Zhang Longhu, the ancestor of the Dragon Tiger Beast King Zhong. These should have been mine. It's mine. The more Zhang Tianxi thought about it, the more angry he became, and the more he thought about it, the more difficult it became to suppress his emotions. The next moment, he directly drew his sword and slashed. Wu Mingyi's pupils shrank suddenly and shouted, "Don't." This blow was Zhang Tianxi's hateful blow, full of anger. In addition, his own martial arts accomplishments are not low, and because the weapon itself is a yellow-level spiritual weapon, its formidable power can even make ordinary ecstasy powerhouses retreat. But Yang didn't dodge or hide, and just stood there. There was a hint of mockery on his face. Yes, he doesn't need to hide, because the next moment, Judging that Zhang Tianxi's blow would cause damage to Yi Yang, the will of the martial arts field shot directly. Bang dash! Zhang Tianxi was directly kicked out, and the yellow rank spirit weapon turned a few times in midair and finally turned into a golden light and returned to the martial arts field. Zhang Tianxi, the third-class disciple of the outer sect, shot against Yi Yang, the inner sect disciple, for no reason in the martial arts field. Commit the crimes of the following crimes, the crimes of private fights in the martial arts field, and punish them together for several crimes. Now deprive the reward, knock down a realm, and set an example. Suddenly, a giant hand made of condensed air suddenly appeared in the sky and grabbed it. Yi Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. From this giant hand, he felt extremely strong coercion. Obviously, the dragon, tiger, and beast king sect can become the first-class sect in ancient times, and its background is absolutely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The will of a mere martial arts field is so terrifying. When he heard the last half of the sentence, Zhang Tianxi's pupils suddenly shrank, and he roared, "I am the descendant of Zhang Longhu. Who dares to touch me?" Big Hand paused. A smile appeared on Zhang Tianxi's face. But before he was happy, the big hand grabbed it at a faster speed and directly tore the dantian. What? The pain of the dantian tearing made Zhang Tianxi scream miserably. His breath passed quickly, directly from Grandmaster Ascension Realm to the peak of inner strength. Yes, the penalty is to knock down a realm. Not much at all, not much at all. Looking at this scene, Wu Mingyi was shocked, and everyone in Xuanwu Mountain was shocked. Horrible. Punishment is punishment. Totally powerless to resist. Even if the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect has been destroyed for 500 years, the relics left by it are still so terrifying. There is no other area in this ruin except the outer disciple area and the martial arts field. Zuanwushan lost. Yang said lightly. Wu Mingyi clenched his fists tightly. Yang was right. Zuanwushan had already lost, and it was a crushing defeat. They hardly collected any treasures. The only treasure was Zhang Tianxi's 10-game winning streak in the martial arts field. However, because of his irritability, he violated the ban on the martial arts field, and the Huangjie short knife was also taken back. Really lost completely, and there is absolutely no room for recovery. Wu Mingyi took out all the bets, and every time he took out one, he felt that a piece of flesh had been gouged out of his heart. That's horrible. How miserable. Taking out so many treasures. The most important thing is that he also took out 4 pieces of spirit. This thing is a super treasure that is necessary for refining high-level spiritual tools. Without these 4 spirits, Xuanwu Mountain would lose at least 1,000 spirit stones in the next few years. After all the bets were taken out, Wu Mingyi was hunched, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. The elders of Xuanwu Mountain were even more gloomy at this moment. The eyes they looked at Wu Mingyi changed. Complain, blame, anger, hate. If it wasn't for Wu Mingyi's self-confidence, if he had to take out so many treasures to bet with the Spirit Beast Mountain, things would not have developed to this level. For Zuanwushan, this is undoubtedly a great detriment to his vitality. Zhang Tianxiong and the others were beaming with joy, and they almost didn't laugh out loud. He wiped the 4 pieces of spirit essence clean and sent them to Yi Yang respectfully. Yi Yang nodded and accepted it directly. Wu Mingyi's eyes turned red again, and his heart was bleeding. All the treasures have been taken by the Spirit Beast Mountain, and the ruins are no longer meaningful to explore. Soon, both parties left the ruins. This time, the exploration of the relics of the Dragon, Tiger, and Beast King sect, the Ling Beast Mountain, won a complete victory, and Xuanwu Mountain came to an end with a crushing defeat. Wu Mingyi didn't say a word, and left without looking back with the elders of Xuanwu Mountain. But he looked at Zhang Tianxi with a dangerous look in his eyes. This person was beaten several times by Yi Yang, and was disheartened. He is also a close disciple of Hanzhou martial arts master Ning Tongxian. What would happen if he died in the ruins of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect? Yes, Ning Tongxian will come to Yi Yang desperately to take revenge. Whether it is the relationship between master and apprentice, or his own face, he will not allow his disciples to be humiliated or even killed by others. Ning Tongxian himself is an extremely protective person. Yang, although I can't target you, I can find others to target you. Just wait, your good days won't be long. Wu Mingyi and his party completely disappeared from sight. Zheng Tianxiong was very grateful to Yi Yang and sent Yi Yang all the way back to Shernan Welfare Institute. And he didn't even go back to Spirit Beast Mountain immediately. As the mountain master himself, he wanted to return to Spirit Beast Mountain as soon as possible to explain this great victory to all the elders and disciples. But he didn't. He deeply knew that the Spirit Beast Mountain was able to achieve this step, who depended on it. As soon as he returned to the orphanage, Zheng Tianxiong heard an arrogant voice. The Spirit Beast Market in Shernan District, I have a final say, no discount is no discount. I won't let you even half of it. Unless, the well-qualified children on your side, let me pick a few to do odd jobs. I can consider giving you a discount. A middle-aged man with a big belly and a briefcase said impatiently. After speaking, he looked Su Qingyan up and down and smiled again. Of course, if we can go for a drink, we can also consider the discount. He was also accompanied by 2 warriors with peak inner strength, with muscular knots and black sunglasses. They should be body. Su Qingyan clenched her cherry lips tightly, her face filled with anger. She originally planned to purchase some spirit beast cubs for the children in the orphanage, thinking that she would also share some work for Yi Yang. Unexpectedly, this fat boss didn't mean to give discounts at all, and even bought children as odd jobs. Because the children's aptitude for animal breeding is very good, spirit beast cubs like to stay with such children the most. But this kind of behavior is expressly prohibited by the Ministry of Government. What's more abhorrent is that he actually wants to accompany him to drink. Color embryo, do you think others can't see your flowery intestines? Is your last home Ling Beast Mountain? Do you know the relationship between our orphanage and Ling Beast Mountain? Su Qingyan said coldly. The fat boss was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. What does a welfare home in the district have to do with Spirit Beast Mountain? But I, Zhao De, is the nephew of Elder Zhao of Spirit Beast Mountain. That's why I dare to say that I have the final say in the business of spirit beasts in Shernan District, because everyone else has to look at my face and act. If I say a word, the price of spirit beasts will go up. What can you do to me? After Zhao De finished speaking, he glanced at Su Qingyan's bulging chest again and smiled. Little girl, do you really want to have a drink with me? Do you know about Typhoon Restaurant in Shangjing? The owner there is not too related to me. Let's go for a drink, absolutely free. Su Qingyan's face became heavier. After cultivating the undying in puppet sex cultivation technique, her Xinxing involuntarily changed a little. If it weren't for the decrees of the Ministry of Ethics and Government, this fat boss would have already died. Boss Zhao, who is your uncle? I'll let him retire when I go back. A Xinxiong's voice suddenly sounded at the door of the orphanage. Zhao De sneered. Who are you? Aren't you afraid of losing your teeth when you say this? After saying this, he turned around and took a careful look at the speaker. Gauzy face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and the face is full of evil spirits. Well, there's nothing special about it other than being a little fierce. However, it seems that he looks a bit like Zheng Tianxiong, the owner of Spirit Beast Mountain. Yo, this guy looks a bit like the Master Zheng of the Spirit Beast Mountain. Huh, I usually like to talk pretentiously, right? Zhao De laughed. Zheng Tianxiong laughed in anger. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've heard someone say that I look a bit like myself. Zhao De was stunned. His 2 bodyguards were also stunned. Then, Zhao De panicked. He carefully compared the person in front of him with the Zheng Tianxiong in his mind. Exactly the same. Hiss! Zhao De suddenly took a breath of cold air. There was bitterness in his mouth. Zheng Shanju, listen to my explanation. Zheng Tianxiong waved his hand impatiently. There is only one elder named Zhao in the mountains. I don't need you to tell me. I put up with that old ghost, Zhao, who usually takes some kickbacks. I didn't expect his relatives outside to collect money so powerfully, and he actually hit his idea on a little girl. You're really good. You'll really embarrass Spirit Beast Mountain. From today, The Spirit Beast Agency business in Shernan District is no longer yours. After I return to the Spirit Beast Mountain, Zhao Laoguei will retire immediately. Now get out. Zheng Tianxiong raised his sword eyebrows high and shouted. Zhao Da's facial features were all wrinkled together, but he didn't dare to disobey, so he had to leave in despair. Ha ha! The bad boss is running away. Black-hearted boss, get out of here. The children cheered. Elder Yi, this person's behavior has nothing to do with my Spirit Beast Mountain. I will also retire that Elder Zhao immediately. I hope there will be no unnecessary misunderstandings between us. After driving away the fat boss, Zheng Tianxiong hurriedly bowed to Yi Yang. There was even a fine layer of cold sweat on his forehead, because he knew that Yi Yang took this orphanage very seriously. At this juncture, Yi Yang must not be allowed to feel bad about Spirit Beast Mountain because of a trivial matter. Yi Yang waved his hand. It's just an agent. He can't represent Spirit Beast Mountain. I still understand that. Zheng Tianxiong let out a sigh of relief. However, he immediately thought of a remedy. Miss Xiaosu, how many spirit beasts are the children missing? He asked bluntly. Su Qingyan was stunned for a moment, then snapped her fingers. About 50. Zheng Tianxiong nodded. Not much. In a few days, I will let Pingyu send 70 spirit beast cubs and a few more adult spirit beasts, and let Pingyu stay here to help you cultivate spirit beasts. Yi Yang nodded slightly. That would be disrespectful. Wu Zhao was stunned when he heard it beside him. Is your boss so arrogant? Why is the mountain master of Spirit Beast Mountain desperately trying to curry favor? To be honest, when the fat boss was faking his prestige just now, he was really at a loss. Because he knew this boss, several internal strength warriors were harassed by the Elder Zhao above this person. He didn't dare to step forward. But he really didn't expect Yi Yang to be so arrogant. He didn't even say a word. And Zheng Tianxiong slammed the first few words on the floor to drive the fat boss away. Not only that, listening to what Zheng Tianxiong said, he even had to go back to Spirit Beast Mountain to dismiss the fat man's uncle. Elder Zhao, my own boss is really right. Bossy, I was wrong. Wu Zhao knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, You know you're wrong too? Yi Yang said coldly. Wu Zhao's forehead was immediately covered with beads of sweat. Yes, since he has chosen to follow Yi Yang, at least he has to complete the task assigned by the boss. As a result, I didn't even think about the welfare home. In the face of the fat boss, even the heart of resistance could not arise. Forget it. Make up for it next time, but this time you won't be rewarded. Yi Yang waved his hand. This person is just a little cowardly. He took out all the things from the mustard seed treasure. These are the spoils of war in the ruins of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect this time. Spirit tools, talismans, medicinal pills, ancient books. The eyes were full of precious light, almost blinding Wu Zhao's eyes. This. Wu Zhao looked at the treasures piled up as high as a hill, and his intestines were about to regret. If I made a move just now, the treasure here will also have its own share. Yi Yang summoned the children and distributed the treasures one by one according to their fundamental talents. Zheng Tianxiong next to him looked very envious. Elder Yi, you have so many ancient books here. Do you plan to build a library or other facility? He suddenly asked. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Zheng Tianxiong is right. Since I have plans to cultivate these children, I have to arrange other supporting facilities. The bookstore, the animal pen, the alchemy room, the refining room, and even the talisman workshop and the formation room must be arranged. Zheng Tianxiong saw that he was a little moved and said quickly, Elder Yi has the qualifications to open the door and establish a faction, and can apply for a piece of land in the Ministry of Government. This is a matter of Shangjing, so I won't get involved. I'll ask Pengyu to come over in a few days. With a little respect, Elder Yi must accept it. After Zheng Tianxiong finished speaking, he saluted and left. He couldn't wait to return to Spirit Beast Mountain to announce the good news of the ruins to the public. Yi Yang nodded slightly and was about to continue distributing treasures to the children when Su Qingyan spoke hesitantly. Yi Yang, when you were away, the senior monk Juekong of Xiangshan Temple came over. He said that a new abbot, Hui Xian, came to Xiangshan Temple and replaced the abbot Hui Yuan. Moreover, in order to celebrate this event, Tongtian Temple will also hold a promotion ceremony for the promotion of the academy, and there will be many eminent monks attending the Buddhist sermons. This time it seems to be the promotion ceremony of Jin Yuan, but in fact, it is the other veins of Tongtian Temple trying to seize the stupa at the top of Xiangshan. Yi Yang frowned. Although he is a lay elder of Xiangshan Temple, he also communicates with several monks of Xiangshan Temple. But he didn't bother to get involved at all. Anyway, it was originally just a game between the several veins of Tongtian Temple. So what did it have to do with him? Besides, it's just a stupa, and all the troubles in it have been swallowed up. What's the point of taking it? Su Qingyan then said, "The point is not this, but the trouble of the stupa has appeared again, and it is far stronger than the last time. Many monks have concluded that there may be a relic of Tongtian Temple under the stupa. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to travel from other states." Yi Yang's eyes lit up. When he devoured troubles in the stupa before, it was a little strange where did these demons come from. But at the time, he only had a little guess in his mind. But now, Su Qingyan completely confirmed his guess. Under the stupa, that is inside the Xiangshan mountain, there is indeed the remains of a Tongtian temple. In a mustard seed treasure talisman, aware of the master's thoughts, the Xia Wufeng, which is entangled in the black qi of trouble, even trembled slightly. "It's delicious again. When will the promotion ceremony start?" he asked quickly. "Tomorrow," Su Qingyan said solemnly. "It is good." Soon, a Rolls-Royce stopped at the gate of the Shernin Welfare Institute. Neighbors were horrified. Which big man came to look for Yi Yang this time? This young man is really cool. First, there was Li Xuanjin, the city lord of the Ministry of Government, and then Zheng Tianxiong, the lord of Spirit Beast Mountain, and now there is another one. The door opened, and two monks, one big and one small, came down. The neighbors were stunned, a little familiar. This looks like a monk from Xiangshan Temple. How could they afford to sit in such a luxury car? That's right, monks can also afford Rolls-Royce, and the daily incense money in Xiangshan Temple is enough to blind these people. In order to welcome Yi Yang, the lay abbot, the necessary scenes were also necessary. "Abbot Yi, please." Senior monk Zhu Kong opened the car door for Yi Yang. "Qingyan, call Li Xuanjin and tell him my request." Before leaving, Yi Yang also instructed Su Qingyan. "Don't worry." The latter made an okay gesture. What Yi Yang was referring to was, of course, the matter of having the Ministry of Government grant the next batch of land. However, given Li Xuanjin's respect for Yi Yang, it was a trivial matter to approve a piece of land. Soon, the Rolls-Royce with the small flag of Xiangshan Temple came to the foot of the Xiangshan Temple without any obstacles. The whole Shanjing was excited because of the promotion of the Jin Yuan at Xiangshan Temple. And the parking lot at the foot of the mountain is full of luxury cars and supercars. Yes, the monasteries are very rich. Xiangshan Temple is not bad, but it is more famous around Shanjing, while Dajia Temple in Wuzhou, Nantai Temple in Jinzhou, and Zhulong Temple in Lanzhou are all big temples in this state, and they all receive incense money with ease. Today, so many large temples are gathered together, all for the stupa of Xiangshan Temple. In other words, in order to capture the remains of Tongtian Temple under the stupa, but before Yi Yang and his party had reached the 1,000 steps, they saw a large group of young monks surrounded by them. Among them, there are also a few little nuns with beautiful appearance. They're all wearing various robes. The most is the Dajia Temple, followed by the Zhulong Temple. Surrounded in the center were the few monks from Xiangshan Temple. The leader was Yi Yang's acquaintance, the young monk Zhu Xian, who didn't believe Yi Yang could walk 1,000 steps at first. "Zhu Xian, I have already said that your Xiangshan Temple is just a small temple. If you can't keep the remains of Tongtian Temple, you might as well let it out as soon as possible." "Yeah, I heard that the troubles in the stupa were going to run out last time. If it wasn't for an expert, you Xiangshan Temple would not be able to keep it at all, and you would almost endanger the lives of the surrounding residents." The little monks' faces were still childish, but the words they said were not at all childish. Zhu Xian waited for a few people, but just clenched her teeth tightly, tears swirling in her eyes. "You are talking nonsense." The abbot and the senior brothers are very strong. It may not be impossible to defend the ruins. Zhu Exan took a deep breath and couldn't help but resist. And that layman, the abbot Yi, will definitely come. He will help me in Xiangshan Temple to guard the stupa and the relics. He is the one who creates miracles. The little monk headed by the Dajia Temple laughed when he heard the words, "The person who creates miracles." Haha, do my Buddhists believe in miracles? And instead of trusting a lay abbot or an outsider, it's better to leave the stupa to us to take care of, better than to an outsider. More importantly, the strength of your Xiangshan Temple is really too weak. The chief disciple of your generation's monk is called Zhu Kong, right? He doesn't even seem to be in the hall. But if I feel victorious, I've already reached the hall level, and I'll be able to hit the room level after a while. You are too weak. The weak do not deserve to have relics. The young monk Jueshing of the Jie Temple still had a warm smile on his face, but his eyes couldn't help but bring a hint of contempt. Although the little monks and nuns of Jiulong Temple and Nantai Temple didn't say anything, they didn't refute. Yes, the weak can't keep the relics, and naturally they don't deserve to own the relics. These veins differentiated from Tongtian Temple, whether it is Dajia Temple, Jiulong Temple, or Nantai Temple, are among the best large temples in their respective prefectures. Only Xiangshan Temple, like a younger brother, has only barely gained some fame in the Shangjing area after so many years. Even Hui Yuan, the abbot of Xiangshan Temple, was only entering the room. What a shame for Tongtian Temple. If it weren't for the ruins of Xiangshan this time, our Dajia Temple, Jiulong Temple, and Nantai Temple would not even want to appear in the same frame as you. You fart. Abbot Hui Yuan even risked his life to enter the stupa for us. Senior brother Juekong is also working very hard. Even me, every day is working hard, making progress every day. Zhu Xin was full of anger. Hee, since that's the case, let's compare. Isn't this 1,000 steps from your Xiangshan Temple? If I'm 1,000 steps ahead of you, you will admit that Xiangshan Temple is garbage. How about that? Zhu Sheng had a playful smile on his face. He is definitely able to reach 1,000 orders earlier than Zhu Xin. And all the little monks and nuns present are stronger than Zhu Xin. Feeling the heart will lose without a doubt. So he knew that Zhu Xin did not dare to accept this test at all. The latter clenched his fists tightly. If you were strong enough, how can you be bullied like this? If Xiangshan Temple was strong enough, how could it become meat on the chopping board and be slaughtered by others? He knows his own strength better than anyone else. Competing with these guys will only make Xiangshan Temple even more humiliated. Therefore, he would rather be defeated by these numbers than accept the test. When Zhu Kong saw the situation here, he suddenly became anxious and shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you bullying Zhu Xin? Yo, isn't this the elder brother Juekong of Xiangshan Temple? You are 25 years old, yet you're still a new master. It's really weak." The little monk of Jiulong Zen Temple cast his gaze over and smiled faintly. Zhu Kong took a deep breath. These little monks were all elite disciples of the generation of the major temples. He is completely incomparable. I don't care what you are doing here at Xiangshan Temple, but you can't talk like that to Zhu Xin. Have your Buddhist scriptures read about dogs? Zhu Kong shouted fiercely. Awareness neck shrank. Zhu Sheng sneered. I'm not studying those old-fashioned Buddhist scriptures, but the martial arts scriptures, the fighting scriptures. I don't care about those rules. Since you feel that your strength is too weak to compare with us, then you can come. If the senior monks from Xiangshan Temple dare not compete with us, that would be really bad. Am I right? Zhu Sheng laughed after saying that. Yes, Zhu Sheng is right. If the senior monks are afraid to compete because of fear, is there still a need for this temple to exist? Xiangshan Temple is really too weak. Why did the abbots admit that Xiangshan Temple is also a branch of Tongtian Temple? It's a shame. A cute little nun also pouted. Many young monks echoed and said. Only a few little monks frowned and did not speak. Being echoed by so many people, Zhu Sheng is even more proud. He directly took out an ancient book and shook it in front of Zhu Kong. eldest brother Zhu Kong of Xiangshan Temple. Do you know what this ancient book is? This is the true martial art of Tongtian Temple, 3 lives and 3 worlds Karma Sutra. I brought this secretly from my master. For you Xiangshan Temple, it is definitely a rare treasure, right? If you dare to promise me a test, and you can beat me, this ancient book will be yours. This is a great opportunity. Do you dare to compete with me? As soon as this ancient book was taken out, the expressions of several young monks in the Dajia temple changed. Zhu Sheng, how could you steal Abbot Hui Deng's things? And this is a true martial art. If you really lose, Abbot Hui Deng is not going to kill you. A young monk said anxiously. Yeah, Abbot Hui Deng is so strict, it's too late for you to take this back. Another young monk from the Great Tribulation Temple also said solemnly. Zhu Sheng's expression was a little stiff, but when he thought of the beautiful and reverent faces of the little nuns in Nantai Nunnery, he was full of confidence again. Lose? How could it be possible to lose? If this can be lost, I feel that winning is better than smashing to death on this 1,000 steps. Zhu Kong looked at this ancient book and couldn't help swallowing. The true martial arts of Tongtian Temple. The reason why Xiangshan Temple has always been weaker than these big temples is because of the lack of these true martial arts. If I can really win, and I can really get the 3 lives and 3 worlds of Karma Sutra, then Xiangshan Temple will definitely rise in the future. Awareness is a good example. His talent is actually very good, and without anyone teaching him at all, he reached the state of inner strength without a teacher. And if there is another true martial arts, it will be even more powerful. But Zhu Kong also deeply understands that he is only a new master and can't win at all. He would challenge the 1,000 steps every few days. The most time, it was only to go to more than 800 steps. And Zhu Sheng has even reached the peak of the Ascension realm, far surpassing him. But if you just refuse like this, your face will be too disgraceful. He was 25 years old, but Zhu Sheng was only 17. It's really embarrassing to be a big enemy and a small one who dare not make a move. Just when Juekong was at a loss, and it was difficult to ride a tiger, Yiyang smiled slightly and stepped forward. Are you really sure that you will hand over this 3 lives and 3 worlds of Karma Sutra after you lose? Zhu Sheng glanced at him suspiciously. Who are you? You don't even have inner strength. Are you an ordinary person? Ordinary people don't come near here. Hurry up and leave. Yiyang smiled lightly. I am the lay abbot of Xiangshan Temple. The little nuns immediately tilted their heads when they heard the words. The little monks were suspicious. No way. Is this the one who removed the troubles of the stupa? Is it an ordinary person with no inner strength? I don't care if you're a lay abbot or not. Even if it is the former abbot of Xiangshan Temple, in my eyes, is not very powerful at all. You, the lay abbot, don't get involved in the matter between the veins of our Tongtian Temple. Zhu Sheng sneered. Yiyang frowned. I only spoke for your ancient book. Juekong, if you win, let me read this 3 lives and 3 worlds of Karma Sutra first, can you? This sentence was addressed to Juekong. The latter was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously said, of course. Abbot Yi, do you want to go into battle in person? He responded quickly and said with a little excitement. Unlike the little monks like Zhu Sheng, he had seen Yi Yang's strength. Master Uncle Fushuan even wanted to take Abbot Yi as his apprentice, which is evident from here. If Abbot, you want to go into battle in person and defeat these little guys, it would be an easy task. Yiyang shook his head. These little guys are not worth my shot. Zhu Kong, Zhu Xin, and others haven't spoken yet. But the little monk Zhu Sheng has already exploded. What did you say? Isn't it worth your shot? Are you worthy of saying these words? I'm the pinnacle of the hallowed realm. What realm are you in, and dare to speak like that? Zhu Sheng was furious. Yiyang shook his head. Cultivate precepts and wisdom, and eliminate greed, hatred, and delusion. The Great Tribulation Temple doesn't teach about Buddhism. It only fosters warfare. It really has cultivated many reckless monks and mad monks. Zhu Sheng was even more angry. What do you mean? Saying that I violated the precepts, violated greed, hatred, and delusion. Call me brainless and like a fool again. I feel that if Sheng Sheng doesn't beat you all over the place today, I don't deserve to be called this Dharma name. You have the ability to compete with me. Zhu Sheng roared. Yang paid no attention to him. Zhu Kong, Zhu Xen, you two go up. You will definitely win because I am here. Zhu Kong and Zhu Xen were originally worried, but for some reason, when Yi Yang said these words, their hearts settled down. Okay, even if I lose, I have to walk 1,000 steps. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Zhu Xian saw the same with the senior brother and couldn't help shouting loudly, Zhu Sheng, just wait and hand over the true martial arts. Zhu Sheng sneered at this moment. Hee, don't worry, I will make you two lose facelessly. But I'm going to add one to the bet. You lose, I want this person to kneel down and kowtow to me. Zhu Sheng pointed at Yi Yang and shouted angrily. Yi Yang smiled lightly, non-committal. The little monks and the little nuns took their own paths. Zhu Kong, Zhu Xen, Zhu Sheng, the three of them are divided into 1,000 steps, left, middle, and right. The little nun Jingyu raised her hand next to her, and with the shouts of 321, the three rushed out at the same time. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Sheng took the lead with an absolute advantage. There was even a difference of more than 50 steps between him and the second Zhu Kong. And this gap is still expanding rapidly. A smug smile appeared on his face. As it should be, he is at the peak of the Ascension realm, and is the most talented disciple of this generation of the Jie Temple. He definitely wants to overwhelm these two with an absolute advantage. Not only them, but even the awakening of Jiolong Temple, Jingyu of Nantai Nunnery, can only be subservient to him forever. I will definitely become the strongest monk in the Tongtian Temple lineage. Haha, I guess it was like this. Zhu Sheng must have taken a lead. TSK, this gap is too big. Just now, it has exceeded more than 100 steps. Zhu Sheng is getting stronger and stronger. I am afraid that consciousness is no longer his opponent. The little monks were amazed. Their eyes were on Zhu Sheng, who was at the forefront, powerful and competitive. This is the idol worshipped by young people. Zhu Kong and Zhu Xian tried their best to catch up, and there were already fine beads of sweat on their foreheads. But Zhu Eshing is like walking on the ground with ease. His limit is far from being reached. Yi Yang smiled slightly, and the soles of his feet lightly stepped on the ground. An obscure force passed through the ground into the 1,000-step formation. When Yi Yang climbed the 1,000-step steps that day through the formation on it, he realized the 1,000-step birth Buddha formation. Therefore, he is very clear about the doorway of the Kaienbushing Buddha array. With just a little effort, the resistance of the 1,000 steps can be changed. One dash, an invisible wave swept out. Zhu Kong and Zhu Xian are engrossed in climbing, completely unaware that their speed has become faster and the resistance under their feet has become smaller. Zhu Sheng's feeling was even more acute, and he immediately frowned. What happened? Why do you feel the resistance under your feet has increased? But when he thought that the effect of the 1,000 steps was indeed like this, he immediately made up his mind. Oh, this is the power of the 1,000 steps. The higher the climb, the greater the resistance. That's what it meant. But for me, Zhu Sheng, this little resistance can only make me sweat a little bit. Victory is still mine. But this scene became strange in the eyes of the young monks who were watching. Hey, did you notice that the speed of Zhu Kong and Zhu Xian seems to be getting faster? No. Not only that, Zhu Sheng's speed has slowed down a lot, and the gap between them is narrowing. The little monks opened their eyes in disbelief. What the hell? Why is it that those with lower levels can catch up with those with higher levels? Am I blinded? The little monk of Jiolong Zen Temple, holding his arms, became enlightened and frowned deeply. He glanced at Yi Yang quietly. Could it be this guy's fault? And when he was consciously thinking, the gap on the 1,000 steps was gradually narrowing. In the end, Zhu Kong and Zhu Xian surpassed Zhu Sheng at the 700th level in front of everyone's eyes. All the little monks and nuns suddenly widened their eyes. Several people couldn't help rubbing their eyes. Buddha is above, I won't be dazzled. Zhu Sheng is the strongest one in the Zhu character generation. He was only 17, and he was already at the pinnacle of the world. And Zhu Kong is just a new master, let alone Zhu Xin, not even a master. But why are these two able to surpass Zhu Sheng so easily? This is simply, it goes against common sense. Zhu Sheng on the 1,000-step steps. As an insider, the expression on his face is even more complicated. Consternation, ashamed, anger. There is also fear of the outcome. Once you lose, your face is only a trivial matter. And what is more important is the 3 lives and 3 worlds Karma Sutra. If he really exported it, wouldn't Master Abbot kill him? No, I can't lose. I absolutely can't be overtaken by 2 wastes. Feeling victorious, he took out an elixir from his arms and ate it. His breath skyrocketed in an instant, and his momentum was even bigger than the average room entry. He took a sudden step and caught up with the 2 people in front of him in an instant. The teenagers' onlookers exclaimed. Only a few people with good eyesight turned pale. Zhu Sheng actually took banned drugs in the fair competition. This is disrespect to the opponent. Yang frowned slightly. This person actually carries a medicinal pill that stimulates inner strength. In this case, let's increase the power of the formation a little more. Dash. Invisible fluctuations emanate. Zhu Sheng only felt that an extremely strong resistance suddenly appeared, and the soles of his feet had to use all his strength to fall. On the other hand, the feeling of emptiness and the feeling of heart are more like a duck to water. After the 800th order, it is like walking on the ground. What exactly is going on? I'm not reconciled. Unwilling. In the end, Zhu Sheng could only watch the 2 of them rush through the 1,000th order. There is even a hint of disbelief on their faces, as if they never thought they could do it. The little monks and nuns who were watching were silent, because they really can't say a word. How could it be possible? How could such a result occur? Zhu Sheng finally passed 1,000 steps. He gasped heavily and cursed, "You must be cheating. How could a mere new master and a mere inner strength be faster than me? I'm going to tell Master Abbot, I'm going to tell everyone, you Shangshan Temple are a bunch of liars. Zhu Kong and Zhu Xin have nothing to say. Buddha is above. We want to make a foul language. Damn, we don't know what's going on. If you run and run, you can surpass him, so you can't blame me. Could it be that Zhu Sheng had diarrhea today? Then, do you have to tell the abbot of the Great Tribulation Temple about the fact that you stole the forbidden drug during the test? Or the reason why you said such a thing was just to avoid the consequences, and you didn't want to hand over the 3 lives, 3 worlds Karma Sutra? A light laughter came from the side. It was Yi Yang. Zhu Sheng opened his mouth and was speechless. Stealing banned drugs? Zhu actually did such a thing? The little monks exclaimed. Really, you can see that the blue veins on Zhu Sheng's forehead are bulging, and the eyeballs are bloodshot. He seems to be really... A little nun suddenly exclaimed. For a time, the eyes of everyone looking at Zhu Sheng changed. Enough! Zhu Sheng shouted irritably, and then directly through the Karma Sutra. I feel that Sheng is not the kind of person who breaks promises. Zhu Sheng angrily said, the big deal is to go to the abbot and get a beating. After he finished speaking, he pointed at Yi Yang again, but I remember you. It's best not to let me meet you in the ring at the promotion ceremony after that. Feel the victorious and leave. The other little monks and nuns also followed. Zhu Kong came to Yi Yang and bowed deeply. The kindness of Abbot Yi, Zhu Ekon will never forget it. Yi Yang waved his hand. You don't need to give me such a big gift. Take me to see Hui Yuan. I haven't seen him for a long time, and I don't know how his health is. Yes. Soon, the 3 came to the abbot's wing. Cough, cough, cough. Before entering, Yi Yang heard a rapid coughing sound. Abbot Hui Yuan, I invited Abbot Yi. Zhu Kong pushed the door open with excitement on his face. Then he saw a nun with a beautiful face sitting with Abbot Hui Yuan. More importantly, the abbot was still shirtless. At first glance, I thought that Hui Yuan was doing something stupid. Zhu Kong and Zhu Xin couldn't help the ground turn red. Even if they reacted, the nun was healing Abbot Hui Yuan and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. The nun frowned. Hui Yuan, Are your disciples like this on weekdays? They don't even follow the rules? Hui Yuan smiled bitterly. Niancy, don't be picky. Zhu Kong must be very excited because he invited Abbot Yi. So you forgot to knock on the door. Abbot Yi, I'm finally looking forward to seeing you. Yi Yang nodded slightly, looking at the black air circling in his chest, frowning involuntarily. Seeing him frown, Niancy pouted. Who is the benefactor? And where did you see the way? Hui Yuan hurriedly said, It's not unreasonable to read kindness. This is Yi Yang's patron who killed the troubled demons in the stupa last time. He is respected by me as a lay abbot, and he is also a member of my Xiangshan temple. Niancy frowned, and the more she looked at Yi Yang, the more puzzled she became. How could such a young man actually be able to wipe out troubles? She doesn't believe it anyway. If you can't do anything, just get out of the way. Don't hinder me from healing Hui Yuan. Niancy said coldly. Hui Yuan had an apologetic expression on her face. I'm sorry, Abbot Yi. This is Niancy, the supervisor of the Nantai Temple, and my friend. That's her temperament. Abbot Yi, please forgive me. Hui Yuan felt a little helpless in her heart. Yi Yang was invited by him. But don't be angered and leave because of Niancy's open mouth. This Abbot Yi, but even Shi Shu Fushuan praised Yojia and even wanted to take him as an apprentice. His ability is beyond doubt. Yi Yang shook his head slightly. You give him internal energy just to treat the symptoms, not the root cause. And the rebirth of afflictions has been constantly embezzling his internal energy. If you continue to input internal energy like this, you will instead encourage afflictions. This is tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. Yi Yang was also surprised. Didn't he take away all his troubles last time? Why is Hui Yuan still alive in his body? Niancy sneered when he heard the words. Huh? Then, Abbot, Yi must have a solution? Then you can show it to me. After she finished speaking, she stood up and made room for Yi Yang. She deliberately bit the word Abbot very hard, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Yi Yang frowned. You all go out. My treatment method cannot be seen by outsiders. He wants to take out Xia Wufeng. This thing is a half-magic weapon. Once it appears, it will definitely trigger a certain vision. Xia Wufeng in front of others. Once the news of the magic weapon spreads, I am afraid that the master of inner strength will be tempted. Niancy was even more angry when she heard this. What do you mean? What baby do you have that you don't want me to see? In her heart, Yi Yang was even more unhappy. Can such a person be respected as a lay abbot? What a waste of the honorary title of lay abbot. Hui Yuan too. How could he be blind to such a person? Niancy pushed out the door angrily, while Zhu Exan and Zhu Kong closed the door of the wing. Hui Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled bitterly. Abbot Yi, forgive me. Yi Yang understood what he meant, nodded and said, Did you enter the stupa again and get upset? Hui Yuan's pupil shrank, helplessly said, As expected of the Abbot Yi, you have already guessed this. Yes, for the future of Xiangshan Temple, in order to live up to the expectations of the disciples, I must also enter the stupa. But in the beginning, it's safe to have all your troubles wiped out by you. Until more than 10 days ago, I found a huge hole on the 7th underground floor of the stupa. I felt strange and wanted to investigate, but I was troubled. However, the strength of this trouble is not strong, and I also have the ability to resist, so I haven't been robbed of my mind. Yi Yang nodded slightly. So that's the case. Then is it true that there's a ruin under the stupa? It's true. Otherwise, the Jie Temple, Julong Temple, and Nantai Temple would not be able to recruit teachers and move the crowd like this. The Great Tribulation Temple even asked Hui Xian, the supervisor of the temple, to leave the temple, and he was about to take my place. Weak people really don't have the slightest right to speak. My position as abbot, they will take it if they say it. Hui Yuan could not help clenching his fists, looking indignant. Yi Yang shook his head. It's all trivial. I'll help you heal first. No matter what happens later, don't be surprised. Hui Yuan was puzzled but nodded. The next moment, Yi Yang took Xia Wufeng out. Dash. The rich black air immediately entangled out, filling the entire wing in an instant. At the same time, outside the wing room, a surging spiritual vortex was triggered. The aura of the entire Xiangshan was attracted. Once the magic weapon appears in the world, it will cause a vision. Not only the three of Niancy outside the door, but even the monks and monks nearby opened their eyes in disbelief. Isn't that the place where Abbot Huiyuan rested? How did it trigger the vortex of spiritual energy? What happened to Abbot Huiyuan? Let's go and see. The monks rushed over. The monks of Xiangshan Temple were worried, while the monks of other temples were watching the excitement. In the wing room, Huiyuan was even more stunned. It took him a minute to respond. OMG, Buddha is above. Forgive me for swearing. But Abbot Yi is really too awesome. He actually subdued troubles for his own use. The troubles that pervade the entire wing room are just aimless, and there is absolutely no desire to attack. OMG, Abbot Yi, you must be the reincarnation of the Arhut King Kong. It's so arrogant. Fortunately, Yiyang reminded him in advance. Otherwise, Huiyuan would have almost screamed out. And the troubles that Abbot Yi has subdued are far stronger than the troubles in his own body. He could even feel that the troubles in his body were terrifying. The next moment, the huge troubled demon in the wing suddenly changed its form, turned into a gloomy giant ghost. Evil, awe-inspiring, terrifying evil. The Buddha energy in Huiyuan's body was directly suppressed into a golden that in front of such a huge amount of troubles. Not even 1/10 of the power of the past. Then, this huge and ferocious ghost head opened its mouth and swallowed it fiercely towards Huiyuan. Huiyuan's heart froze. If he didn't trust Yiyang very much, he almost thought that Yiyang planned to harm him. There seems to be something in the body that has been separated in an instant. In an instant, the mind and body were happy, and the body became light and fluttering. The giant ghost head in midair burped a personalized burp, and then got back into the Xia Wufeng in Yi Yang's hands. In the wing room, the black air immediately disappeared without a trace. Outside the wing, various visions disappeared instantly, as if they never existed. The wind stopped, the clouds dissipated, and the flag sighed. Everyone was amazed, but they didn't know what happened. Only the three of Niancy looked strange. Especially Niancy, her brows were full of brilliance. Was it really the young man who did it? No way. In the wing room, the things that surprised Huiyuan continued. Because of the spiritual energy attracted from the outside world, all of them rushed into Huiyuan's body under the guidance of Yiyang. What's even more incredible is that the speed at which spiritual energy is transformed into Buddha's energy is so fast that it can fly. It's like pouring Buddha's energy into the body. His cultivation level is even more soaring. From entering the room to the peak of entering the room, and then breaking through the barrier of the trance state in one fell swoop. Outside the wing, a spiritual energy storm formed again, which was even more surging and amazing than the previous spiritual energy vortex. The howling aura storm even blew the crowd into pieces. Everyone was shocked. Someone is going to be promoted to the realm of ecstasy. The abbot of Dajia Temple, Hui Deng, walked out of the main hall and was shocked. Looking in that direction, it seems to be the wing of my trash senior brother who is recuperating. Hui Xian, the new abbot of Xiangshan Temple, frowned. The abbot of Xiangshan Temple, who was invaded by troubles, actually got a blessing from his fortune and stepped into the realm of trance in one fell swoop. The face of Huizhi, the supervising monk of Julong Zen Temple, moved slightly. I'm afraid this celebration of the promotion of Jin Yuan will not be as expected by the Dajia Temple. A huge cloud of spiritual energy rose from the ground, grew to 30 meters in an instant, and continued to grow. It can also be seen from this that Huiyuan's inner strength is actually very deep. But without Yi Yang's Xia Wufeng, which completely inspired the gathering of nearby spiritual energy, Huiyuan would not have been able to break through so smoothly. Everything actually originated from Yi Yang. Huiyuan just stood in the center of the aura storm. No sorrow or joy. The ancient well does not wave. But he deeply understands that if there is no Yi Yang today, there will be no his trance. From then on, Yi Yang was not only the lay abbot of Xiangshan Temple, but also Huiyuan's own benefactor. eternal hard to return. The cloud of spiritual energy finally condensed into the appearance of a small Buddha. The little Buddha was bare-chested, with a smile on his face, and he had the appearance of a Maitreya Buddha. The cloud of spiritual energy is actually a Buddha. Could it be that Master Hui Yuan succeeded in proving the way? The monks were amazed, because there has never been a monk who could condense the phantom of Buddha when he stepped into the realm of ecstasy. Most of them are Vajra Arhat Bodhisattva and the like. There has never been a Buddha. The reason why Hui Yuan left Daji Temple with anger and became the abbot of Daji Temple is because his way of preaching is different from others. He wants to become a Buddha. It is precisely because of this that Hui Yuan is regarded as a laughingstock by other peers. But today, Hui Yuan actually condensed the Buddha image. So shocking. The Buddha is on top. It's simply too awesome. From the abbot to the supervising monk to the little monk and the little nun, everyone is stunned by the Buddha's shadow at this moment. No one has ever been able to do this on record. But Hui Yuan, the little-known abbot of Xiangshan Temple, who is in his late 60s, but only an incompetent monk who has entered the room, actually did it. This just caught everyone's attention. Not only that, Hui Xian, Hui Deng, and other eminent monks from various temples were originally doing their own things. But when they saw this situation, they put down their work and went straight to Hui Yuan's wing. The abbots are here. Get out of the way. Uncle Jinsi is here too. The crowd outside the wing separated a road on their own. More than a dozen eminent monks from various temples and cassocks rushed over. They had different appearances, but without exception, they were all masters of inner strength in the state of ecstasy. The leading monk was the original supervisor of the Dajia Temple and the current abbot of Xiangshan Temple, Hui Xian. He saw Zhu Kong, Zhu Xin, and Yin Ci who were guarding outside the wing, and frowned indistinctly. Nianci, please step aside. We have to protect the Dharma for senior brother Hui Yuan, he said solemnly. Nianci hesitated for a moment and was about to move out of the way. Zhu Kong said loudly, Abbot Hui Xian, Abbot Yi is dealing with the troubles in the body from Master Hui Yuan. Now is an important juncture. His treatment methods cannot be exposed, so they cannot be disturbed. Abbot Hui Xian and all the abbots and monks, please come back. Zhu Xin also took a deep breath and calmly said. As soon as the words of the two of them came out, everyone was in an uproar. What? How dare you say such a thing in front of so many eminent monks? Do you regard the majesty of Buddhism as nothing? Could it be that standing in front of you are not high-ranking monks from various monasteries, but a group of unordained novices? The young monk Juesheng and others were also in the crowd. Seeing this, he couldn't help sneering. Juekong, these two guys have something, they even dare to violate the words of the abbots. Did these two guys become defiant because they beat me? It's ridiculous. Although the people next to Zhu Sheng did not speak, they all agreed with his words. After all, the abbots and monks in the temples are almost all spiritual pillars and strength pillars. No one could disobey their orders. Hearing this, Hui Xian frowned deeply. What's the matter with the two of you? Didn't the abbot listen to what he said? What kind of pheasant character does Abbot Yi say? He is also worthy to heal senior brother Hui Yuan. Brother Hui Yuan's breakthrough is imminent. If something goes wrong, can the two of you afford it? Get out of the way for me. Then everyone goes to get the 50 precepts. Hearing the punishment of 50 precepts, all the little monks twitched in unison. 30 chi-chi is enough to make people feel miserable. 50 jizya down, Zhu Kong is fine. Zhu Xin won't be able to get out of bed for at least a week. Zhu Sheng laughed even more with schadenfreude, and the word deserve kept popping out of his mouth. Without hesitation, Zhu Kong shook his head. No matter what punishment I face, I won't let it go. Furthermore, Yiyang is the lay abbot of my Xiangshan Temple, and he has made great contributions to my Xiangshan Temple. He is definitely not a pheasant character in the mouth of the abbot Hui Xian. You will pay for what you just said. He raised his head and gave Hui Xian a deep look. Hui Xian sneered. Senior brother Hui Yuan is really dizzy. The position of such an important layman abbot was actually given to an outsider. But now that I have succeeded the abbot, I have the right to take back this honorary title. From today, that Donor Yi is no longer the honorary abbot of Xiangshan Temple. As soon as these words came out, the disciples of Xiangshan Temple were in an uproar. Too much. If it wasn't for Abbot Yi, the entire Xiangshan Temple would be destroyed by troubles sooner or later. If it weren't for Abbot Yi, Abbot Huiyuan would have become an irrational walking dead. Abbot Yi's Xiangshan Temple almost has the grace of rebuilding. Such a person, you want to deprive him of the title of lay abbot? To put it in a nasty way, are you worthy of being a human being? Niancy was also hesitant. She didn't believe Yang, but she didn't believe Hui Xian either. Because of the contradiction between Hui Xian and Hui Yuan, almost everyone knows about it. He was the one who mocked Hui Yuan the most at the time. Whether it is to maintain his majesty or to attack Huin's self-esteem, he will not allow Hui Yuan to be promoted steadily. Over the wing, the cloud of spiritual energy was still slowly expanding, and the Buddha's shadow also expanded. Hui Xian's eyes were even more serious. His figure suddenly disappeared in place, and when he appeared the next moment, he had already crossed Zhu Kong and Zhu Xian and pressed his palm on the door of the wing. In the next instant, he can open the door. The entire closed aura field may collapse as a whole because of this tiny action. But he was wrong, because the next moment, a deeper and more Buddha-natured inner strength suddenly rushed out of the wing. Hui Xian was caught off guard, so he had to resist with his physical body. Bang dash! The latter's figure was directly knocked out. After taking a few dozen steps back, he finally stepped deeply into the ground with his feet before he stopped. Hui Xian raised his head, and a bloodshot even dripped from the corner of his mouth. Everyone who saw this scene could not help but take a deep breath. What's the situation? Can Huiyuan's power in one blow actually hurt Hui Xian? Does this mean that Huiyuan has already stood on the same level as Hui Xian? Of course, strictly speaking, this was wrong, because Huiyuan was caught off guard and only had time to use his flesh to resist, and of course he couldn't resist a blow from the divine realm. At this moment, the wing door was slowly pushed open from the inside out, making a creaking sound. Huiyuan was wearing a cassock and walked out slowly. Look around. Everyone he saw lowered their heads involuntarily. Even the eminent monks of various monasteries could not help but shake their hearts slightly, and there was a slight horror flashing between their eyebrows. Who just wanted to deprive Abbot Yi of his honorary title? Huiyuan said lightly. There was a heart-pounding coldness in his voice. The onlookers were terrified. There is something wrong with what Huiyuan said. Is he going to fight Hai Hyun head-on? But the aura cloud over the wing has not dissipated. You haven't fully stepped into the realm of ecstasy yet. Abbot Yi Yang's kindness to me at Xiangshan Temple is as heavy as a mountain, and it is almost impossible to repay. Exterminating all the troubled demons in the stupa and restoring a peaceful environment in Xiangshan Temple. This is the first great achievement. 2 times to get rid of the troubles in the poor monk's body and save my life. This is the second great achievement. Arouse the storm of spiritual energy, help poor monks accumulate wealth, and step into the realm of ecstasy. This is the third great achievement. If such a person does not serve as a lay abbot, who can be competent? Hui Xian, is that you? Huiyuan smiled lightly. Also, I disapprove of the arbitration of Zayatangshan Temple. I want to take back your abbot position. The so-called Zayatangshan Temple is actually a small group composed of eminent monks from the legacy of Tongtian Temple, such as Dajia Temple, Jilong Temple, and Nantai Temple. Zayatangshan Temple can almost appoint or remove important positions such as abbots, chairpersons, and monks in all temples on the land Huagua. Previously, Huiyuan suffered from troubles again and was unable to maintain the work of the abbot of Xiangshan Temple. In fact, Zayatangshan Temple was too lazy to take care of it. Xiangshan Temple is a small and broken place. Do you have an abbot who cares about my business? However, the remains of Tongtian Temple were suspected to appear under the stupa of Xiangshan Temple, and the small Tongtian Temple suddenly became interested. Among them, the abbot of Dajia Temple played a big role. He proposed to directly send Hui Xian, the monk of Dajia Temple, to serve as the abbot of Xiangshan Temple. This suggestion was accepted by all the eminent monks in the state of trance. A discussion about helping Xiangshan Temple on the bright side, but actually dividing up the ruins, was formed in this way. Of course, Hui Yuan could also veto the appointment and removal of Ziyatangshan Temple. He only needs to defeat the people sent by Ziyatangshan Temple. In other words, Hui Xian, the strongest person in the Hui generation, will be defeated. Ha 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 ha! Hui Xian stared at Hui Yuan, suddenly stood up, and laughed loudly. Senior brother, I really don't know whether to admire you or laugh at you. Your aura cloud has not dissipated, and you're only half a step out of the realm of the gods. Why are you fighting with me? And I don't even need to fight you. I just need to destroy the aura cloud. Your promotion will be interrupted, and your inner strength will be backlashed. By then, your realm will not even be able to enter the room. Are you sure you want to keep going? Just for an outsider named Yi Yang? Hai Hyun sneered. Hui Yuan shook his head. Abba Yi is not an outsider. He is the abbot of my Xiangshan Temple. In the future, he will still be the benefactor of the entire Tongtian Temple heritage. Grow others' ambition and destroy your own prestige. Hui Xian snorted coldly. The next moment, he started directly. The figure is like a rabbit rushing out, and his goal is just like what he said, going straight to the cloud of spiritual energy. Junior brother, you are still too impatient. Hui Yuan smiled lightly. Yin Tuan disperse. Bang dash. The aura cloud that gradually expanded to 56 meters suddenly exploded. Countless dense auras drifted down, and half of the Xiangshan Temple was fed back by auras. Countless Xiangshan Temple disciples made breakthroughs one after another. Zhu Kong and Zhu Xian, standing outside the wing, are the ones that have grown the most. The former directly stepped into the hall from the new master. The latter has continuously broken through the great achievement of inner strength and the peak of inner strength, and has entered the new master. Incredible. But this is not the end. Hui Yuan's breath also began to soar wildly, and he came directly to the ecstasy realm Xiaoqing. The poor monk has already attained Buddhahood. Now the poor monk is the first person in the Buddhist realm to escape from the gods. He walked towards Hui Xian without rushing, without the slightest impatience. His words fell on the ears of other people, not even the slightest suspicion of bragging, but full of confidence, as if he was really invincible in a trance state. Pretend. Hui Xian sneered, and suddenly punched dozens of fists. The fist marks flashing with golden light roared, and even formed an airtight fist screen. 36 arhats. This is the true secret book of the Jie Temple. It is also the stunt of Hui Xian's fame. Just a little trick. Hui Xian shook his head slightly and made a fingerprint. A faint, naive Buddha statue suddenly appeared. As soon as the Buddha statue appeared, the fist screen burst instantly, as if it could not bear such a heavy pressure at all. Bang, bang, bang. The boxing curtain shattered into pieces, showing an uncontrollable trend. In the end, this palm full of brilliant Buddha's light shattered 36 pieces of Arhat's fist marks all the way and slammed directly into Hui Xian's chest. At this moment, Hui Xian was stunned, as if his eyes were about to pop out. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Impossible. Impossible. Oneself is in a state of ecstasy. He is the first-class eminent monk of Dajia Temple and one of the members of Ziyatangshan Temple. How could he possibly lose to this trash senior brother? Before these thoughts were fully formed, his body was instantly blown away and smashed directly into a wing room, causing smoke and dust to be scattered. Looking at Hui Yuan again, the ancient well is still unwavering, and the wind is still light. Whether it is untrained little novices, warrior monks, or some eminent monks, they can't help but be excited. Buddha is above. Hui Yuan is really fucking awesome. Originally, Hui Yuan was only a complete success in entering the room, and he did not even have the qualifications to enter the Ziyatangshan Temple. Any major events would be excluded. Even the abbot position of Xiangshan Temple will be arbitrarily appointed or removed by Ziyatangshan Temple. But it's different now. Any eminent monk in the trance state has the seat and the right to speak in the Zayatangshan temple. The position of the abbot cannot be taken at will. Everyone, do you agree with me taking back the position of the abbot of Xiangshan Temple? Hui Yuan glanced at the other monks and said lightly, "Senior monks in the realm of ecstasy, look at me, I look at you." And finally, Hui Deng of Julong Temple stepped forward and clasped his hands together. Congratulations to junior brother Hui Yuan for breaking through, attaining Buddhahood, the position of abbot of Xiangshan Temple, and natural things return to their original owners. Of course, the position of the abbot is the position of the abbot, and the stupa has to say otherwise. With the current strength of Xiangshan Temple, it is still impossible to keep the stupa. Hui Deng's face was serious, and he could not see the slightest contempt. "Oh, why do you think Xiangshan Temple can't keep the stupa?" A faint voice came from the room. A young man appeared in front of everyone. Upon seeing this, Zhu Kong and Zhu Exan immediately put their hands together, bowed and saluted. "I have seen Abbot Yi." Niancy hesitated for a while and bowed slightly. "Who are you?" Hui Deng frowned. Yi Yang didn't speak, but Hui Yuan used his inner strength and said loudly, "Disciples of Xiangshan Temple, make a kowtow to Abbot Yi." When the words fell, Hui Yuan was the first to kneel on one knee and kowtow to Yi Yang. Hui Deng's face instantly became extremely ugly. What is a kowtow? This is the most solemn etiquette among Buddhists. It is the admiration and praise of a person from the bottom of his heart. People in the Buddhist sect only perform this great ceremony to bodhisattvas and Buddhas. However, Hui Yuan actually kowtowed to this outsider. Hui Yuan's voice spread throughout the entire Xiangshan Temple. At this moment, both the disciples of the Xiangshan Temple present and the disciples responsible for receiving tourists at the foot of the mountain trembled violently. A frenzied expression suddenly appeared on their faces. The next moment, he immediately knelt down on one knee, headed towards the top of the mountain, in Yi Yang's direction, and kowtowed violently. Boom dash! The voices of countless kowtows gathered together, like Hong Zhong de Lu. The whole place was silent. OMG! All the people in the monastery gave this great gift to one person, but no one has disobeyed Hui Yuan's orders. Hundreds of disciples in Xiangshan Temple admire and worship Yi Yang from the bottom of their hearts. In their eyes, Yi Yang is the existence of the sky. If there is no Buddha in the world, he is a Buddha. Abba, Yi helped me step into the realm of ecstasy. The position of abbot of the lay family is no longer suitable for him. From today, Abba Yi is the abbot of my Xiangshan Temple, above the poor monks. Hui Yuan looked directly at Yi Yang and said seriously. As soon as Hui Yuan's words came out, all the eminent monks in the trance realm were once again shocked. The little monk next to the enlightenment frowned. "What is the abbot of the Buddha? I have never heard of it." Awakening said lightly, "The abbot is a false title, and every temple has it. Because it is specially responsible for the worship of Buddha, its status should be higher than that of the abbot. But this false title is generally empty in every temple. Unless a monk has made a very important deed, will this status be bestowed. For example, the genius mad monk 100 years ago single-handedly destroyed the resurrection of hundreds of undead corpses in the undeading puppet sect. Hey, is Abbot Hui Yuan crazy? He actually gave such a title to an outsider? The little monk gasped and said in shock. Hui Deng was shocked. Junior brother, do you know what you're talking about? How can such an important title be given to an outsider casually? And junior brother, you can't do it yourself. The canonization of the abbot is a matter for the entire Xiangshan Temple. You can't do it without other people's opinions. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Kong and Zhu Exan raised their hands and said loudly, I would like to honor Abbot Yi as the abbot of worshipping Buddha. Immediately afterwards, the disciples of Xiangshan Temple shouted, We also wish to honor Abbot Yi as the abbot of worshipping Buddha. A trembling old monk with gray eyebrows also came out and said earnestly, The poor monk also wishes. I would too. We all want to. The disciples of Xiangshan Temple shouted one after another. Hui Deng rubbed his temples. Buddha is on top. In this case, I can still fucking talk. Tomorrow we'll hold the promotion ceremony for the promotion of the academy. Please, junior brother Hui Yuan, and don't be absent from Shi Zhu Yi. Hui Deng took a deep breath, left a sentence, and left. He really couldn't stand it any longer. Just leave right away. Tomorrow's promotion ceremony will be changed to celebrate Hui Yuan's promotion to the realm of the gods. Of course, there are still open and secret fights at the celebration. The result of this celebration will directly determine the ownership of the stupa. It is the three temples of Dajie Temple, Jiulong Temple, and Nantai Temple to divide up the stupa and the remains of Tongtian Temple. It is still Xiangshan Temple that turned the tide and defended the legacy of the ancestors. See tomorrow's celebration. In contrast, Hui Xian was defeated and lost his abbot status, but it was not so important. The matter of the Jie Temple has nothing to do with his Jiulong Temple. Senior monks from other temples have left. The eminent monk of Dajie Temple helped Hui Xian out of the ruins. The latter was dying and his chest was collapsed. Although there was no danger of his life, he always needed to recover for a month or two. Hui Yuan, you traitor. Huiren, another eminent monk from the Dajie Temple, came over and said coldly, in order to seize the position of abbot of Xiangshan Temple, Dajie Temple must have given up some of the interests of the stupa, right? Am I right? Yang suddenly smiled. Huiren's pupils shrank and immediately returned to normal, snorted coldly. Outsiders from Buddhism are not worthy of the status of Buddhist abbots. I hope you can still laugh at the promotion ceremony tomorrow. The position of the abbot I wanted in the Great Tribulation Temple. The stupa, the ruins of Tongtian Temple, I also want the Great Tribulation Temple. Tomorrow, you will be crushed. Let's go. The Dajie Temple and his party also left quickly. Niancy came over with a complicated expression. She bowed to Yi Yang. Abbot Yi, please forgive my sins. I underestimated you, and I even planned to stop you at first. And when Hui Xian made his move, I didn't even stop him and let him attack the door of the wing. If Hui Yuan really went into trouble, I would never be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. Yi Yang shook his head slightly. It's okay. You and I don't know each other. It's normal to have doubts. Compared with this matter, tomorrow's celebration is obviously more important. Hui Yuan nodded heavily. If Abbot Yi makes a move, I will win at Xiangshan Temple. 3 competitions, teaching Buddhist scriptures, forging Buddhist utensils, and carving Buddha arrays, almost tailor-made for Abbot Yi. The last remaining people sneered when they heard this. Hee, tailor-made for him? What a blast. In these 3 competitions, Dajie Temple is best at forging Buddhist artifacts. Nantai Temple is best at explaining Buddhist scriptures, and Jiulong Temple is best at depicting Buddhist formations. Yu Xiangshan Temple, do you have anything to contend for? Hui Yuan was promoted out of the realm of the gods and regained the position of abbot, which was a step back. But this comparison test doesn't help at all. The gap in comprehensive strength cannot be made up if the strength catches up. This is why Hui Deng and others walked so confidently, because they always believe that this big cake is in their own hands. Xiangshan Temple is just a small ruined temple that can't be on the table. He really doesn't deserve to have a relic. In the end, these people also left. They're the eyes and ears of the temples, but now they feel that the Xiangshan Temple is just pretending to be bragging. There is no need to stay any longer. The time when you can't explore the ruins is boring, and the next day, the promotion ceremony of the promotion hall officially begins. However, the protagonist of the celebration became Hui Yuan. Celebrate Hui Yuan's promotion to the divine realm. As for Hui Xian, this person is still lying on the bed in a coma. Under the ring, the crowd was crowded. Not only the young disciples of the temples, but also members of many forces also came to watch the ceremony. Shangjing has the Ministry of Government, Shangjing Lujia, Shangjing Tangjia. Next is the opening ceremony, and it stands to reason that the host should speak. Hui Yuan had prepared his speech last night, and he was about to walk towards the center. However, from the Dajie Temple, an old monk with white temples, a hunched figure, and eyebrows hanging down to his chin came out. The current supervisor of the Dajie Temple, Huiran sat cross-legged on a futon with a dazzling expression on his face. Hui Yuan, who was about to reach the center, narrowed her pupils and returned immediately. The one he knew, Master Miaoqing. He is also his master, senior brother Miaozhen. The Great Tribulation Temple actually invited all the old people of the Miaozi generation. Their idea is also very simple: to suppress the Xiangshan Temple from the beginning to the end. You have been promoted to the realm of trance, and you have regained the position of the abbot of Xiangshan Temple. It doesn't matter. Because the old monks of the Miaozi generation are here, you will never want to speak, and you will always be crushed by my Great Tribulation Temple. Miaoqing micromobilizes internal energy, and the Buddha's light flourishes. The entire venue fell silent. The old man came here this time. He originally wanted to talk to Uncle Fushuan about Buddhism, but I didn't expect him to be here. That's all. Since Huiran asked me to say a few words, then I will say a few words. Miaoqing's turbid eyes suddenly shot a bright light. He said word by word, "Study Pagoda, my Great Tribulation Temple. I want it. Let's start the first test now. Tell the Buddha scriptures." The audience was dumbfounded. In just a few words, the smell of gunpowder in the dark was directly stimulated to the extreme. This is to bring local friction and secret struggle directly to the table. Rao is Hui Yuan, and clenched his fists involuntarily, really deceiving too much. The disciples, such as Xiangshan Temple, were even more angry. What's the meaning? You don't even bother to mention the news about the celebration of Abbot Hui Yuan's promotion to the divine realm. So you're about to start the competition right away? Do you still take my Xiangshan Temple in your eyes? This celebration is obviously to celebrate the promotion of Abbot Hui Yuan to the divine realm. As a result, for the benefit of Dajie Temple, you Miaoqing actually tore your face directly? Do you still look like an eminent monk? After Miaoqing finished speaking, he walked down the stage tremblingly. Huiran of Dajie Temple stood up with a chuckle. As we all know, among the remains of Tongtian Temple, only Xiangshan Temple is in decline, and its strength is extremely small, and it only has some prestige in the Shanjing area. Such a temple cannot independently protect a relic. I propose that the position of the abbot of Xiangshan Temple be included in the competition. Xiangshan Temple is inherently weak, so as long as Xiangshan Temple is not at the bottom of the three competitions, then you can continue to retain the position of abbot. Junior brother Hui Yuan, what do you think? After Huiran finished speaking, she looked over with a smile. Hui Yuan's face was expressionless, but the other monks clenched their fists involuntarily and glared back with gritted teeth. The Great Tribulation Temple is really disgusting. It's so compelling. Do you really want the position of the abbot of Xiangshan Temple? Abbot Hui Yuan has even stepped into the realm of ecstasy and already has a seat in the Zayatangshan Temple. Do you still want to be so aggressive? Huiran sneered. Indeed, monks in the realm of ecstasy can obtain seats in Zayatangshan Temple. But in the entire Xiangshan Temple, only Hui Yuan was in a state of ecstasy. In Zayatangshan Temple, the minority obeys the majority. Wanting to get rid of Hui Yuan's abbot position is also very simple. Just take a few steps and pretend to vote, not as quick and direct as before. Many monks from Jiulong Temple and Nantai Temple also frowned. Hui Deng sighed faintly. Everyone is the legacy of Tongtian Temple. It is a bit too much to do this step, right? He took a deep breath. Let's put the position of the abbot of Xiangshan Temple aside for now. In this competition, we only decide on the ownership of the stupa. How are you all? Huiran frowned. Didn't you agree to carve up the Xiangshan Temple together? Why did you suddenly stand up and speak to Xiangshan Temple? You make me so embarrassed. Huiran, since you want to bet on the position of the abbot of Xiangshan Temple, what can you give of equal value? At this moment, a voice sounded. Huiran looked at the reputation, but it was the young man who made the limelight yesterday. The Buddha abbot, haha. He laughed loudly. Of course, I have a Buddhist artifact here. It was excavated in a ruin in Wuzhou last time. It has been soaked in the Buddha's light for many years. It is a first-class treasure for me and other Buddhists. I believe it should be comparable to the position of an abbot of Xiangshan Temple. Right? Huiran said, and took out a wooden fish. There is a faint Buddha light on the wooden fish. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is definitely a first-class treasure. But in the eyes of Buddhists, this Buddha's light is not as bright as the Buddha's light of cultivating Buddha's energy. The disciples of Xiangshan Temple were angry. What do you mean? Is my position as an abbot of Xiangshan Temple worth such a small broken wooden fish? Does your Dajia temple just want to trample us? Yiyang snorted softly and opened his eyes. Unexpectedly, this little broken wooden fish actually emitted a strong treasure light and Buddha light. This thing, I'm afraid Beoguang, is introverted. I agreed on behalf of Xiangshan Temple. Yiyang said immediately. Everyone was stunned. Huiran laughed immediately, overjoyed. Huiyuan, yesterday he became the abbot of Xiangshan Temple. What he said should be counted. All the old monks in Xiangshan Temple looked at Yiyang. Their eyes were puzzled, but they didn't question it. Because since yesterday, Yiyang has almost become the spiritual leader of Xiangshan Temple. They may have doubts about everything Yiyang does, but there is absolutely no need to question them. Niancy's face changed drastically. I oppose this bet. How can the position of the abbot bet against the Buddhist instrument? You are flouting the rules. Huiran laughed. Sister Niancy, this has nothing to do with Innate nunnery, so don't speak. Huiyuan, what he said does not count. Please give me a letter. This sentence was said by the expressionless Huiyuan on the other side. Huiyuan took a deep breath, took a serious look at Yiyang, and nodded his head. The words of Abbot Yi are the words of all the monks in my Xiangshan Temple. This bet, I took it from Xiangshan Temple. There was an uproar. It actually took it. Anyone in the know can see that that broken wooden fish doesn't have much Buddha light at all. Why are you picking up? Are you blind? Huiran secretly rejoiced in her heart. It was really interesting. If you find a broken wooden fish in the warehouse, you can actually deceive an abbot. This Yiyang doesn't seem to be the same. What kind of vision is this? Ha ha ha. Huidang also shook his head, as if he couldn't bear to look again. Niancy gritted her teeth and looked at Yiyang. Yesterday, she thought Yiyang was a good person, but today she thought Yiyang was blind. Buddha is on top. Even the little monk who has just entered Buddhism can see that that broken wooden fish is a piece of garbage. How can you not see it? Since that's the case, let's start the first competition and talk about Buddhist scriptures. Please send people from the 4 monasteries to come to the stage. Miaoqing walked to the center of the stand again, and the sound spread throughout the Xiangshan Temple. The preachers of Dajia Temple, Jiulong Temple, and Nantai Temple are Juesheng, Huizhi, and Nianin respectively. It was Yiyang who came up from the Xiangshan Temple. Huizhi and Nianin taught scriptures one after another, and the people in the ring were amazed when they heard it, and their understanding of Buddhist scriptures deepened. But that's about it. Both are normal. At the same time, Zhu Sheng sneered at Yiyang. Yiyang, in the first match, I want you to be crushed, watch it. I am the person who bestowed the crown of the Bodhisattva, and my understanding of the Buddhist scriptures and the Buddhist scriptures is unmatched. After speaking, he glanced at the 3 of them contemptuously and spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, he just said a word. Wind blows. Swish. Many trees were planted around the Xiangshan Temple, which immediately rustled under the action of the wind. But if you look closely, these leaves are all in the direction of Zhu Sheng on the ring. The rustling sound of the leaves rubbing, and his sermons cater to each other in a staggered manner. These leaves have become natural harmonizers, making Zhu Sheng's voice solemn and grand. If you didn't see it live, you would even think that the Buddha was lecturing. Everyone in the arena is even more intoxicated, like falling into a dream. In the stands, many monks from Jiulong Temple and Nantai Temple suddenly changed color. Huideng's eyes widened. Is this the harmony of plants and trees? Niancy was also stunned. Isn't this something that only appeared in the classics? It is said that only those who have received the Bodhisattva's crown can cause the harmony of plants and trees. Juesheng can actually do it, my God. Niancy only felt dizzy for a while. The things in the legend actually reappeared in front of my eyes. Is this generation's Great Tribulation temple so powerful? After a while, Zhu Sheng finished speaking. He scanned the audience and laughed proudly. because everyone in the arena is fascinated. They're still immersed in the sound of the Buddha. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is the sound of the vast Buddha from Lingshan. It can even trigger visions such as the harmony of plants and trees. In the stands, Huiran smiled proudly. Hui Yuan, what do you think of Jueshing? Is he a good seedling? Hui Yuan's face was expressionless. It's really good, but unfortunately his character is too naughty. Huiran laughed. It's okay, I don't care about my stubborn personality. The Jie Temple, it's a good thing to win. Hey, I lost the first match. Yushangshan Temple TSK. Abbot Yi hasn't started yet. What are you anxious about? Hui Yuan interrupted him directly, expressionlessly. Huiran was interrupted and couldn't help but get angry, but he wasn't angry either, and the look of contempt on his face was even worse. Zhu Sheng taught a scripture and even caused a vision. Can Yang do it? This is the vision recorded in the legends and books. Who can ordinary monks do? Even those old monks who have been immersed in Buddhist scriptures for many years would not dare to guarantee that their preaching of scriptures would definitely trigger the vision of harmony between plants and trees. Hurry up! It's your turn. Let me see what the abbot of Xiangshan Temple is capable of, right? Zhu Sheng laughed. If it's worse than me, doesn't it mean that I could be the abbot of yours? Yang smiled lightly and opened his mouth. He just opened his mouth and didn't even speak. The wind rises, the clouds rise. Zhu Sheng opened his eyes. His face changed drastically. Immediately afterwards, the aura storm came into being. The leaves, which had just stopped, swayed and rustled again. Not only that, the green grass on the ground also swayed to the rhythm of Yi Yang's lectures. Harmony. Not just trees, but green grass. Even more awesome than the harmony caused by Zhu Sheng. In the stands, all the monks fell into a brief silence. Incredible. Incredible. What is it today? 2 people in a row can cause a vision. But this is not the end. The next moment, countless seedlings were drilled out of the ground, and the process of growing, thriving, and blooming was completed in an instant. The aura storm whizzed past, swept the petals into the air, and then slowly fell down. In an instant, a rain of flowers formed in the sky. Hui Dang was short of breath with excitement and gasped in cold air. Little pox. The Buddha is above. This is actually a smallpox. Huiran trembled as if she was frightened. How is this possible? The harmony of plants and trees is already a vision recorded in the ancient books. Almost no one has caused it in more than 100 years. Huiran has been pressing Jueshing all the time, and letting him show his hand in the ring actually means a blockbuster. But it's almost a legendary record. For hundreds of years, no one has seen it. Back then, Huiran searched the books all the way and only saw it once 700 years ago. At that time, Tongtian Temple encountered the disaster of extinction. The abbot of Tongtian Temple, whose fire of life was almost withered, completely gave up his life and preached scriptures at the top of the mountain gate. After the Buddhist scriptures are finished, the grass and trees are all soldiers, and the sky is falling. In that battle, all the invading enemies were destroyed. That was also the first and only record of the hype. But now, the world has seen it again. More importantly, the person who caused the hype is still an outsider who has not been ordained or shaved. This is simply to embarrass all Buddhists in the world. You see, there is no one in Buddhism, and the person who caused the hype is actually a layman. Everyone was shocked beyond measure, because I have never seen such a vision before. As for those ordinary people, they were even more stunned. Have you ever seen the sky fall? No one has seen it anyway. Holding the grass is like a goddamn fairy. Aura is surging. Vegetation is prosperous. Buds bloom. What is the difference between this and the fairy method? The disciples of Xiangshan Temple took a deep breath, and the group was excited. Zhu Kong even shouted, falling in the sky, Abbot Yi is a millionaire. Zhu Xin is not very good at speaking, but her little face is also flushed. On the other hand, looking at Jilong Temple and Nantai Nunnery, there is even a hint of envy on their faces. Lectures trigger such a vision, which can be recorded in the history books. The last person who caused the hype was the abbot of Tongtian Temple 700 years ago, who was a master-level powerhouse. And Yi Yang is the second. Does this mean that his attainments in Buddhism are even comparable to that of the legendary abbot of Tongtian Temple, the master-level powerhouse? That's scary. Awesome, isn't it? A person who has never been ordained actually has higher attainments in Buddhism than people in Buddhism. This will make countless Buddhist disciples feel ashamed. As for the Dajie Temple, it was completely in a trough, and no one spoke. Everyone's fists were clenched tightly. A must-win situation. Actually lost. And lost so utterly. In the ring, Zhu Sheng looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. You, what kind of monster are you? You haven't even had the ordination, haven't been ordained, and haven't studied Buddhist scriptures at all. How can you have such a high level of Buddhist attainments? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. You must be cheating. Zhu Sheng's eyes were bloodshot. He was completely unacceptable for this result. This time, when he came to Xiangshan Temple, he was used as the trump card in the competition of teaching Buddhist scriptures. I originally thought that the vision that can evoke the harmony of plants and trees is definitely enough to kill everyone in seconds. And if he feels victorious, he can also stand on the ring and enjoy everyone's praise and praise. Whether it is an abbot, a monk in a temple, a warrior monk, or a little novice, they will be amazed at him. Those pretty little nuns at Nantai Nunnery will have 2 red clouds flying on their faces, right? Zhu Sheng was even ready to enjoy praise and attention. But in the end, Yi Yang was born out of nowhere and actually triggered a vision that was more powerful than the harmony of plants and trees. Who can bear this? Yi Yang turned a deaf ear to his words and continued to recite the Buddhist scriptures. Damn, you answer me. Seeing that Yi Yang ignored him, Zhu Sheng was even more embarrassed and even rushed over. In the stands, Dajie Temple Huaran's pupils suddenly shrank, and he hurriedly shouted, "No Zhu Sheng." The next moment, a Huang Chengqing Buddha's light shield appeared beside Yi Yang, and it directly shot Zhu Sheng and flew out. The latter flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell to the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Originally, it wasn't just the hype, he even had the Buddha's light body protector. The old monk Miaoqing opened his cloudy eyes and muttered. Yi Yang finished his lecture, but the dazzling vision did not stop for a long time. Huiji from Jilong Temple and Yinin from Nantai Temple came over, put their hands together, and bowed deeply to Yi Yang. This is respect for those with higher attainments in Buddhism. In the first competition, the Buddhist scriptures were taught, and the throne of the winner fell on Yi Yang without any surprise. Even if someone has a careful thought, there is nothing they can do if they want to operate in the dark. Because whether it is the hype or the vision of the Buddha's light to protect the body, it really appears in front of everyone. No one dare to refute. I announced that in the first competition, Xiangshan Temple wins. Miaoqing walked tremblingly to the center of the stand and announced the result of the competition. Xiangshan Temple collectively boiled. Abbot Yi is awesome, really awesome. It's just a small achievement in Buddhism. No matter how good the sermons are, they won't help in battle. My generation of Buddhists must defend against demons. Do you expect that lecturing sutras will destroy the demons? Ridiculous. Huiran snorted coldly, but it was not loud, but everyone in the stands could hear it clearly. Niancy glanced at him coldly, but couldn't say anything, because what Haiyan said was right. Teaching Buddhist scriptures only proves that the person has high attainments in Buddhism. It does not mean that the forging tools and engraved Buddha formations are also powerful. More importantly, the Buddhist utensils and Buddhist arrays are absolutely confidential in each temple, and ordinary disciples cannot access them at all. Only monks who are in the realm of the gods, or true disciples like Zhu Sheng, are qualified to study. The Buddhist scriptures are different. As long as you donate some money to the temple, you can see it, and everyone can study the Buddhist scriptures. It is precisely because of this that Haiyan is confident. Xiangshan Temple does not have any powerful Buddhist tools or arrays. This temple is poor. If there are no ancient books and no ancient books, no Buddhist utensils and no Buddhist utensils and nothing at all. It was a fluke that Yi Yang could win a victory, and he would lose in the next 2 matches. The stupa is about to loosen, we can't delay, so we cancel the rest time of the 2 competitions and directly start the 2nd and 3rd competitions, forging Buddha tools and carving Buddha formations. Miaoqing suddenly walked to the center of the stand and announced. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. Ordinary people are okay. They can't see so many twists and turns. But the disciples of Xiangshan Temple couldn't see it. You're clearly trying to make Abbot Yi. Everyone can see that the first 3 have rested after their lectures. Abbot Yi was the last to lecture, and his energy has not recovered yet. And you all have people in rotation, but Abbot Yi, there's only 1 person. How does 1 fight against 2? Can't keep up with the speed. Too compelling. It's really abominable. They have already planned to use such disgraceful means to win. Zhu Kong took a deep breath, his face full of disgust. Zhu Ekong, stop being irritable. Hui Yuan said with a light smile, look at the appearance of Abbot Yi. Where is there any trace of anxiety? Zhu Kong looked at the sound. Yes, Abbot Yi is always as calm as water. The wind is light and the clouds are light. Anything to make things difficult, any obstacle, nothing exists in front of him. Abbot Yi has self-confidence, and we also have to have self-confidence in him. Hui Yuan said lightly, these small actions of the Jie Temple are just for the Buddha and shame for themselves. Next, the Jie Temple, Jiulong Temple, and Nantai Nunnery were replaced one after another. Elite disciples such as Zhu Sheng, Zhu Wu, and Jing Yual entered the battle, and Huiren suddenly took off his cassock and strode onto the ring. There was an uproar. Hold the grass. Don't you have to face? What the hell? A 40-something-year-old monastery has actually gone into battle, just to make Xiangshan Temple lose a crushing defeat? The poor monk made a mistake and was reprimanded by Uncle Miaoqing, so he resigned as a monk. I thought of being able to compete with Abbot Yi on the same stage, so I came up and gave it a try. Abbot Yi, don't be surprised, huh? Huiren touched his bald head and smiled. Yi Yang smiled, but didn't bother to pay attention to him, but put his eyes on the refining table in front of him. The so-called Buddha tools are actually spiritual tools with Buddha nature. In the final analysis, it requires the attainment of refining and Buddhist attainment. There was a sudden exclamation from under the arena. However, many people saw Zhu Sheng and suddenly took out a 7th-order heavy water black iron. Many people were in an uproar. Senior brother Hui Deng. If I remember correctly, Zhu Sheng from the Jie Temple just passed the qualification certificate for the 6th-order craft refiner more than a month ago, right? Niancy couldn't help but said. Hui Deng sighed slightly. Now he's at the 7th rank, but he hasn't had time to get the certificate yet. I've said it a long time ago, the strongest disciple in the Juezi generation is Zhu Sheng of the Great Tribulation Temple. If he can improve his character and guard against arrogance and impatience, his achievements will be even higher in the future. The monks who heard this couldn't help but gasped. Zhu Sheng seems to be in his early 20s, right? Turn out to be a 7th-order refiner? The Great Tribulation Temple is really talented. Then Huiren is an 8th-order array master again. Niancy couldn't help but said. Yeah, since Huiren's face is gone, it proves that he must completely defeat Xiangshan Temple and not let them turn over at all. If you want to win, you can't. What Xiangshan Temple can do now is not to lose too badly. Hui Deng sighed faintly. Niancy was silent. Hui Deng is right. Zhu Sheng is a 7th-order item refiner, and Huiren is an 8th-order array master. Under the joint efforts of the powerful, the forged Buddhist artifact must be crushed by all the best Buddhist artifact. It is even more difficult for Xiangshan Temple to win this competition. Very soon, the Buddhist artifact of Dajia Temple will be completed. Before the other 2 in the ring could even lift the lid of the furnace, they were all robbed of their brilliance by Zhu Sheng's Buddhist utensils. I can't help it, the Buddhist artifact refined by Yin Juesheng is too awesome. The Buddha's light emitted is even 2 or 3 meters away. The audience who stood relatively close to the ring was irradiated by such a Buddha's light, and immediately felt that their whole body was smooth and their whole body was about to float. This kind of Buddha light, Could it be that Zhu Sheng really made a seventh-order Buddha weapon? Zhu Exine couldn't help but ask. Since people have come up with seventh-order materials, they naturally have the confidence to refine seventh-order Buddhist artifacts. So don't make a fuss, Hui Yuan said lightly. But this way, there is no chance of winning, Zhu Xin said with a sad face. Zhu Sheng stood on the ring, enjoying the attention of all the people, and the feeling of being aloof was back. He glanced at Yi Yang again. Garbage. The Buddhist artifact hasn't been forged yet. It's really weak. Sure enough, I'm still strong. In the future, as long as I make further progress in the Buddhist formation, I will feel that victory is omnipotent. I feel that winning is the one who will lead the Dajia Temple to dominate the entire country in the future and become the strongest person in the world. I'll describe the formation below. Huiran smiled slightly and did not bother Zhu Sheng. It is good to have such an idea so that we can go further on the road of becoming stronger. Huiran wrote, swish, swish. The pen walks the dragon and the snake, and the iron draws the silver hook. Thousands of aura lines quickly surfaced on the Buddhist vessel under his diamond engraving pen. The formation background that has been honed for more than 30 years is undoubtedly displayed in the ring. Junior brother Huiran's formation attainments are also refined. Hui Deng praised, as expected of an 8th order array mage. Niancy sighed. Zhu Sheng also recovered from the state of daydreaming. Seeing Hui Ren's technique, he couldn't help feeling ashamed. There is still a long way to go in the formation, and I have to reach the level of Uncle Huiran. After a while, the formation is formed. Buddha light is prosperous. Huang Qingqing's Buddha's light shines more than 10 meters away. The Buddha's light shines on all the audience near the ring. My cold is cured. Fo Guang is too powerful. A person suddenly exclaimed, Hey, the wound I accidentally cut from peeling an apple in the morning is actually healed? An uncle looked at his fingers and asked curiously, My cough is getting better. Wow, I also want to learn Buddhist arrays in the future. A girl exclaimed. There was excitement all over the place. Amazing. What kind of formation is this? The Buddha's light emitted even has the effect of curing diseases and saving people. Huiran secretly delighted in his heart, his face still tense. He coughed lightly. This is an 8th order formation that I unearthed by studying the ancient books of formations day and night. This formation is called the rejuvenation formation of all things. I have not seen a single success in depicting it several times on weekdays. I didn't expect it to be successful in the arena today. Congratulations to Uncle Huiran for adding another 18th order formation to my Dajia Temple, Zhu Sheng said with admiration. Haha, you're not bad. You can refine the 7th order formation at the age of 20, which is enough to be recorded in the history books. Huiran patted his shoulder and smiled. It's even more difficult for Xiangshan Temple to win now. I just hope Yang won't be shocked and messed up. Otherwise, it will be even more embarrassing if he fails to refine in the arena. Niancy sighed. Hey, look at the one from Xiangshan Temple. Under the ring, someone suddenly pointed at Yi Yang and exclaimed, That Buddhist utensil is still in the furnace, and it actually emits 3 or 4 meters of Buddha light. This. Another person also found the abnormality and said in surprise. This time, the eyes of the audience all focused on Yi Yang again. There is still such Buddha light in the furnace. If it is released, it will be worth it. His technique looks familiar. Hui Deng suddenly frowned. Niancy's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, This seems to be the forging technique of Nobita's treasures recorded in ancient books. His Nobita treasure. This is the same as the Buddhist utensil, a special word in Buddhism. The so-called Nobita treasure is above the 9th order. Reach the legendary Xian Wang level. Only if it exceeds the 9th level, it is worthy of the name of the Nobita treasure. That is not true, is it? If it were, it would be terrifying. Could this person really master the Nobita treasure artifact forging? What's even more terrifying is that he really seems to be able to refine it. Huiran snorted coldly and suddenly laughed. Nobody can refine the treasure of Daxiong. If this is a little bit wrong, it's going to blow up the furnace. I advise Abbot Yi to not take risks. The explosive power of Daxiong's treasure is not acceptable to ordinary people. When he said these words, many people showed fear and could not help but take a few steps back. Yang still ignored everything, because his Nobita treasure is about to be released. The lid of the furnace was opened, the Buddha's light burst out, and the rays of light filled the sky. The Buddha's light, which is more than 20 meters long, suddenly shines in all directions. You can't even open your eyes. But this is not the end, because Yi Yang started to describe the formation directly. The first pen falls. The Sanskrit sound curls and the fragrance spit out. A natural wonder. Then the second, the third, the 18,500. The pen is down, the formation is formed. Buddha light is prosperous, covering the entire Xiangshan temple. Hey, how's my myopia getting better? My leg actually healed? My God, the thumb I lost from the cutting machine actually grew back. What kind of Buddha light is this? Isn't it amazing? Under the ring, a group of people stared at Yi Yang and exclaimed, "What exactly is the formation he drew? Is there such a powerful healing ability? It's too bullshit." And the monks in the stands looked even more wonderful. This is a ninth order formation? Zhu Kong opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief. Hui Yuan shook his head. Even though he had become Gujing Bubo, he couldn't help but change color slightly. This is beyond the ninth order. The yellow order formation. Hiss! The disciples of Xiangshan Temple gasped. But in their tone, there is undisguised reverence and admiration. That's right. It was the abbot of our Xiangshan Temple who painted the formation of the yellow order. Hui Deng staggered a step further and said in horror, "Can someone really describe the formation above the ninth order?" Niancy also looked shocked. And what kind of formation is that? Why does it have such a powerful healing ability I have never even seen in the classics? On the ring, Huiran suddenly changed color. He stared at the Nobita treasure in Yi Yang's hand and stammered when he spoke. What kind of formation is this? Yi Yang smiled slightly. Wanjiashing Buddha array, found by chance at the ruins of Tongtian Temple. This formation was exactly the one that had been transformed from the 8 Bodhisattva suppression formation after he had promised Li Xuanjin to explore the ruins of Tongtian Temple. Can't kill the enemy, can't trap the enemy, and doesn't have any effect of hiding or getting lost. The only ability of the Wanjiashing Buddha array is to heal. As a yellow-level formation that can evoke Buddha's light, its healing ability surpasses almost all panacea. It just so happened that the children in the orphanage also lacked some treasures for self-protection. Yi Yang painted it on the Nobita treasure, which can be used as a reward for the children in the orphanage, which is also killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Miaoqing's turbid old eyes suddenly widened. This is the first time he has opened his slightly closed eyes to such a large size since he came to Xiangshan Temple. Even before Yi Yang caused the hype, he couldn't make him so shocked. The noble treasure above the 9th order. The 10,000-year-old Buddhist array of Huangjia. The value of this treasure to my Buddhism is no less than that of some true secrets. Yi Yang stood in the center of the ring with a faint smile. Can you announce the results of the competition? Miaoqing took a sudden step and went directly from the stand to the ring. Grab it directly with one hand. In his mouth, he urged his inner strength to shout loudly. Yi Yang stealthily learns the forging technique of Daxiong treasures from my Dajia Temple, and stealthily learns from my Dajia Temple Wanjiashing Buddha formation, which is a heinous crime. The poor monk will take back this treasure today as an example. Once the Buddha energy contained in the sound is emitted, it will make people dizzy. Some spectators close to the ring suddenly became groggy and lost their ability to resist. Yi Yang's eyes narrowed. This old bald donkey was going to seize this treasure in broad daylight. What's the meaning? If you can't compare to others in an open and fair competition, you have to snatch it? Not only that, but also to put on a dirty hat for stealing the unique skills of the Great Tribulation Temple? The Great Tribulation Temple is really amazing. Really do whatever you want. But your days of doing whatever you want are over. I, Yang, are not soft persimmons that I need at will. Murder burst out in Yi Yang's eyes. This Miaoqing is the pinnacle of the ecstasy realm, and it is only a little short of stepping into the trans. But this is still not enough in Yi Yang's eyes. Possessing King Ming's Kundalini, he can completely ignore any attack for the divine realm. And fighting this Miaoqing is even more simple. Since you are so dead, then I will kill you. At the critical moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Miaoqing, you fucking stop me. Immediately afterwards, a huge palm slammed from the air. Snapped. Miaoqing was caught off guard, and his old face like dry bark was slapped directly. His figure was directly pumped away. Yi Yang could not help but let out a small murmur when he saw the person coming. It was Fu Xian who guarded the stupa at the beginning. At this moment, it looks like a mess. No wonder he didn't show up before Xiangshan Temple was dismissed as abbot by the other 3 temples. It turned out that he just came back. Fu, Uncle Fu Xian. Miaoqing stood up tremblingly, saw the person coming, felt his breath, and opened his eyes involuntarily. Entering the country. A real entry into the realm. Miaoqing, are you fucking dying? I don't want to fight for the reputation of the Great Tribulation Temple, and I want to rob my apprentice's treasure? Damn, believe it or not, I abolished your dantian on the spot here. Fu Xian cursed directly, and even walked over and kicked Miaoqing. Miaoqing's eyes widened, and he pointed at Yi Yang and said, He's your apprentice? Fu Xian raised his head, of course, otherwise why is he so good? The Buddhist attainments are close to that of a master, and he has mastered the forging technique of Daxiong's treasures, and he can even portray the Buddhist formation of the Wanjiashing in the Yellow Order. Fu Xian laughed, and did not hide his importance to Yi Yang at all. Yi Yang is my lay disciple. According to the rules, the strong are respected, and you have to call him senior brother. Yi Yang pouted. Who is your apprentice? The smile on Fu Xian's face was suddenly embarrassed. He coughed lightly. The apprentice is a bit stubborn. It's okay, ha ha ha. However, I have regained my strength. Next, if you have any ideas about what to do with Shanxi, you will pinch me. The bastards in Zayatangshan Temple all sit for me obediently. If you think like this, I will beat you one by one. Fu Xian snorted coldly. Miaoqing quickly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Yes, Miaoqing is wrong. How to speak, do you understand? Fu Xian said coldly. I see. Miaoqing hurriedly walked to the center of the ring with 3 steps and 2 steps. His eyes met the eyes of all the audience off the stage. The audience was basically dumbfounded. What happened? This is... Yi Yang really secretly learned the unique skills of Dajia Temple? Or is the Dajia Temple trying to seize Yi Yang's treasure? Miaoqing took a deep breath and said loudly, Abba Yi of Xiangshan Temple's forging of Daxiong's treasures and Wanjiashing's Buddhist formation, both learned from Master Fu Xuan. This is a misunderstanding. Furthermore, this competition ended with the victory of Abbot Yi. There was bitterness in his voice. The Great Tribulation Temple was defeated, and it was a complete failure. Even the looting of treasures has been done. But he didn't calculate that Fu Xian would return to Xiangshan Temple at this time. Damn, how did this kid get involved with Uncle Fu Xuan? The disciples of Xiangshan Temple were slightly stunned and immediately sent out cheering shouts to attend the entire mountaintop. Victory, and it's a total victory, a big victory. It was a crushing victory. Buddha is on top. Abbot Yi is awesome. Without Abbot Yi, our Xiangshan Temple would never have achieved such a great victory. Yi Yang chuckled lightly and came to Huiran, who was stunned. Take out the wooden fish. Huiran pouted. Damn, you can even refine Daxiong's treasures, and you still miss my broken wooden fish? Fu Xian rushed over directly and slapped him when he went up. Seeing you, Uncle Yi Yang, how dare you be rude? Huiran was beaten so hard that her head was about to fall off, but she still didn't dare to talk back. He had to take out the broken wooden fish from his arms, salute Yi Yang, and reluctantly said, Uncle Yi Yang. Well, thank you for the great gift. Yi Yang smiled lightly and took the broken wooden fish. Huiran sneered in her heart. It's just a broken wooden fish, and it's not something awesome. This guy can actually be regarded as a treasure. It came from a poor place. What's the use of Nobita's treasure after refining it? A person's character will never change. You will always be a bum from a poor place. It's a shame to even collect Beogwang's weak broken wood fish. But the next moment, the sneer on his face stiffened. Because Yong directly crushed the wooden fish, a bead, and it suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Whispering, Beogwang layer after layer, almost blinding people's eyes. Huiran was so shocked that she couldn't even speak because she was too shocked. This. Fu Xian's eyes also lit up. Relic? I didn't expect a relic hidden in a broken wooden fish. Huiran is really going to regret it. Damn, this broken wooden fish is just something I took out of the temple warehouse. Why is there a relic in here? The senior who sealed the relic. Is there something wrong with your fucking brain? Miaoqing also looked over. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes. Relics are definitely a first-class tonic for Buddhists. But the relics are extremely rare and generally only condensed after the death of the eminent monks in the realm of transcendence. As long as he gets one and spends 2 or 3 years digesting it, maybe he can take this as an opportunity to directly set foot in the transformation realm. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glared at Huiran. This rubbish, supervising temple monk who has held the broken wooden fish in his hand for so long didn't even notice it. What a rubbish. Yong smiled slightly, picked up the Longan-sized relic, and swallowed it directly into his mouth while everyone was watching. Fu Xian suddenly changed color, but it was too late to stop it. Miaoqing and Huiran, as well as the monks of the Dajia temple, were stunned for a moment, and then their faces showed ecstasy. The Buddha is above. This Yong is really powerful. He can really kill him. I didn't expect you to swallow the relic directly. That is the accumulation of a lifetime of eminent monks in the realm of transcendence. If you swallow it like this, you will explode and die. What are you doing if you're not killing yourself? Haha, Buddha really has eyes. This son must die. Hey, I didn't expect to see a person with such superb Buddhist attainments that he was about to explode and die. It's really sad. Fu Xian's eyes instantly turned red, and he quickly took out a few pills from his arms. Hurry up, take these pills, and then spit out the relic. Don't let it enter your dantian, or your dantian won't be able to hold it at all, and it will explode. He was really distressed and really worried about Yong. It's hard to see a young man with such an amazing talent. How could it be so easy to die here? No, Fu Xian can't just watch him die. Yong smiled helplessly. Do you think I have a half-pain expression? Fu Xian was taken aback. Not only him, but Miaoqing and Huiran were also taken aback. Yes, if the dantian is inflated by the relic, the person will definitely suffer from the pain. But he's just like a sane person. It's so weird. Is it? Could it be that his dantian is bigger than the average person and can accommodate relics? No way. Miaoqing and Huiran both had strange expressions on their faces. This is indeed the case. After the relic entered Yi Yang's dantian, it didn't even make a fuss. Why? Because the relic is a younger brother in front of Yi Yang's dantian. Dantian Ocean, it can't be broken. Dantian Mountain Peak, it cannot collapse. Surely is really a younger brother. Entering other people's dantian is like a tiger entering a flock, and the sky collapses. In a few moments, the dantian was ruined. Entering Yi Yang's dantian, it is a sheep entering a tiger group, and it is too late for Dantian Ocean and Dantian Mountain to rush to divide it up. This relic, the peak of Miaoqing's trance state, even takes 2 to 3 years to digest it. But when it gets to Yong, it will be gone for 2 to 3 days at most. The lifelong Buddha energy of a strong person in the transformation realm entered Yi Yang's dantian, and he couldn't even splash the slightest splash. After a while, Fu Xian asked cautiously, almost absorbed? Yong shook his head gently. It will take 2 days to fully absorb it. Miaoqing and Huiran scoffed. Posture. Although I don't know how you resisted the relic from breaking through the dantian, but there is absolutely no way you can absorb it in 2 days. Hee, who can't brag? Yong smiled lightly, non-committal. He was too lazy to care about such trivial matters. Seeing that Yong was all right, Fu Xian felt relieved. He used his inner strength and said loudly, "The 3 trials of the promotion ceremony are over. Xiangshan Temple retains the position of abbot and occupies 50% of the resources of the stupa. The remaining 50% will be allocated by Dajia Temple, Julong Temple, and Nantai Temple. Yes, Miaoqing and the others had to nod reluctantly. No idea. The seniority is one level higher, and the realm is also one level higher. Do you dare not listen to him? And Fuxian is already very authentic. If the Jie Temple wins, I am afraid that Xiangshan Temple will be excluded directly, and even a fart will not be left to Xiangshan Temple. Take 3 days off and open the stupa after 3 days. After Fuxian said the last sentence, he walked directly off the ring. The audience also left in disbelief. The 3 matches today were very enjoyable. In the end, there was even the appearance of the Buddha's light. As long as the people present were not suffering from incurable diseases, almost all of them were cured. Broken hands, broken feet, broken fingers. Stomach disease, lung disease, headache disease. All solved in 1 step. Some people even thought about coming to Xiangshan Temple to donate some incense money in the future. After all, it is the credit of the abbot of Xiangshan Temple. Many people are still very conscientious. Yiyang had a fast meal at Hui Yuan's strong invitation. Then he returned to the wing arranged by Xiangshan Temple and took out the ancient book, The 3 Lives and 3 Worlds of Karma Sutra. Until now, he had no time to read it. Swish, swish. In 3 minutes, Yiyang read it from beginning to end. The host reads the 3 Lives and 3 Worlds Karma Sutra, comprehends the 30,000 karmic barriers, and automatically reaches the full level. 30,000 karmic obstructions. Eliminate karmic obstacles and benefit the world. Full level effect. You can capture more powerful karma demons. Create a strong deterrent to ordinary troubled demons. Special. At the same time, you can comprehend the 3,000 anxiety method, 30,000 karmic obstruction art. Will directly comprehend? Yiyang's heart moved. I didn't expect that in addition to the 3,000 sutras of sufferings and 3 lives and 3 worlds of karmic obstructions, there are actually true secrets of the same level. And just like the dragon and tiger fortune-telling orthodoxy of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect and the 8 bodhisattva suppressing demons great array encountered in the Tongtian Temple ruins, after these 3 exercises are combined into one, they can become even more powerful true martial arts. This 3rd type of martial arts may be found in the Xiangshan ruins under the stupa. The time to wait for the opening of the ruins passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day. Yiyang led Zhu Xian to the top of Xiangshan Mountain. Standing in the forefront are Fu Xian and Hui Yuan. Only the 2 of them were able to enter the ruins at Xiangshan Temple this time. After all, the afflictions and demons inside are not good things. When Hui Yuan entered the room, he could be invaded by afflictions. If the disciples of the Juezi generation like Zhu Kong step in rashly, I am afraid that there will be unpredictable dangers. Soon, the 3 temples, including the Dajia Temple, also arrived. The difference is that now they are completely dejected. Huiran was chatting and laughing with an old man, and he often smiled at Yiyang. When Fu Xian saw this person, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his muscles couldn't help tensing. When the old man saw Yiyang, he immediately cast his gaze. His gaze was icy cold, as if he wanted to see through Yiyang's whole body. You are Yiyang? The murderer who killed my disciple Zhang Tianci? The old man strode toward the meteor, and with each step his breath became better. When he walked in front of Yiyang, the breath of the peak of the trance state was completely exuded, and it even made people unable to breathe. Yiyang frowned, looked the old man up and down, and said lightly, Zhang Tianci? He's not worth killing me. What did you say? The old man's eyes stared like copper bells, and his murderous intent burst out suddenly. Fu Xuan was shocked and quickly said, Ning Tong Xian, how could my apprentice kill your apprentice? You must be mistaken. Fart. Tianci went to the ruins of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect and never came back. I went to ask the mountain owner of Xuanwu Mountain and also asked other people in Xuanwu Mountain. Everyone can prove that he disappeared in the ruins. and you have made grudges with Tianxi several times in the ruins. You must be suspicious of Tianxi's disappearance. Ning Tongshuan's body radiated more and more murderous intent. Even if he stood far away, he could feel the pain that was in essence like a needle prick. Quirin also echoed, "Yes, everyone knows that you have a grudge with Zhang Tianxi. If something happens to him, of course you will be suspected immediately. But Yi, I wait for people in Buddhism, and what I pay attention to is not to lie. If you do something wrong, even the Buddha will not favor you." Yi Yang was even more impatient. "If I kill Zhang Tianxi, will I deny it? A mere Zhang Tianxi, is he worthy?" Ning Tongshuan's eyes were bloodshot, and he said angrily, "What did you say? Even if you didn't kill Godsend, just based on your words, I will kill you on the spot." Fu Xian saw Huiren sneer at the corner of his eyes, and even more bitterly in his heart. Why did the Dajie temple invite this old thing? This guy's realm is lower than his own, but he is one of the few people he doesn't want to provoke in his life, because he is one of the few people who can leapfrog challenges with his own understanding of martial arts. Whether it is the martial arts that are open and big, fierce and domineering, or the martial arts that are feminine and sinister, drizzle and silent, Ning Tongxian can quickly grasp the essence of it and use it for his own use. No one wants to meet such a character in a war situation. Moreover, this person has a very bad temper and is very short-tempered. Now that his close disciple has disappeared, he is more anxious than anyone else. It really makes me feel like a murderer. Hey, Yang is also true. You were soft in front of Ning Tongxian and explained the situation well. In other words, he is also a strong senior, and he is the pinnacle of the trance state with extremely high attainments in martial arts. Many Neijing masters are honored to have his guidance. Many people scrambled to have a good relationship with him. Yang, you are fine with everything, but you are too arrogant. Hui Run, who was beside him, was elated. Okay, that's exactly what I thought. Ning Tongxian, hurry up. Quickly kill this stinky boy. I feel humiliation on my face when I see him. My dignified Jie temple actually lost to an outsider from Buddhism, such a young outsider who has never been ordained. Don't say your apprentice Zhang Tianxi. Even if you are in my eyes, it's nothing more than that. Yang glanced at Ning Tongxian again and said coldly. Ning Tongxian laughed in anger. Then you are really powerful. The old man is very weak in your eyes, right? It seems that the old man hasn't killed anyone for a long time, and no one remembers the old man. Then I must kill someone today. Fu Xian hurriedly stood in front of Yang and said, Ning Laogui, he is my apprentice. You are not allowed to touch him. Ning Tongxian sneered. You are also my defeated general. Can you protect him? Hurry up and hand over this murderer, or I will kill you together. Yang said coldly, Fu Xian, get out of the way. This person can't last even 3 rounds in my hands, so don't block me. Ning Tongxian laughed even more angrily. Oh, Fu Xuan, your apprentice seems to lack discipline on weekdays. Do you need me to discipline you? Fu Xian was even more speechless in his heart. Yang, can't you be soft? I can't last 3 rounds. They are martial arts masters. What are you? In addition to Buddhist attainments, the forging of Daxiong's treasures, and the Buddhist formation of 10,000 families, how could your real realm be comparable to that of Ning Laogui, who has been practicing asceticism for decades? This test is completely unnecessary. You will definitely lose. If you lose, you will lose your life. Yan took a deep breath and strode out. Death to me. Ning Tongxian was full of murderous aura. He turned his palm into a knife and slashed towards the door. The blade is so sharp that even if you are far away, you can still feel the mind-blowing power. Feeling that the heart is relatively close, the cheek is even rubbed by the knife gas, and a small hole appears directly. This seems to be the sword of the Arhut of the King Kong invincible sect. Ning Tongxian is worthy of being a martial arts master, and he has practiced to the realm of turning his palm into a sword. Hui Ding couldn't help but exclaimed. Hui Yuan nodded involuntarily. The founder of the King Kong Wudi sect, Wudi Zhenren, is the same powerful disciple as the Tongtian Patriarch of Tongtian Temple. It's just that the invincible real person ran away in anger, and this established the King Kong Invincible sect. King Kong Wudizong naturally inherited the martial arts characteristics of Wudizhenren's fierce and domineering. Taking the body as a soldier is a consistent characteristic of the King Kong Wudi sect. In addition to the palm knife, there are many martial arts, such as elbow hammer and knee stab. After practicing to the highest realm, there is not a single part of the body that is not a weapon. But this kind of martial arts is extremely difficult to comprehend in the early stages. Ning Tongxian can achieve the level of turning his palm into a knife. Obviously, he has a deep understanding of Arhat's palm. At the very least, it is not weaker than those inner disciples of the Vajra Invincible sect. Didn't you say that I can't support 3 moves under your hands? I want to see. How are you going to deal with this, Arhat? Ning Tongshuan's eyes were cold and icy. Yi Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. The host observes the Arhat's sword, comprehends the invincible palm sword, and automatically reaches the full level. Invincible palm sword technique. Use your palm to make a sword without weapons. Special. Invincible palm swordsmanship is the entry-level martial arts of the true disciples of the Vajra Invincible sect. If they continue to comprehend the martial arts, such as elbow hammer and knee stab, they will eventually comprehend the highest true martial art of the Vajra Invincible sect. Yi Yang's eyes were bright. A martial arts master like Ning Tongxian is simply a treasure trove of movement. Arhat's knife finally slashed at Yi Yang without hindrance. When? There was even a sound of gold and iron colliding at the place of the collision. Many disciples suddenly changed color. Horrible. Is Yi Yang's body made of steel? Ning Tongxian failed to make a single blow, turned around and changed his moves, and a pair of palms slapped endlessly like flying butterflies. He is highly accomplished in martial arts, and naturally he is also very strong in combat skills. With the blow just now, he immediately knew that Yi Yang's body was very powerful. The anti-shock force from the palm of his hand even made his mouth feel slightly numb. But what such a person is most afraid of is feminine and vicious martial arts that can unload their strength. Ning Tongxian immediately changed his attacking moves and instead attacked with a continuous flow of moves. Yi Yang's eyes lit up again. The host observes butterfly palm, comprehends 100 flowers butterfly palm, and automatically reaches full level. 100 flowers butterfly palm. Full level effect of the entry-level true martial arts in 100 Flowers Butterfly Valley. Double the training speed for women. Can trigger butterfly special. Comprehend a multitude of 100 Flowers Butterfly Department martial arts. It will directly open the strongest true martial arts in 100 Flowers Butterfly Valley. Yi Yang looks weird. This palm technique is not suitable for him, but he can teach it to Su Qingyan. This is the second move, but you're still defending. This is what you said. Can't you hold 3 moves in your hands? Ning Tongshuan's eyes were even more angry, but he had already noticed something wrong in his heart. This son's body is too strong, too long-lasting, right? Just adjust, but to fight against. Using softness to overcome rigidity. As a result, this person has not let go of his strength, and his inner strength is almost exhausted. This guy is weird. Okay, enough fun. It's time for you to shut up. Yi Yang smiled slightly and slammed on the ground, smoothing out countless airwaves. Then a punch like a dragon, breaking fist, destroying the viscera and breaking the viscera. Purple MSI blessing, breaking star blessing. A punch was thrown as if everything in front of him would collapse. Ning Tongxian suddenly widened his eyes and was horrified. Without further ado, he took out a talisman from his arms. The purple light instantly expanded. 2 huge energies collided, entangled, and strangled in midair. After a while, the purple energy cracked inch by inch, and the purple talisman cracked into pieces of confetti with a few clicks. Ning Tongshuan's eyes were horrified. The next moment, Yi Yang's fist broke through a short distance and slammed directly into his chest. Bang dash! Ning Tongxian was blasted out directly. His body crashed into the bamboo forest, and the air wave that set off sent countless bamboo leaves flying. Yi Yang slowly retracted his fists, looked around the audience, and then looked in the direction of everyone in the Dajie temple. His eyes were cold. Even people like Fu Xuan and Hui Yuan, who were on Yi Yang's side, never thought that he would blow Ning Tongxian flying with just one move. As for those who thought that Yi Yang would lose utterly, their eyes widened in shock. The whole place was eerily silent. Huiran trembled even more at the sight of such eyes, trembling slightly with fright. "Why don't you kill me?" Ning Tongxian stood up tremblingly and said sternly. Yi Yang smiled lightly. "Someone wants to use your hand to kill me. I won't let him do that." Ning Tongxian was taken aback. Immediately thought of a person. Wu Mingyi, the owner of Xuanwu Mountain. He only realized now that Wu Mingyi strongly encouraged him to come and kill Yi Yang. "Goes to my heart." Ning Tongxian clasped his fist with both hands, took a deep breath, and said, "Thank you for reminding me. But today I am here at the invitation of the Great Calamity Temple, and I have to help the Great Calamity Temple on a journey." He took out a token from his arms and handed it to Huiran. Then he said to Yi Yang, "Today's defeat, the old man will definitely come back to ask for advice." After he finished speaking, he walked down the mountain quickly and didn't want to delay for a moment. He was a dignified martial artist in Hangzhou, but he actually became a knife in the hands of others. For Ning Tongxian, this is an absolute shame. He will now go to Wu Mingyi to make it clear. Of course, losing to Yi Yang is also a shame, and he will come back for advice in the future. Walk slowly. Yi Yang smiled lightly. Huiran stared at the token in her hand, her mouth grinning to the bottom of her ears. He deliberately invited Ning Tongxian. There's another reason besides this person's grievances with Yi Yang. That's the token. It is said that this was obtained by Ning Tongxian in his early years. If Huiran guessed correctly, this thing should be the token of the inner disciple of Tongtian Temple, and the lotus on which the little Buddha of this token sits is golden. That is, the inner disciple of Jinding. It is the highest-ranking disciple of the inner sect of Tongtian Temple. There is only a trace to step into the ranks of true disciples. With this token, exploring the ruins of Tongtian Temple is like a duck to water. This is equivalent to bringing the authority of the inner disciple of Jin Chao. You must know that the inner disciple of Jinding can not only know the location of the secret room, but also control ordinary organs and formations. Huiran got this token, and there are 100 ways in the ruins to make it difficult for Xiangshan Temple to ride a tiger. Huiran chuckled and said towards Yi Yang, "It seems that it was a misunderstanding before. Well, then I, Huiran, are here to make amends with Abbot Yi. After I go back, I will flog myself and repent under the Buddha's seat. In that case, let's stop talking nonsense and enter the stupa together, shall we?" Soon, Yi Yang and others entered the stupa. This time, Yi Yang felt the difference as soon as he stepped into the stupa. The evil spirit is strong, the Yin Qi is biting. In the dark, he even felt that he would encounter a great disaster next. Yi Yang's heart froze. This should be the effect of karma. This kind of devil is indeed stronger than trouble, and there is not even a trace of karma in sight, and it actually affects the mind. However, as soon as he stepped into the stupa, Yi Yang's 3,000 anxiety method was running at a faster speed than when he was outside. He could feel that countless powers as fine as a gossamer were being transformed into his dantian through the transformation of the 3,000 anxiety technique. The Dantian mountain peak has even been built halfway up the mountain. The people around were even more miserable. We have to resolve the mental influence of karma and troubles with inner energy. It can be seen that except for the eminent monks like Fu Xian, the expressions on the faces of others are not easy. They obviously did not expect that the influence of the troubles in this stupa was so powerful. More importantly, it is still only in the stupa and has not officially stepped into the remains of the Xiangshan mountain. However, since the 3 temples, such as the Dajie Temple, are one of the largest sects in each state, they naturally have their own heritage. Abbot Hui Deng of Jiulong Temple immediately took out a short pestle, on which was carved a 9-headed soaring dragon. This is the treasure of the Jiulong Temple, the Jiulong Vajra. The pestle emits a brilliant Buddha's light, and under the light of the Buddha's light, the tingling sensation is instantly weakened by most of it. Nyancy of Nantai Nunnery took out a string of rosary beads. This is the rosary held by the abbots of Nantai and in all dynasties. Under the daily chanting and chanting, it is also infiltrated with countless Buddha powers. The Buddha's light radiated out, immediately dispelling the influence of the surrounding troubles. Huiran of the Great Tribulation Temple smiled lightly and poured the Buddha's energy into the token. In an instant, the Buddha's light shines, and the light is radiant. Even the Buddha light of Jiolong Temple and Nantai Temple was completely obscured. The brilliant Buddha light can even cover all the people in the 4 temples. Fu Xian let out a long breath. If so, all the better. Xiangshan Temple does not have the same heritage as theirs. And if there is no treasure, the next journey must always consume the inner strength to protect the body, which is extremely unfavorable for exploring the ruins. Huiran glanced at the 3 of them at Xiangshan Temple and smiled slightly, and then adjusted the influence range of Buddha light. Only the 3 people in the Great Tribulation Temple were enveloped. Hui Deng and Nyancy couldn't help frowning, but couldn't say anything more. Fu Xian widened his eyes. It's shameless to hold the grass. Are you still a Buddhist disciple? A colleague of Xiangshan Temple. Do you have any treasures to deal with the influence of troubles? If Abbot Yi asks me, I will immediately tilt the Buddha's light over. How? There was a hint of pride in Huiran's voice. Yiyang was expressionless. He was still waiting for the voice in his head. The host is affected by karma. Turn on karma defense and automatically reach full level. Immediately, he felt that the tingling sensation of the needle piercing his back disappeared, and he felt relaxed. Let me beg you, are you worthy? Yiyang looked at him and said coldly. Huiran laughed instead of being angry. Of course I'm not worthy to bow to the Buddha and beg the abbot. Then I won't go in first. Abbot Yi, how about you being the first to enter the Xiangshan Temple? TSK, TSK, TSK. Yifang Zhang, why don't you even move, don't you dare? He pointed to the big dark tunnel ahead. There is also the entrance to the remains of the Xiangshan Temple. Fu Xuan's face was ashen. Huiran, both a member of the Buddhist sect and a legacy of Tongtian Temple. You must be so ruthless and unrighteous. Huiran chuckled. Uncle Fu Xuan, then you are wrong. Everything I do is for the benefit of Dajia Temple. The weak will naturally be left behind. If you don't go, then I will take the first step in the Great Tribulation Temple. Huiran laughed loudly and led the 3 of them into the dark cave not far away. There's also the entrance to the ruins. Yiyang said indifferently, there's a demon in ambush near the entrance of the ruins, but a demon of karma stronger than trouble. I advise you to be cautious. Don't rush in greedily because of that golden cauldron inner disciple token. After all, the token only allows you to have some permissions in the ruins, but cannot protect your life. Huiran was stunned and immediately laughed. Karma? Yiyang, who are you deceiving? It has long been recorded in the books of my Great Tribulation Temple that the karma was eliminated by many great masters long ago during the Tongtian Temple period. How could there be karma in this ruins? After he finished speaking, he strode into the cave. The 2 behind Jie Temple hesitated for a while and followed without hesitation. Let's go, let's follow. Hui Deng waved his hand, and Jiolong Temple followed. Nyancy wanted to help Xiangshan Temple, but the 2 nuns behind her were unhappy. She could only apologize to Hui Yuan, and then quickly stepped into the cave. I really didn't expect the Great Tribulation Temple to become so unbearable. Fu Xian gritted his teeth. Hui Yuan shook his head. The Jie Temple has inherited the more radical concept of Tongtian Temple. In recent years, their actions have been far from the original meaning of Tongtian Temple. Fu Xian took a deep breath. Then what should we do? We can go very far by exhausting our energy all the way. 3. Yiyang raised 3 fingers. 2. 1. Suddenly, there was a scream from the front. Fu Xian and Hui Yuan both showed stunned expressions. The voice was somewhat familiar, as if it was the monk who was following at the end of the Dajia temple. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of weapons colliding. The two were heartbroken. Is it really as Yang expected? Could it be that there really are karma in the ruins? Fu Xian was even more puzzled. Impossible. Haven't all karma been eliminated? Yang, what should we do, follow? Fu Xian couldn't help asking. Before he knew it, he had regarded Yi Yang as the backbone. Wait here, someone will come out soon, Yi Yang said lightly. As soon as she finished speaking, a monk from Nantai Nunnery escaped. To her horror, her entire arm was torn. Hu Yuan said quickly, what happened? The nun's face was pale, and there was still fear on her face. A senior brother from Dajia Temple was walking, and suddenly he turned around and killed senior brother Huidang. And then someone took out weapons and killed his own people. It's terrifying. They're all slaughtered. Immediately after, another 7 or 8 people escaped. Huiren is among them. His face was ashen, so gloomy that it almost dripped with water. It was actually exactly the same as what Yi Yang said. The Buddha's light emanating from the token of the inner disciple of the Golden Cauldron can drive away troubles, but it can't drive away the devil just now. Even the devil occupied the body of a monk in the Dajia temple. For him, this is more uncomfortable than slap in the face. Just now, I was complacent and planned to make a contribution to the Great Tribulation Temple. Now, he escaped in disgrace and took the life of a junior brother. It's downright shameful. Get out of the way, I have to come. Yi Yang passed by Huiren in a hurry and came to the entrance of the cave. Even if he just stood at the entrance of the cave, he could feel the 10,000 years of cold aura in the ruins. In the darkness, I don't know how many eyes that are eager to move try to devour the minds of living people. To ordinary people, this is a demon, a terrifying existence that cannot be resisted at all. But for Yi Yang, whether troubles or karma, they're just food. Xia Wufeng in the mustard seed treasure talisman has been trembling ever since he stepped into the ruins. Now it's time to take it out. Yi Yang didn't take it out before, because it will be seen by these people. Now all the living have escaped. In the ruins, there is no living person who will leak Xia Wufeng out. Yi Yang can do it. Yi Yang strode into the shooting star, about to step into the ruins. Yi Yang, don't. Fu Xian said anxiously, you were able to wipe out troubles before, but this is probably karma, and you will die. Hu Yuan nodded slightly. Let's take a long-term view. After all, no one would have thought that there would be karma in the ruins. Huiren smiled negatively. Sure enough, Abba Yi is still very good. Then you can go in and let me see if the abbot of Xiangshan Temple is worthy of this title. If you can come out alive, my Dajia Temple will also respect you as the abbot of the Buddha. Yi Yang raised his brows. If I remember correctly, the abbot can enter and leave the temple anywhere, right? He suddenly laughed. Huiren was stunned, but nodded anyway. Okay, Yi Yang smiled. There should also be many ancient classics in the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion in the Dajia Temple, right? Very good. I, Yi Yang, will be the abbot of the Buddhist ceremony. Wait, you have to stay in there for at least 5 hours. If you just come in and come out, it doesn't count. Huiren said quickly. Yi Yang ignored him, but strode into the darkness. Fu Xian showed a look of astonishment. Unexpectedly, Yi Yang still walked into the ruins. The ruins are so dangerous that even the monks who practice Buddhism will be invaded by karma. Why do you want to go in? It's so dangerous. Thinking in the long run is the best solution. Huiren wiped the blood on his body and suddenly laughed. Uncle Fu Xuan, I think you Xiangshan Temple can take care of Abbot Yi earlier. Fu Xian was originally worried, but when he heard what he said, he was instantly full of anger. He rushed over and lifted Huiren's collar, glaring angrily. What did you say? Are you cursing him to death? Huiren was stared at by such murderous eyes, but still laughed. Uncle Fu Xuan, I'm just telling the truth. 3 people of my Jie Temple stepped into the ruins, but one was caught. The other died tragically, and in the end, I was the only one who came out alive. I still have the Golden Cauldron inner disciple token to protect me. But what about him? He has nothing. What are the consequences of his entering the ruins? I don't need to tell you. The best way now is to report the appearance of karma to Zaya Tangshan Temple as quickly as possible. bring together ideas, and find a way to eliminate karma. As for Yi Yang, he insisted on being able to enter the ruins. He did it by himself, and he still depends on me when he died? Ha! Huiran opened Fu Xuan's fingers one by one and slowly walked out of the stupa. I still want to be the abbot of my Dajie temple. Is he also worthy? The others were also silent. Obviously, they all agree with Huiran's statement. Even if Yi Yang defeated Ning Tongxian, who was at the peak of the ecstasy realm, even if his talent was extremely strong, in the face of the unreasonable one who can directly bypass the cultivation base and directly affect the mind and spirit of the karma demon, no one could do anything about it. Only when you truly step into the realm of transformation and have the ability to defend yourself can you compete with karma. Among all the people present, only Fu Xian was able to fight against karma. But the situation in the ruins is unknown. Who knows how many karmic obstacles exist in the darkness? Fu Xuan also bears the fate of Xiangshan Temple. If there is a problem with him, Xiatangshan Temple will definitely attack Xiangshan Temple again. He couldn't give up Xiangshan Temple because of Yi Yang alone. What Fu Xian can do now is to stand guard at the entrance of the cave, chanting sutras and chanting Buddha for Yi Yang. After a while, Hui Yuan, who had been chanting the scriptures, suddenly stood up abruptly, pointed to the entrance of the hole in front, and said with a slightly trembling voice, "Uncle Fu Xuan, the mental influence in front seems to have weakened a lot," and suddenly opened his eyes. "Feel it carefully." "Yes, really weakened a lot. Should it be done by the abbot Yi?" Hui Yuan asked in surprise. Huiran sneered, "Come on, how can he do this? Is it possible that Yi Yang can still swallow karma?" "A joke." Hui Deng threw the Kowloon Vajra pestle over. "Uncle Fu Xuan, please move forward a little and open an advance passage for us. But remember not to go too deep." Fu Xian nodded heavily and stepped into the darkness alone. Soon his voice came out, "Everyone, it's safe here, you can enter." After a while, the group came to a small tower. It is indeed a small tower, because it is only more than 1 meter high, and what is even more strange is that this small tower is still upside down. But this small tower is at the heart of this room, and even a fool can guess that this is extraordinary. Niancy's expression suddenly became solemn. "I know what this relic is. Isn't there the ruins of Tongtian Temple at the junction of Shangjing and the Han River? It gives me the same feeling as here. If I'm not mistaken, these two ruins are part of the Demon Town Tower. That being the case, this thing should be the control core of the Devil Town Tower." Niancy took a step forward and directly injected the Buddha's energy into the tower. In an instant, the light shines brightly. The small tower suddenly lit up with countless spots of light, with red occupying the vast majority. In addition, there is a large group of green dots on the highest level, which is the first level of the inverted tower. At this moment, a small green dot is entering the 3rd floor. Now, even if Niancy didn't speak, everyone knew what it was. This small pagoda was the treasure used by the demon-suppressing monks to monitor the demon-suppressing pagoda. In addition to showing the location of each monster, it should also be able to control organs and formations. Over the years, many functions have been damaged, and in the end, only the most basic tracer array method is still functioning. Doesn't that mean that Yi Yang actually went to the 3rd floor? Huiran suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in shock. Fu Xian was stunned for a while and finally couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha, I knew it. No wonder Yi Yang is so confident. He just has his own confidence." Fu Xian is now sincerely proud. He really did not see the wrong person. This Yi Yang is definitely the most powerful genius he has ever seen. I'm afraid that the great powers who were vertical and horizontal hundreds of years ago, there were no geniuses like Yi Yang in their youth, right? Oh, but it's still a pity. Such an amazing person would actually refuse to become his apprentice. Mistakes, missteps. No, he must find a way to make him willing to become his apprentice in the future. Look, there are a lot of red dots on this floor, some of which are particularly bright and blood red. I'm afraid they are karma. Niancy suddenly pointed to the small pagoda. With so many troubles and karma, even experts in the transformation realm will suffer a big loss. Hui Deng also put his hands together and shook his head. Although Huiran didn't dare to speak due to Fushuan's might, he couldn't hide the contempt in his eyes. Knew it, or fell into the siege of the devil. A person who is overconfident is arrogant and complacent and will definitely die. Sure enough, I guessed it. This guy must be unable to refuse the temptation of some treasures, and as a result he fell into the siege of the devil. He is dead. There were only a few demons on the first and second floors before. I, Huiran, relied on the golden cauldron inner disciple token and the treasures of the Great Tribulation Temple, and it took some time to kill. Humph, Yang, watching someone who had a grudge against him die. It was indeed a little pleasant. Just die obediently in the ruins. Hey, why did those big red dots disappear? Niancie's pupils shrank suddenly, and she suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked at the reputation. Those huge red dots all rushed towards the green that representing Yang. As a result, they all came into contact with Yang for the first time, disappeared without a trace, as if being swallowed up. Next, Yi Yang's speed suddenly increased sharply, swiftly passing every place on the third floor. Wherever they pass, red dots will come up, but they will completely evaporate in the first time. In the end, there were only dozens of light spots left in the entire third layer. You must know that at the beginning, there are hundreds of thousands of giants. Wait, why do I feel these red dots, and am even a little afraid of Yi Yang? Hui Dangqi wrote. Yes, was reminded by him. Everyone found out. At first, those red dots rushed towards Yi Yang. But later, just like the mouse meets the cat, it is completely unavoidable. And Yi Yang, go wherever there is a red dot. This is completely different from the script everyone has in mind. It shouldn't be like this for a normal person to deal with the evil demons of afflictions and karma. Don't all normal people avoid these ghosts? Yi Yang, why did he turn around? And Huiran, this guy was dumbfounded. Be nice. Is this Yi Yang human? Others run away from demons. He chased after the demon's ass. Next, Yi Yang was almost invincible all the way without any hindrance. Whether it's a red dot, a big red dot, an oversized red dot, or an oversized red dot with a super dark color. All of them evaporated instantly when they came into contact with Yi Yang. You said, is there any treasure on Yi Yang's body that can swallow up troubles? Huiran, who was horrified by Yi Yang's actions, was silent for a while, and then suddenly opened her mouth. Everyone was startled suddenly. Immediately, he opened his eyes wide. Yes, I didn't think so. Now it's all explained. This Yi Yang had killed the troubles of the stupa before. If he had a treasure that could swallow his troubles, everything would make sense. No wonder he was able to chase after the demon's ass. No wonder he is so confident. These treasures that can devour demons are all the most important treasures of Tongtian Temple. Zaya Tongshan Temple spent decades collecting these treasures from all over the country. I didn't expect to encounter one here. I think Abbot Yi can definitely set an example and donate the treasure to Zaya Tongshan Temple. Right? Huiran said with an expressionless face. Hui Yuan scoffed. He was the only one who had seen Yi Yang's method to eliminate troubles among all the people present. Yi Yang has practiced 3,000 affliction methods. This is one of the orthodox exercises of Tongtian Temple, and it is also the exercise of true disciples. In addition to this, the powerful Abbot Yi even subdued an evil demon. What treasure? Buddha is above? I'm going to swear again. Hien, fuck your shit. Is Abbot Yi so rubbish that he needs to use treasures to swallow his troubles? He can annihilate and devour troubles himself. What a pity. In order to suppress the Xiangshan Temple, you are really unscrupulous? The people from Zaya Tongshan Temple
Hello,
knew
everyone.
about this and rushed
As
over
we wrap
more
up this
anxiously.
video, I want to
right?
share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.